15 years, he might already be can you imagine him and James Conner having conversations?
Oh, my goodness. This is so good.
We're going to react to what you just heard from Jeremiah Love. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Out of all the three major professional sports teams we have in this valley, he's the guy that anybody could least afford to lose. Out of any of the teams.
100%.
Can't lose him. He's the guy you can't lose.
I don't even know if it's that close.
Yeah, Cardinal, Trey McBride, Devin Booker.
Nope.
It's Corbin Carroll.
You
You can't lose him.
Nope. You 100%. Right? I mean, is there anybody who's even
can't lose him
to that? Devin Booker's probably number 2 on that list, but I think there's a big gap.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, brothers, sisters, gather around if you've got neck or back pain right now. You got to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. And the reason you should choose them, of course, it's going to vary in need based on your own personal situation. But they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, Basinonians. And then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world in best practices and techniques as a world leader. I love that. They all come right here to the Basin. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, it's time for you to go ahead and text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
I'm giving you some outside-the-box, unexpected, non-talked-about scenarios.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, well, we just heard from Jeremiah Love with his introductory press conference at Cardinals headquarters. I think anybody that had heard him speak before is not maybe shocked how just like buttoned up he is, how just, I don't know what the word would be, but he sounds mature well beyond the age of 20 years old.
I could not be more impressed.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the more impressive introductory press conferences I've ever heard for a rookie.
Unbelievable. Squared away. And yet it reminds me, football is played from the inside out. When you've got this guy that loves to talk about the 3 Ds, detailed, dependable, disciplined. Those 3 Ds, his old coach, 3 Ds. See, and this is the great thing about it. Hey, coaches that are out there right now, you men that are out there, you're pouring into these young men that are growing up and will grow up to be men. Never forget that. And they're going to remember stuff like that. The 3 Ds, detailed, dependable, disciplined. And yet watch him play the game. Watch Jeremiah Love play the game. And he plays it just like that. Guess what? Football is played from the inside out.
I had heard an interview with him leading up to the Heisman, that announcement was back in December or whatever. And I remember thinking back then, it'd be cool if the Cardinals had a guy like this, if they could add a guy like this to their team. Not really thinking they would go get a running back. This is back in December, right? The NFL season was still going. But then, look, the press conference, that's great. That's amazing. You win the press conference. I think that's a window into his personality. And like I said, going to break, can you imagine a conversation between him and James Conner? I mean, that's about as no-nonsense of a conversation as you're going to get between two guys on a football field that are teammates. But the fact that he can do the things he does on the field as well, that he was a Heisman finalist, that most people believe he's the best player available in this entire draft, you combine that with the personality. And just hearing that, rewatching some of his highlights, like the thing that stands out to me, Wolf, is anybody that has a problem with this pick, it has nothing to do with Jeremiah Love that you have a problem with the pick, right? It's because you feel like they need help in a different spot or whatever, right. or you're like, well, Marvin Harrison Jr. was all hyped up, and what has he done, or this and that. As far as Jeremiah Love specifically, nobody has a problem with this pick. Why would you not want this guy on your team?
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that one. Listen, I'm glad Jeremiah Love is an Arizona Cardinal. Again, I had my preference. You didn't get it. Guess what? You can't always get what you want. But sometimes, if you try real hard, you get what you need. Okay? Don't play it, Rick. Don't do it.
Rick's got so many songs he's trying to play.
I know, exactly. Just don't do it. For me, I love the fact that he was talking about sacrifice as well, the sacrifice of his parents. And, you think about it. He's got parents that are both police officers. And as you said, Luke, parents that are both were in the military, Army.
I knew about the police officer thing before today, but then when he was like, oh, yeah, they're also both Army vets. Like, yeah, he probably comes from a disciplined household.
Yes. I think my favorite cut, though, is the short yardage cut. Where he was talking about short yardage and how he loves the short yardage runs more than his breakaway runs. That, to me, I really loved. I thought that showed a ton of personality. And by the way, Base audience, he mentioned short yardage. He came back to it 3 times.
Yeah,
3 times in this press conference. He said the word short yardage. I really, really love that. You're talking about a guy that loves to stoke it. Yeah. Bring me that short yardage cut all day long, man.
We don't have that one yet, but I do have the one about his parents. Let me play this one.
It's everything to us, We've worked so hard to get here. We sacrificed a lot to get here. My mom and dad, I've sacrificed a lot of their time. My mom and dad were police officers growing up, so you can only imagine how the household was. My sister going to school to be a nurse, so she's always grinding, and then, everybody's just, putting in to get me here. So it's a very special moment for us all, and we're very grateful for this opportunity. And like I said, I'm here to work, I'm ready to work, and I'm going to make sure that I take advantage of every single opportunity that I get, and we're going to do some great things. But we're all grateful for this moment, and we're blessed to be here. And the only reason we're here is because of God.
Wolf, I really thought, brother, you were going to latch on to the quote, what did you say? Pass pro is the most important part of my game.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I really thought you were going to go.
Look, I have all these notes I wrote down right here, Luke. Believe me, I'm just scratching the surface here.
Well, that's good because we still have 3 hours left. This feels like one of those shows that's going to end and we're going to have 2 more hours we wanted to talk about. But
this kid is awesome.
When we come back, the only downside that the only argument you could make to the Jeremiah Love pick is that they did not get an offensive lineman in round 1. So what does that mean now going forward? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. Here's Cardinals general manager Monty Ossenfort from our Arizona Sports Draft Show discussing the selection.
You want to add an impact player, and we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most, and so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
The draft continues later today with the 2nd and 3rd rounds. The Cardinals have the 2nd pick in the 2nd round and the 1st pick in the 3rd round. And in college basketball news, Arizona star Koa Pete has declared for the NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. By the way, rounds 2 and 3 coming up here in like 5 hours. Too.
Oh, darn.
So the draft is really only getting started. The Cardinals go out there. They get Jeremiah Love last night with the 3rd overall pick. You just heard him at his live introductory press conference. Wolf said this going to break. Maybe other people have other arguments, but the only argument I've really heard against taking Jeremiah Love has nothing to do with him. It's more that you have other specific needs, like offensive line. You've been on this for a few months. I think most people who watched the Cardinals last year would agree with what you've been saying if you're tired of getting whipped on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
To me, this is going into last night. I love the Jeremiah Love pick if you believe he's your best guy. You just have to make sure you get an offensive lineman with your second-round pick, whether you trade back into the first, which they didn't do, or you get him there in the second round. On the surface, and I'm sure they have a different big board than just the ones that are out there available to all of us, but on the surface, man, a lot of those offensive linemen went in the first round last night.
You got to be kidding me, Luke. I think somebody told me, you know, Basinonians, hold on to your butts on this one, but somebody told me that it was 1968 is the last time there were more people, more offensive
Schnell
linemen drafted.
Was out there.
Was
with
that
us
it?
last
Okay,
night. So he was kind of monitoring.
So I heard that correctly.
The record is 10 offensive linemen.
10
to go in the first
offensive
round,
linemen.
And last night, 9 went.
9 offensive linemen.
Number is 9.
You know what's so cool about that, Basinonians, to me at least? It really does confirm the fact that the pendulum has swung back, of course, in the National Football League in terms of being a balanced offense. You've got to be able to run the ball and you got to be able to throw the ball. And so much of the time, I think we have a tendency to focus on quarterbacks, obviously, the skill positions, wide receiver, running back. We have a tendency to focus on those guys more and value them more because of what they do with the ball as opposed to valuing guys that line up on the line of scrimmage and defeat another human being that's lined up across from them. It is, it's something that I love about the game of football. It has come back more towards the center. The physicality is back in the National Football League. And if you don't believe me, just look at the first round of the 2026 NFL draft and the 9 offensive linemen that were taken in that first round.
Yeah, it definitely does confirm what you've been saying, but it also puts the Cardinals in a tough spot because 9 offensive linemen went. I have to think on some level they were also thinking, okay, we get Jeremiah Love with that first pick, best available player, listen to this guy, watch him play. Like, you got to have this guy on your team. You have the opportunity to take him. You don't get an opportunity like this every year. You don't want to be in this position where you can have this opportunity, so you got to maximize it. Now let's hope that one of these guys is still there. And you have to, like, just the tackles that went last night in the first round, Wolf. Spencer Fano, Francis Mauigoa, Caden Proctor, Blake Miller, Monroe Freeling, Maxi Honachor, Caleb Lomu. Those are just the tackles. 7 tackles went in the first round last night. So it really puts a lot of pressure, I would think, on them to find a good one here. They have the second pick in the second round. Whether they stay there or they trade down and maybe try and get 2 picks in the second round, so you go offensive line and edge, whatever. This is the flip side when you use that top pick on something that in some ways I think this team and this organization really needs in Jeremiah Love, but position-wise, it was not a need as much as offensive line is.
Yeah, you know, again, we were talking about Emmanuel Pregnon as well. This was a guy that I saw mocked in some mocks, of course, the end of the first round, early second round. And there's a lot of people out there that believe he might also be a third-round pick. I think he's...
Emmanuel Pregnon, offensive lineman, Oregon.
This is the kind of lineman who makes defenders feel like they accidentally wandered into a wrestling match. He turned heads this season at Oregon with a ridiculously clean stat sheet. 0 sacks allowed, just 3 total pressures on 335 pass blocking reps, and only 1 penalty over 758 snaps protecting the quarterback. The Ducks rewarded him with first-team All-American honors after anchoring one of the nation's top offensive lines. Now, the oops tape is mostly non-existent, but he can tighten up his hand placement and leverage for even smoother reps in the NFL. NFL comp, Los Angeles Rams guard Kevin Dotson.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Yeah, once again, this is a guy that's not going to be shocked by the NFL talent that he's going to see. He's not going to be shocked He's not going to be surprised. I would like to see him get more aggressive in terms of finishing some blocks. But at the same time, he starts blocks really, really well. That's a good part of it. He starts blocks so well that he should be drafted, I think, in the first 10 picks of the second round. Now, will the Arizona Cardinals draft him at 34? I don't know, but I love Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon, and I think he'd be excellent if they went out and drafted him. I'd be fired up.
He is one of the top offensive linemen on Mel Kiper Jr.'s list of the best available, and Chase Besantis from Texas A&M as well. So, look, we sat there last night and we're like, man, like another one of these guys just went off the board. Another one, another one. I am assuming that that the Cardinals, that Monty Ossenfort in the front office in their war room had a contingency plan in place if something like that happened. Because like you said, the pendulum's been swinging back this way in the league now for a couple years. It's probably not a shock to them that there was a premium on offensive linemen. None of them went in the first 5 picks or whatever. It took until Spencer Fano went at 9 and then Maui Noah went at 10, but then that's when the run started. Maybe they didn't expect 9 of them to go, but I'm guessing they had more than 9 of them ranked on their big board. You know what I mean? So now they have today to kind of readjust and figure out, how do you prioritize this? We talked to Monty Ossenfort after the draft last night, and he said it's still kind of best player available, even in the second round. It's not necessarily where you want to have to reach for a guy based on need. In fact, we asked him about the offensive line, and this is what he said.
I think we'll be great. I think we'll be good doing that. I mean, obviously, we want to add competition at every level of the roster. We've had our offensive line. We have had a lot of guys that have played a lot of ball. Certainly, we hope to continue to add to every group, but I think they're going to be able to open up holes for Jeremiah. I think they're going to be able to pass protect, and I think they're going to be really excited to block for Jeremiah and the rest of our running back group.
And then you asked him for a specific name of somebody he likes here in the second round, too. This is what he said.
We have multiple guys that we like at all levels of the draft, at all positions. I am not going to tell you what position we like at 34, but nice try, though. Really nice try to get that one in there.
Yeah, you know what I did? I tried.
A for effort.
Yeah, of course. Is there somebody there, Monty, that you like? I know there's somebody you like there, Monty.
Wolf, you should have followed up. What about Emmanuel Pregnon?
Well, he did ask him flat out about Ty Simpson.
Yeah, I did. I did ask him about that. Can I just say there were some still point moments in this draft as well. I know this isn't on the show sheet right here, Base Earnings, but I'm going to say it, okay? Jeremiah Love, I think, was the first. It was the first, whoa. I think David Bailey going number 2, I think we all, for the most part, pretty much expected that. I think the Arizona Cardinals doing something that a lot of people are like, how can you take a running back at number 3? Well, you know what? Because maybe he's going to impact the entire offense. Okay? All right, good.
I just saw.
That out of the way.
I'm glad you got that out of the way. I just saw while we were talking on NFL Network, they were asking. I'm guessing. I think it was Brian Baldinger who said it, but it was which player who was taken in the first round will have the biggest impact on their team.
Yeah.
And I only saw his answer, but his answer was Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Jeremiah Love.
If it proves to be that way, and I'm not just saying it because he just said that. That was the thought by pretty much everybody going into this draft. He's maybe the most impactful player that isn't a quarterback. You got to get that guy.
And to me, there were 2 more shockers in the draft. 2 more. Spencer Fano going 9 to Cleveland in front of Francis Mauigoa, number 10. I think the Giants had a party when they saw Spencer Fano actually drafted in front. Having said that, don't quote me on that, by the way. Ty Simpson at 13.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, that was, and to me, those were the moments of the draft.
That could potentially be a reach. You know what I mean? That felt like Jeremiah Love at 3 isn't a reach because it sounded like he was going 4th or 5th or 6th or 7th anyway. But Ty Simpson at 13, he might not ever pan out.
Don't look.
Arizona's. I know. I don't.
Rick is doing it.
That's why I don't look back there anymore because you can't say numbers around Rick.
Yes.
Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes reminds you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. Text swim to 620 for a chance to receive free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. All right. When we come back, let's get into basketball because Game 3 is coming up for the Suns tomorrow. How do you expect this one to be officiated? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Are you feeling the love?
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
He's just an impressive kid.
Jeremiah Love is a dizzying level of talent. He's a hard guy to overlook no matter where you are on the board.
In the end, we felt we added the guy that could impact our team the most, and just really excited about the versatility that he brings to the offense.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports. And that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round. And during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the postseason now.
Yeah, by the way, Game 3 of a playoff series for the Phoenix Suns is tomorrow, which normally would be all 4 hours of the show.
Wow.
There's just so much going on today that we haven't even gotten to it yet, Wolf. But Suns Thunder Game 3 tomorrow from Mortgage Matchup Center. And we may as well start with the officiating because Devin Booker basically put up $35,000 of his own money to shed light on the fact that Game 2 was officiated horribly.
Yes.
Now, I would say we could all see that Game 2 was officiated horribly. You probably didn't have to spend $35,000. But it is interesting that the reaction from people around the league has been kind of like, hey, you know what? He's right. and so it's funny. There's a line from our story up on ArizonaSports.com that says, okay, Booker got fouled because he referred to official James Williams by name. Okay, that's true. He questioned the integrity of the sport. I think a lot of people have over the last few years.
He likened it to WWE.
He did. And they challenged media members to pull video comparing calls against the Suns to those against the Thunder. Well, a lot of media members did, and it just really is a bad look for the NBA because he was so spot on, which is why probably he was so convicted in saying it. He also insinuated the referee called him for a technical foul because Alex Caruso told him to. Well, we all saw that happen, so that did happen. But he knew he was getting fined when he said what he said, right?
Yes.
So I'm also thinking there was probably a reason why he said it that wasn't just frustration.
Yes, and I also think Jordan Ott received a phone call.
Probably.
All right, I'm just saying.
Matt Ishbia,
I could be dead wrong on that.
Ishbia going on X and completely supporting Devin Booker.
He may have also received a phone call from Adam Silver, no doubt.
Should point out Book's technical foul was rescinded because it was a horrible call. So again, like at what point? And I know he said this, and I'm not saying this specific to the Suns. I mean, I still think they lose Game 2 either way. But at what point do the officials get held accountable by the league of, hey, by the way, we had to rescind your call because it was terrible.
Yeah.
We have to find this guy. You made our product look awful. That's not the only time it's happened. It's just the most recent time it's happened in a Suns game.
Yes. You know what, what is your expectation, Luke? And not to change the subject, but still, what is your expectation now? Game 3 happening tomorrow night. What do you expect?
This is the Suns' best chance to win a game in the series, don't you think? And I do think they're going to win a game in this series. So I think they're going to win tomorrow.
There's no doubt about it, man. I think if you're going to see the Phoenix Suns give their best, it's going to be here in Game 3. Now, that doesn't mean they're precluded if, in fact, they do lose this game and they're not going to try in Game 4. Yeah, they're going to try just as hard in Game 4. They might even be even more desperate. You could build that. But I think right now this is the game that I'm looking at. And obviously they're going to be home. It's a wonderful thing that they're actually going to be home. Recommitted. It gives you new life. It changes the paradigm. It changes where you're playing. It's going to give you the opportunity. You know what? We're in a whole different situation right now. We're down 2-0 in the series, and we're coming home, and we're going to ball out. That's what we're going to do. And 2-1 is so different. In Game 3, here it is, Game 3. If they could win somehow Game 3, 2-1 is so different than down 3-0, isn't it?
It also, this is the game where if you're going to get carryover or build from what you did in the fourth quarter of Game 2, where, I don't know about you, Wolf, but that showed me that, like, you're not afraid of Oklahoma City. Maybe you should be, but you're not, right? You don't think in such a way where you're like, okay, well, we got here. That's great. We'll see you next year. Like, this team's beating us by 26. They just beat us by 35. They're the best team in the league. What are we going to do? The fact that the Suns were able to conjure up that fight in the fourth quarter and make it a game again, you'd like to think they can build on that. It's more likely you're going to build on it right now in the very next game than if you lose the next game and you're going into Game 4 when you basically are defeated. So I think the combination of what they showed in the fourth quarter, the fact that they're at home, the fact that Jalen Williams is not playing, and the fact that, everybody now, including, people outside of Phoenix, the NBA and everybody's looking at the officiating tomorrow and being like, hey, if this is going to be horribly lopsided again, there's going to be more questions from people that aren't Devin Booker.
Yes,
so,
right.
I think this gives you your best chance.
Yeah, this definitely is giving them their best chance. And I also think, too, it's because of the human beings that are playing for the Phoenix Suns. They're a pack of dogs, ladies and gentlemen. They are. Yet at the same time, I said this the other day, and I'll continue to say it. Hope is not a strategy. It is not. but it does give a human being the context needed to give all that they have. It does. It helps you when you have hope. You are in a context that allows you to give everything you have. When you have hope, you can actually do something. And I think this Game 3, for all the reasons you just said, Luke, this Game 3 of this series against the dreaded Oklahoma City Thunder.
That's the problem.
And
it is
just,
still Oklahoma City.
It's still them, the best team in the association, one of the best teams, I think, that the association has seen in years. It still is going to give them the opportunity to go out and try to win a game in Game 3. This is it right here. I agree.
Yeah, Doug Haller was on with the morning show, and I'm paraphrasing what he said, but it was essentially, yeah, okay, Oklahoma City's great. Like, we get it. They're probably going to win the whole thing. They're not unbeatable, in any one game. It's not like this is the greatest team in the history of the NBA. The Suns can beat this team, and I'm not saying that because they beat them in the last game of the season when nobody was playing. They did beat them earlier in the season. It's just I don't think this isn't like the '96 Bulls that they're playing. They are a very good team. I don't know if they're beatable in a 7-game series by anybody in the NBA right now, but in any one game, which is where the focus is right now, they are beatable. And if the Suns are going to do it, it probably does need to be tomorrow. And then you see where it goes, because then it's like, hey, we beat them at home, but you got to actually do it. I'm looking at the line. Oklahoma City, even without Jalen Williams, is still favored on the road by 9.5 points.
Wow.
So that's a pretty significant.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah.
9.5.
Yeah.
That is, okay.
Here's Jordan Ott from after the game on Wednesday talking about the Devin Booker technical foul that has since been rescinded.
We go through this we don't get an explanation. They just move on so fast. I thought the ball was near the sidelines. That's where I thought it was, and we tried to save it. So this is a playoff series. A lot of stuff happens. We can do a better job keeping our composure at times to not extend their runs, especially in these environments. And I thought tonight we did a better job of that at times where it felt, again, like everyone was against us, which is normal in an away arena. And we found a way to close the gap to 10.
Yeah. I love that right there. Keep your composure. You have to keep your composure.
That's the next step.
It's one of the things you do have to do, Basinonians. You have to be disciplined. This is why I talk about it all the time. You want guys that are disciplined. And I know you discipline so much of the time we think of guys, aren't you trying? What, Wolf? It's okay if you're the guy just lost his mind, and he was out there and he was right and he was trying hard. And I think discipline, you have to remember, you can still try as hard as you possibly can. You could do it to the ground and yet never lose control to where it hurts your team. That's what discipline is in professional sports.
Yeah, you don't, and this is the part the Suns can control, as frustrating as it is in the moment, but you don't want the officiating getting in your head again. Was it poorly officiated on Wednesday? Yeah, it was. Everybody watching that game was like, what is going on here? But it's different officials tomorrow. Like, it's a different environment. If you get in your head about it tomorrow, it's only hurting you. Whether it's fair or not, it's only hurting you. And this is, zoom out. This is the Suns' season on the line tomorrow. All right, when we come back, the Arizona Cardinals get Jeremiah Love into that crowded backfield, though. So what does that do for the rest of the running back room? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This pick by the Cardinals feels like a victory of cliche. And what I mean by that is every team says best player available, best player available, best player available. That's this guy.
That's this guy.
That's this guy. Now, you can sit here and say value. You can sit here and say offensive line. You can sit here and come up with all the reasons why we might disagree as to whether this was truly the best thing for them to do. But if it really is about taking the best player available, I don't know how you can't say it's him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. It's the place you want to be right now with everything going on. You got this draft happening. You've obviously got the basketball playoffs going on. You've got the hockey playoffs going on. Those are both going on every night, multiple games. Then you got baseball just happening every day and night. Look, you can watch all of it at once if you just get to Twin Peaks, wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sightlines, so you'll be sure to catch every memorable moment right as it happens. I'm sure you got a great TV set up at your house to watch sports, but you don't have that many TVs to watch everything that's specifically happening right now. It's why Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. While you're there, you can also enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, signature drinks as well, and nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great atmosphere, scenery, and energy they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. Here's Cardinals general manager Monty Ossenfort from our Arizona Sports Draft Show discussing the selection.
You want to add an impact player, and we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most, and so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
The draft continues later today with the 2nd and 3rd rounds. The Cardinals have the 2nd pick in the 2nd round and the 1st pick in the 3rd round. And in college basketball news, Arizona star Koa Pete has declared for the NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
Welcome back, Wolf and Luke, on a Friday morning heading into rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. Heading into game 3 of Suns Thunder tomorrow. D-backs in Mexico City to play the Padres. That's actually a pretty important series too early this season. The Padres. All right, Wolf, so the other part of it, if you are questioning the Jeremiah Love pick, you look and you say, okay, well, he could have addressed offensive line or edge rusher. I mean, they do have other picks in this draft, but the other part of it is, okay, now what? Because you just went out and signed Tyler Algier. You are bringing James Conner back. In fact, he's announcing the Cardinals picks today.
Yeah.
And you have Trey Benson.
Yes.
That is a loaded running back room. I know we talked to Monty after the draft, after the first round last night, and he was like, look, sometimes you think something is a strength, and then after 2 games, all of your players are injured. So nothing is ever guaranteed. And he's right. We saw it last year. But at the same time, that is a loaded running back.
Yeah, I really like having 2 running backs for the most part, and I think the National Football League, for the most part, they enjoy that as well. The day and age of a running back and having a 3-down back that is out there on the field, it just does not happen very much anymore. Let's put it that way. So to me, again, there's really 2 guys you got to be able to run out there on the field and have an expectation that they could hold up. So much of the time, too, in a game, a running back will get nicked up, Luke, from time to time, And it doesn't mean he's injured. It just means he's nicked up. And, take him over there, put him under the blue tent, take a look at it, and all of a sudden, no, you're fine. Okay, yeah, I feel better. Let him go back out of the blue tent. But it happens where you've got to have 2 or 3 running backs. But the fact that the Arizona Cardinals, if you count Trey Benson as well, which I'm not willing to give up on Trey Benson either. That's a loaded running back room if James Conner comes back and is healthy.
Yeah, you could see how, this could be a good thing. If we go name by name, I'm assuming they knew drafting Jeremiah Love was a possibility when they went out and signed Tyler Algier. No football has been played since then. Right, so they must have. I'm not saying they knew for sure that they were going to draft Love. That's basically 2 months ago when that happened. But I'm sure they knew it was a possibility. So obviously Tyler Algier has a role here, even with Jeremiah Love here. You've got James Conner. Now, to your point, that you've been making for the last few weeks, you don't know if he's going to be able to play early in the season. Who knows? But he's obviously a huge part of just this team and their identity and the culture that they want to build up. So, I love the idea of having Jeremiah Love learning from James Conner. Trey Benson's the one that seems like the odd man out, like if you were going to trade somebody. I found myself like driving in today thinking, if he had played this year, if he hadn't been hurt, does the draft go totally different? Like, what if Trey Benson played this season and was really good? Then you wouldn't have made this pick last night.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Luke. It really is. But again, I think there's a lot of things that have to happen right now, and I'm sure, to me, it makes me think that James Conner may not be as ready as we think he might be at some point in time, and maybe the Arizona Cardinals know that as well. I also think too, there's always this, that Jeremiah Love was that good, where you could not pass. If you're convicted, and I love conviction, this is what I love. The fact that the Los Angeles Rams drafted Ty Simpson at number 13, and nobody thought he was going to be drafted at number 13. Why? Why did they draft him at number 13 when they already have the MVP, the reigning MVP?
The literal reigning MVP.
Reigning MVP in the NFL. And they drafted him. Conviction, once again. And I would say the same thing about Jeremiah Love.
We're also kind of jaded right now in this city because we haven't had the success with these teams that we want, obviously, that so much it feels like of the last even really week has been finding reasons why you shouldn't take Jeremiah Love. There is a real possibility that what you just said is true. There's a real possibility that this dude is just a game changer, that in 3 years he's one of the 2 or 3 best running backs in the NFL, that he's going top 5 in every fantasy draft for the next 5, 6. That is a very real possibility. And again, 2 years from now, 2027, I don't know if James Conner's still going to be playing for the Cardinals. I don't know if Trey Benson's still going to be playing for the Cardinals. So look, if your tandem is Jeremiah Love with Tyler Algier, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Now, again, I'll reference Monty when we had him on after the draft show last night, or at the end of the draft show. He did say one of the things that he really likes about Jeremiah Love is, okay, yeah, great running back, great receiving back too, also great in pass pro too. So he could just play all 3 downs.
Yeah. You know, he could. You're not going to do that.
You don't want to, but he can.
Yeah, you're not going to
capable
do that. But it's interesting that he also spoke of his affinity for pass protection.
So pass protection is the most important part of my game. You know, that's probably the most. That's the only thing I really train on when I'm at practice. You know, footwork is natural. We do tune-ups, but pass protection is what we really, focused on, because you got to be able to protect the ball. You got to be able to protect the quarterback so that he can have time to make plays. And I mean, I like pass protection. I get to hit people. You know, people always hitting me, so whenever I get to deliver a blow, I'm gonna take pride in that, and I'm gonna, do the best of my ability to try to knock your head off. You know, if I get a quarterback that's trying to run, I'm gonna make sure I clear a path for him. And put my body on the line for that. So I love pass protection. I love trying to hit people. I'm a football player at the end of the day. I used to play defense back in the day, so I got a little bit of craziness to me, So pass protection is key for success.
Bro, give me a hug, man. Come here. Give me a hug. Oh, my goodness.
Speaking Wolf's language and every coach's language and sounding like a coach as he says
Wait a minute. Did he just say pass protection is the most important part of my game?
Literally wrote that quote down as it was happening.
What? This is so beautiful. And yet he's spot on. It is. It's one of the reasons why I love playing fullback, Base Orleans. Because I could line up in front of the guy you were going to give the ball, and I could run 100 miles an hour through the B gap, and I could go hit somebody. Go hit him. That's right. You know what? Yeah, you want to hit our running back? Well, watch this, bro. Well, I used to get killed so much of the time, too, Base Orleans. Never forget that part of it.
I did like his line there. If people are hitting me all game, this is my chance to hit back, basically.
He's spot on about that, too. Blitz pickup.
Is that not one of the biggest things that keeps rookie running backs off the field or young running backs off the field in the NFL is because they're just terrible in pass pro?
Yeah.
And that's where I was going with what he said last night of you could play him all 3 downs. Now, you're not going to. You're right. I mean, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you run your biggest investment into the ground? And you have Tyler Algier and you have James Conner. Like, there's no reason to do it. But it's more, you don't have to take him off the field in any situation you don't want him to.
Yeah, and this is great because, once again, those are keys every time. It's a key. Your personnel group, what kind of personnel group do you have on the field? And, a 12 personnel where you have Jeremiah Love out on the field is a little bit different than 12 personnel where you have James Conner, so to speak, out on the field. Or Trey Benson out on the field. It's a little bit different. So they're all going to read into that. Defensive coordinators will be reading into that. But think about a guy that you could have out on the field where, play action is just as powerful and just as effective as being able to run the ball well. It is. And the reason being is because you have a running back who can hold up in pass protection. You can run that play action all day long, take shots down the field. You got a running back, if they blitz, that can hold up in pass protection. That's a big deal.
I'm guessing that was a big deal for a lot of reasons, but especially if it ever came up like, yeah, man, this is our guy. This is absolutely our guy. but can we really afford to not take an offensive lineman? Not that he's an offensive lineman, but I'm sure it came up like, okay, but when he's out there, he's a pretty good blocking running back too. Like just as maybe the fifth tiebreaker to just go with this player. Although talking to Monty last night, it didn't sound like they really needed convincing. He made it sound like they knew they were doing this.
And by the way, you draft a quarterback next year, you got 4 years together with these guys. 4. Bruh.
That quarterback comes in with Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson. Sonic is serving up prizes. Text Smasher to 620-620 to win $25 Sonic gift cards, plus one lucky winner is going to take home a $500 Sonic gift card. All right, when we come back, Diamondbacks are looking to bounce back because they actually lost a series, and it was to the White Sox. We're going to talk to D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The referees were not the reason why the Suns lost this game. They are the inferior team in this series. These are facts. But my God, they didn't help it.
These are very important games. These are very important moments, and you don't like these stupid injustices getting in the way. I thought it was a bizarrely officiated game.
You wonder what these dudes are watching. Last night was pathetic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Not every dealership is built the same. Earnhardt Ford has spent 75 years proving that. What sets them apart is their legacy of doing right by Arizonans. No bull, no exception since 1951. They straight talk on every price. What you see is exactly what you pay. A tailored buying experience around you. Relaxed, honest, and no pressure. And you can shop your way online, browse, and buy when you are ready. Here's the kicker. The new 2026 Ford F-150 STX is ready to impress. Lock in 4.9% APR for 60 months or walk away saving up to $8,000 off MSRP. It's your call. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license at $699.3. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
2-2 pitch. Late swing and a miss by Gonzalez. Seawald, he strikes out 2 in a spotless 1-2-3, top of the 4th inning.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YRefi today.
Well, in the middle of everything yesterday, just before the NFL draft, Wolf, the Diamondbacks actually lost a series, which is almost unheard of. It's just their second series loss all season. The first one was understandable to the Dodgers in L.A. The second one's to the White Sox?
Oh.
Anyway, they're still 14-11. They are off today because they have 2 pretty significant games, actually, in Mexico City this weekend against the Padres. And Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. What's going on, Jody?
Hey guys, yeah, busy day. By the way, love the pick. Gosh, I can't believe that he's just 20 years old, Jeremiah Love. How as well spoken as anyone in the game. So I mean, that was really cool to see. And going to make the team. I mean, I think pretty special. I think he'll turn out to be pretty special. So we'll see. But for the D-backs, yeah, it was disappointing. You know, I mean, the White Sox are a team though. They seem to live and die by the long ball, and they've been doing a pretty good job of it ever since they went to Sacramento. It seems like they kind of got going in Sacramento where that ball flies. They came to Chase Field, continuing that. And, you know, yesterday, as hard as it is to see a loss in the fashion that they did with Paul Sewald, giving up that 3-run home run, really the walks killed him. I mean, he was very honest after the game too, you know, couldn't locate the ball. Walks will kill you. We all know that, for relief pitchers in particular. And, you know, but 1-1 game, you know, had they lost 2-1, 4-1, the result is a loss. It's too bad they weren't able to score more than 1 run. That was the key for yesterday. So, hey, on to Mexico City. Todd's down there right now. Well, you know, I'll get some reports from what's going on there. I'm excited to see that. We'll be doing a pre and post game show from the stadium here in Arizona. Brandon Webb and I, and Steve Berthume. I think it's Tom Candiotti on the call on D-backs TV, and Todd Walsh out on the scene in Mexico City. So we're excited for it. And they're getting the day to acclimate. I'll tell you what, when I go up to Snow Bowl, you know, when I'm in Flagstaff, I'm fine. But you get up to Snow Bowl and it's more like 7,500, 8,000 feet. You know, it takes me a little bit. You know, I get a little bit of a headache and go. You know, so I think, you know, acclimating today will be good for them, and then play a couple ball games where I will tell you that in the 4 regular season games that have been played there, the ERA for the pitchers has been 8.
Yeah,
wow.
And the batting average for the hitters has been 302. So I think you never know what's going to happen. There was a game between the Padres and Dodgers, or I guess was it the Giants and Dodgers? No, I think it was the Padres. and it was 16-11 with 11 homers. The next game they played was more normal. It was like 6-4. I don't know how many homers, but it's elevation. So I think both teams have to deal with it, and I think you just have to find a way to win the game.
Jody, you mentioned him, but what is it with Paul Sewald in non-save situations? I mean, is he not the ultimate closer?
Yeah. And what I thought about too, by the way, Wolf, is like when they get AJ Puck back and you get Justin Martinez back, guys that can close. But I look forward to Paul being in those situations, and those guys can handle maybe some of those other. I mean, you can still use Paul Sewald in those situations, but you're going to have other really good options on the back end. So when you're entering a 1-1 game, I mean, any relief pitcher entering a tie game or going into extra innings, it's just harder. It's just more difficult. Teams are ready to, and when you're in a save situation, if it's a 1-run game, yes, it's harder than when you have the 2 to 3 run lead. So that's always kind of that dynamic. But yeah, I don't know. I think yesterday he just couldn't. He talked about he just wasn't able to throw a strike with the slider or the fastball. So I don't know if it's just coincidence with these non-save situations, but a lot of closers do have that, and that's because that margin is so thin and the situations can be a little bit different. But yeah, it was a rough way to go down yesterday.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, you brought up the pitcher's ERA across all the games that have been played in Mexico City, and how, I mean, the fact that all hitters have a combined 302 average, I think pretty much sums it up. The way it's set up, at least the last I saw, is that Ryan Nelson is supposed to pitch on Sunday. That seems, I mean, coming off a game where he gave up 8 runs with just 1 out recorded. Where are they on Ryan Nelson as far as being able to get him back on track? Like, is there a legitimate concern level, or do you just write that game off as a weird one and expect him to bounce back?
I had a talk with Ryan the other day, kind of off camera, just in the clubhouse. I said, "What'd you see the other day?" And I mean, we all saw that the fastballs were heart of the zone more than we normally see, but he also felt like there was some bad luck involved there. I mentioned to him the curveball that landed in a really great spot on the edge of the zone that got hit. I mean, there were some things, but it's hard to ignore that he threw the fastball. Not only was he really fastball heavy against a very aggressive team, but they were in the heart of the plate. So I think with Ryan, as good as that fastball is, and in Baltimore, he threw a ton of fastballs. I want to say it was upwards of 60% fastball, and it was working. That will work sometimes, and then other times it's not. And then that's why they want to encourage him to be able to mix in that slider more often. And I think it can't just be getting to it down the line in the at-bat or setting it up. It has to be earlier. And so that's going to be the thing for him. But here's the thing about Mexico. And I mean, as much as Zach Gallen, I really like the results Zach Gallen has had this season. I think what he's done has been good. But, some of the metrics have not been great. Batted ball, barrel rate, some of this stuff. And all the pitchers, okay, this isn't just about Zach or Ryan. It doesn't break up there. The break is going to be hard to spin those curveballs, sliders. All those pitches they're not going to break as much as they do here in Phoenix, or certainly that's why guys love pitching. Like when you see sea level, I talked to, which pitcher was it that told me the other day? It was when we were on the East Coast, said, it was amazing, right? The amount of break when you're at sea level, and some of these and even Phoenix were a little bit higher than that. So it's going to be tough. I mean, I know you're singling out Ryan, and they do need, I think it was a little bit of a one-off. I'm not too concerned, but I do think it's just general concern for all the pitchers. That includes German Marquez and Michael King of the Padres, for spinning those breaking balls, all of that stuff.
Jody, I got to ask you this because I know you were out there at the draft party with Paul Calvisi. What was the reaction to Jeremiah Love being drafted?
It was a great reaction. I'll tell you, as we were kind of pumping up the crowd, and like Paul's the veteran at that, right? Like he's done it every year. And it was kind of fun to see the reaction because I was really strong. In fact, I was like, man, if they don't pick Love, because I kind of went all in on that before. I was like, I really want them to take. I brought up Larry. I heard you bring up Larry earlier this morning. I said something special about the number 3 pick. I think this guy is special. You listen to him. You hear, the character. You believe in the person. That's the same type of thing they did with Larry Fitzgerald. And So there were a couple fans that were Arvell Reese. They won Arvell Reese, and I was like, oh man, you guys, I think you're gonna love Jeremiah Love. But no, the reaction was overwhelmingly terrific.
Yeah.
I think people generally, they know he's special.
And remember, yeah, Jody, always remember, Paul was on the cheer line at Cal Berkeley. So
is that why he got in there with the pom-poms?
See, it all makes sense now. We're going to talk to Paul later. Jody, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thank you, Jody.
Thanks, guys. Get your shot in, Wolf. I love it.
I know.
All right.
Always. Thank you. And then he takes a sip of coffee. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And Wolf, when we come back, we're going to talk to Jeremiah Love. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
He's going to join us next.
Wow.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is the Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Check it out. When it's time to get a new ride, the dealership matters as much as the vehicle. At Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of trust built right here in Arizona. No bull, transparent pricing. What you see is what you pay. Zero pressure from a team focused entirely on finding your perfect fit. And full online buying, putting the power in your hands. And their new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, save up to $8,000 off MSRP, or grab a $2,500 Fuel Your Ford gas card, plus $1,000 in BFG cash. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the 3rd pick in the NFL draft, and Jeremiah Love will join Wolf and Luke next. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
Welcome back. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday, I guess technically afternoon. Now, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting in about 45 minutes.
Cool.
Kind of gauge the reaction here on what the Cardinals did last night and what they still have coming up now. They still got 6 more rounds of the draft coming up. We're also going to talk to Jeremiah Love here in just a couple moments. He's going to join us on the Arizona Sports Line so we can talk directly to him, Wolf, and you can ask him all about pass protection.
Cannot wait for this, man, honestly. Just listening to Jeremiah Love in the press conference, how fascinating is this young guy, how well-spoken he is, and how much I cannot wait to talk to him because he seems to know that football is played from the inside out, and you know how much I value that.
Yeah, I mean, you've said that since the day I met you, that football is played from the inside out.
I want to ask him directly, too.
Well, and then you see that pick last night, and it's like, and you even brought this up with Monty last night at the end of the show. This is that sort of player. He embodies that in addition to being extremely talented.
Yes.
Andy's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Pleased to welcome in Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah, thank you so much for the time, man. You're officially in the NFL, officially an Arizona Cardinal. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm living the dream, man. I touched down in Arizona today, man. I'm glad to be here. Got to meet everybody. Got to meet a couple players. And shoot, man, it's a great culture here at Arizona, man. I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Jeremiah, I want to start big picture right here. What is the best thing about playing the game of football to you?
Being able to compete with guys that are great. You know, there's a lot of, NFL is composed of the best of the best. And, I'm very excited to get to compete against, guys like that. I got to see Marvin Harrison, I got to see Paris down here. And I'm surrounded with great teammates as well. So I'm just excited to compete. I'm excited to build a good relationship with the players and shoot, even my opponents as well. This is a league where we worked really hard to get here. And shoot, I want to surround myself with great people.
Talking to Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah, we got to hear your press conference. I thought you did a great job of articulating, your upbringing with your parents and how that sort of led you to this moment, your high school coach. You played at Notre Dame, and that's such a unique experience to play at Notre Dame. What did you take from your college experience now into the NFL?
I would say I took D3. Make sure that you're detailed, dependable, and disciplined. My running back coach, Dylan McCall, he was there for my first 2 years at Notre Dame. He instilled those principles in me, and I live by those principles every day. And that's something that I take with me from Notre Dame. I'm going to apply that to my life here in the NFL.
You know what, Jeremiah? Jesus Christ is Lord for me personally. How does God help you play the game of football and be a better football player?
God just puts me in positions to be me, like my whole path here to the NFL has been, just divine intervention. God has set things in my path to make sure that I've learned great lessons, that I've, acquired the skills that I need to have success. And that's all led me here. I wouldn't be here without God. Me and my family prayed before, I got drafted. So I just want to give the glory to God because at the end of the day, we're all here because of him. We wouldn't be, on this planet. We wouldn't be breathing a breath of life without God. So I do everything I do for his praise and for his glory.
Amen.
Talking to Jeremiah Love, Jeremiah, everybody sees the long touchdown runs, but we were talking to Monty Austinfort last night after they selected you, and he said, look, the other parts of this guy's game are that he can catch the ball, he can make the short yardage runs, and he's also big in pass protection. And I know you addressed this in your introductory press conference, but where did that emphasis, because it's not common for a young running back to be that good at pass protection, where did that come from for you?
It just came from repetition. My like I said, my coach, my running back coach at Notre Dame for my first 2 years, Dylan McCullough, made sure that he instilled things that I needed to be instilled in order to be recognized as an all-down back. Made sure that I had my pass protection down, ball security down, and made sure that I took pride in my receiving ability. And he kind of just set the foundation for me at Notre Dame to be recognized as a good player, and then also for me to build upon those things that he set in place for me without me even knowing. Coach McCullough had a plan for all the guys in that running back room at Notre Dame, and me and JD. I think we're the first two running backs of the same school to go in the first round. So he set the foundation for us, and then Coach Sider, my running back coach from this past junior year, continue to help us grow and better us as players. But, that's where I get it from. I get it from repetition. Me personally, I like to hit people anyway, so that ties into it as well.
Again, Jeremiah, I love it. I absolutely loved your press conference, man. You were so well-spoken once again, and you spoke of the game and hitting people, and it really is fun. That's one of the great things about the game of football. I played for 10 years, of course, but the thing that really attracted me to you was when you were talking about short yardage. You talked about it 3 times. You actually brought it up, a short yardage run. What do you enjoy so much about the short yardage situation?
Man, it's just gritty. Football is supposed to be gritty. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to exhibit toughness, and those short yardage runs allow you to do that. And I feel like, those runs, describe me as a person. They show me who I am as a person, as a player. And, I like to hit people, man. In the short yardage, you get to hit. A lot of guys are coming for your neck, and you coming for theirs. And, it's man on man, and you get to test, you test your mettle against another man. But, that's what your short yardage is all about. You get to be gritty, be tough, you get to hit and shoot. At the end of the day, you get to dominate somebody. So that's what I love about short yardage runs. Whether it's blocking or running the ball, that's what I love about it.
Talking to Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah, you mentioned Jadarian Price, your teammate at Notre Dame, also goes in the first round, goes to a division rival. But you guys as teammates, did you have friendly competition when you were both at Notre Dame?
Oh, yeah. That room was very healthy. But there was also a lot of competing in that room. At the end of the day, we're all competing against one another, but we did it in a healthy way. We did it in a way that helped each other grow. And that's really what the culture was at Notre Dame. Whether it was at the running back position, the wide receiver position, or any other position, there was healthy competition everywhere. And I think that's what led up to me and JD. Just being great teammates with one another, being great people outside of football, and then shoot around us. JD was the first person I texted once I found out I got drafted. And then once I found out he got drafted, he was the first person I texted when I got off my phone. And that was because of the brotherhood that we built at Notre Dame, because of that friendly competition, that striving for one another to be better. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day, man, making sure that you guys are good and congratulating everybody else for their success, because this game is bigger than you. It's a team sport. And, seeing JD get drafted was very special to me. I love to see that for my guys.
Jeremiah, do you believe that football is a game that is played from the inside out?
I believe that the game is played from the mind, at the NFL level. So I agree with that, yes. Because at this level, everybody's tough, everybody's fast, everybody's strong. Mm-hmm. And what's going to make the difference is how smart you are. You got to be able to identify players' tendencies, identify, the coverage of the defense, what they're trying to disguise, and things like that. And that's what's going to be the separator between a good player and a great player. A guy who knows the game, a guy who is all about becoming smarter at football. And man, that's really what it's all about. Because everybody in this league is smart. Everybody in this league is strong, fast, and and they know football from the athletic standpoint, but not everybody is smart.
And Jeremiah,
yeah.
as you well know, once you know what to do, when you are convicted and know what to do, oh my goodness, you can do it with everything you've got.
Yeah, that's true. The saying at Notre Dame is clarity equals violence. You know, you're clear about what you need to do. It allows you to play fast.
That's right.
It allows you to be more violent. So, yes, the game is played from inside out.
Jeremiah, you're joining a loaded running back room, which says what the Cardinals thought of you, that even with Tyler Algier and James Conner and Trey Benson, they still drafted you with the third pick. Were you fairly confident that you might end up on the Cardinals when draft night approached?
Oh, yeah. I had a great conversation with Fonzie like a week before the draft, and it was good vibes, man, good dialogue. And once I saw David Bailey get picked, I freaking was looking at my phone. I'm expecting that call. I knew that call was going to come, and it did. It was a prayer answered. So it was no surprise to me that I got drafted to the Cardinals. This is a place that I want to be. I'm excited to be here, and we're going to do some great things.
Jeremiah, is Spider-Man your favorite superhero?
No, he's not. But Batman is my favorite. Spider-Man is top 2 for me.
Okay. He's right there, though. Okay. Because I thought it'd be a good nickname for you. Yeah, Spidey. Okay, maybe not.
You can name me Spidey. Spidey's good. That's a compliment.
Jeremiah, you mentioned some of your new Cardinals teammates were there today. What does that mean to already see some of those guys showing up in the middle of the offseason to support you already?
I mean, it means a lot to me, just seeing those guys take the time out their day when they don't have to show up and welcome me to the organization. That just shows me that there's a great brotherhood here at the Cardinals. And I'm excited to be a part of that. I'm excited to try and enhance that brotherhood. And, yeah, man, those guys took the time out their day to come and support me and come and meet me. And that means the world to me because at the end of the day, that's what this game is all about. And it's all said and done, the relationship we've made with guys and how those relationships last passes.
Jeremiah, I can tell you right now, man, the Red Sea is all jacked up that the Arizona Cardinals have drafted you. They're all fired up. Thank you for joining us. We really do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, take care. That's Jeremiah Love joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We just heard his press conference. We just talked to him. It's the first time we've spoken to him. You get a sense of what he's about.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you hear an introductory press conference, you're like, okay, this guy is cool. Like, he likes to play football. I feel like we have a pretty strong sense of what that guy's about now after just the last hour, don't you?
No doubt.
Good stuff there from Jeremiah Love, and you said it there at the end, the excitement level among the fan base. We saw it last night out at Backyard Desert Ridge. Jody Jackson, who just joined us, said she could see it at the Cardinals draft party last night. It is very noticeable for obvious reasons. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
The Cardinals made a big Cardinal decision with the 3rd overall pick.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
To add that skill set to what I already believe is a pretty good skill set with our receiver room, with our tight end room, to add to that running back room, it's cool.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive.
No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, thanks to Jeremiah Love, who just joined us, and we are going to do a listeners-only meeting in about a half hour, but right now we're going to go wolfing down your lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
Wolf's going to love this edition of Wolfing Down Your Lunch.
Okay, cool.
Is he really? Is there going to be a grade involved?
We're about to get there.
Here we go.
The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love with the number 3 pick in the NFL draft. I just want to say I said that they would do that yesterday, so Rick knows ball.
Rick, the only person in the sea of millions that said they were going to take Jeremiah Love.
Well, you know, some people didn't. I think a lot of people didn't believe it was going to happen. They thought it was a smokescreen and they were going to trade down. And I was like, you know what? No, they're going to take him. So yeah, Rick knows ball. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now.
So far, I give it an F. Oh,
on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, here you go, Wolf. What grade would you give the Cardinals selection of Jeremiah Love? A, B, C, D, or F?
Yes. My goodness.
I honestly give this a firm A. I really do. And let me say this for the people that are like, how can you give it an A? They don't need a running back. Separate everything else from it. Okay? Separate like if you're frustrated that they took Marv with the 4th pick and Marv hasn't panned out from a couple years ago, separate your if you have that belief of like whatever the Cardinals do is going to be wrong or they're still only going to win 5 games this year. If you're just talking about the selection of Jeremiah Love, I give that an A.
Yeah. Listen, for me, once again, I'm not going to give it a grade based on innings, but I will tell you right now, he impacts your ability to run the ball so much, to throw the ball. And he doesn't even have to be the receiver. He can actually hold up in protection. He's not only, an excellent runner of the football, but he can be a great receiver as well. For me, he just impacts your offense so much. Defensive coordinators build entire game plans around trying to stop a guy like Jeremiah Love. And once you figure out what it is that they're trying to do, it actually helps you become a better schemer and play caller because of it. Yeah, he's that big of an impact. I think this guy is going to be an excellent football player. I love the kid. I love who he is. Having said that, I still wish the Arizona Cardinals would get more physical on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. There's no way I'm going to look at this pick at number 3 and be upset about it. No way.
All right. I mean, Luke, you can't. I mean, I guess the question is what
you asked me to grade the.
Yeah,
thing. I gave
I
you
guess
a grade.
the question would be what grade would you give the selection of him? Not.
I think you want a player like that on your team.
Yeah.
If he really is Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson, you absolutely take that player and you figure out the other stuff later. People are acting like they only have one pick in this draft.
Yeah,
and they're also acting like if you picked an edge rusher with that one pick that you would go to the Super Bowl. He's one player. You still have 6 other picks.
Yeah, I think I'll vote A for you, Luke. But I don't know. Because I guess we're just grading the selection itself. But like if we're grading Jeremiah Love, it's got to be a B or C because he hasn't proven anything at the NFL level yet.
You could say that about everybody drafted.
Prove it mentality.
You could say that about every guy drafted.
So therefore, like, how do we give him an A if he hasn't proven anything yet? But I think we're giving.
You asked the question.
We're talking
Rick,
about.
yes.
I didn't ask the question. The question was written for me by our web department. I didn't come up with this. I wouldn't ask a question about the grade after the day after the draft.
Well, I'm not going to answer.
You
a
can't be
question
mad
about
at us
grade,
for the
number
question.
One.
No.
But there are a lot of people out there that do grade drafts, believe it or
Mel
not.
Kiper loved it. He loved that pick. If I read you what Mel Kiper wrote yesterday, he was effusive in his praise of the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love and the Raiders taking Fernando Mendoza.
Wow.
Great. The two top players in the draft. All right. I'm just going to go with A. 46% say A, 27% B, 15% C, 7% F, and 5% D. All right, enough of that. Devin Booker was fined $35,000 for criticizing the officials after the Phoenix Suns lost Game 2 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. However, his technical foul from the game was rescinded. Here is former Suns GM James Jones, who is now the executive vice president and head of basketball operations for the NBA, on Sirius XM NBA radio talking about Booker being critical of the refs.
I mean, well, I don't want the comments to take away from a great game, great competition, and things that happen on the floor. But I get it. This is the playoffs, and guys, it's emotional. And ultimately, the players have their point of view and their perspectives, and they're going to say what they need to say. And Devin evidently has always been an honest guy who tells it like it is, and he wears his emotions on his sleeve because he's passionate about it. Like I said, these are the types of things that we look at, but overall, it still becomes focused on the game. And like I said, for Devin, we know he wants to compete, and more than anything, he's just looking to bounce back for the next game, for Game 3.
Does the NBA have a serious officiating problem?
I don't think it's because of the game on Wednesday. I mean, I think that's been – I think 98% of NBA fans would tell you that they feel that way and have felt that way for years. And I think the two most frustrating things are the inconsistency. You always hear players say, like, just be consistent so I know what's going on in the game, so I know what I can and can't do, especially in the playoffs. And the lack of – like, when you don't ever make officials or the league explain, hey, you called this technical foul. There clearly wasn't one in the middle of a playoff game, and it was so bad the league had to rescind it the next day. Like, you have to hold yourself to a standard, and maybe they do, but it doesn't look like it optically. That they're not. It looks like they're not really holding the officiating to the same standards they're expecting the players to stay and live up to.
Yeah, for me, I do believe the NBA has a problem, and one of the big problems is the fact that the game itself is officiated differently once you get into the playoffs.
Yeah. And for different people.
Right. So it's right. So it's kind of a situation where once again you just feel like, man, you need to be more consistent. Regular season into the postseason, be more consistent.
Along those lines, like I'll use hockey as an example because you get to the playoffs and everybody kind of knows there's a little bit of a higher bar you have to clear for a penalty to actually get called. Like so there is some inconsistency in hockey, but it's been that way for so many years. Everybody knows, all the players know. But what they don't do in hockey is call a specific penalty or not based on who's involved in the play. It's the playoffs. We're not going to call as many penalties. They don't look and say, oh, but that's this guy, so he gets the call and this guy does. That's where the NBA gets themselves in trouble, that they just fully embrace a double and triple standard.
Okay, very quickly, because we're running out of time. The Suns return home for Game 3 tomorrow, and after they looked better on Wednesday, and with the injury to OKC's Jalen Williams, not that Jalen Williams, but that Jalen Williams, do the Suns have a chance to make this a series in Phoenix?
If you win tomorrow, it's a series. I mean, then it's 2-1. What's that saying I hate where the series doesn't start till the road team wins a game?
Yes.
Which doesn't apply because if the home team wins every game, the series ends before it starts. But yes, if you win tomorrow, it's 2-1. Do I think the Suns are coming back and winning the series? I absolutely do not. But I think they'll win tomorrow. And if you do that, it is a series. You open the door to, hey, maybe we can take another one at home. They don't have Jalen Williams. We're playing better. Whatever. You open new doors that aren't really observable right now.
Yeah, I think this is a huge game coming up, and yeah, if they win the game, it's definitely a series. If not, run.
That's it.
Yeah,
just run.
Well, I got the break.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, we're going to react to what Jeremiah Love just told us. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's your ball game. White Sox take the series thanks to a 3-run home run in the 9th inning by Andrew Benintendi. And your final score in this one, 4-1.
We don't know about this losing a series stuff. Feels better to win them. We talk about why the D-backs dropped this one on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 26 Ford F-150 starting as low as $42,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 26542. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dog fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the third pick in the NFL draft. Here's Cardinals general manager Monty Ossenfort from our Arizona Sports Draft Show discussing the selection.
You want to add an impact player, and we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most, and so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
The draft continues later today with the second and third rounds. The Cardinals have the second pick in the second round and the first pick in the third round. And in college basketball news, Arizona star Koa Pete has declared for the NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. UFC Fight Night is coming in hot, and the best place to catch the action is Twin Peaks. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, scratch-made favorites, and wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, before we get back into this, Rick, I'm going to need a ruling from you on this, okay? Wolf, I don't even know if you know you did this. We were at the draft party last night, Backyard Desert Ridge, okay?
Yeah.
And
I was there.
You were, yes, you were. I know for a fact you were because I was about to go on the air, and they're like, hey, you want to order food or whatever? You know where I'm going with this?
Oh, no.
And so I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of on. Like, once I go on, I don't have a break. Like, it's just the 2-minute breaks. But, yeah, I'll order a burger, okay? You do know where I'm going with this. So I order the burger. Okay. We're going on the air. We're like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in. And I'm like, is everything okay with the rest? So I walk over during the break, and they're like, that guy's eating it. And they point over. Wolf's just over there eating the burger I ordered. So I talked to Tyler Bassett, who's out there, and he's like, yeah, Wolf did just order a burger, too. And then yours came 1 minute later, and he's like, must be mine. And
no, no, that is not what happened, as a matter of fact, Basin audience. It was very interesting because I did order. I ordered a burger, and it was just a double cheeseburger, and I ordered it. And it showed up like 6 or 7 minutes later, and I thought to oh, no, Rick, don't do that. And then I thought to myself, okay, somebody came over to me, and I'm not going to name him. I'm not going to name him on the air. He came over to me and said, Wolf, your burger is here.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
And
Dickens.
I said, okay, thank you. And I took it and went and ate it, Basin audience.
The story's not over because when I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, I've got 2-minute breaks now. I'm not really going to be able to eat it anyway.
Yeah.
They have great burgers there. I know this from previous experience.
No doubt, man.
But, like, for me to eat it during the show, it's going to be cold by the time I get through it. Well, they were like, no, just eat Wolf's because he did order one.
Yeah.
It's coming up. Whatever you ordered was not the same. It had like jalapenos and blue cheese.
Yes, jalapenos.
It was
That's
good.
what it had on
It was
there.
good, but I was eating a lot of jalapenos.
You know
during
what's
the breaks.
amazing? I took like 2 bites into the hamburger, and I was like, oh my goodness, they didn't put the jalapenos on it.
Also, like, you got blue cheese, and I'm guessing Luke didn't get blue cheese, so that's a very different type
I did not see the blue
experience.
cheese. I did not see that. I just saw the name of the burger and went with it.
You guys like blue cheese?
I don't, but that burger was good. I would
It
say
was.
the one you ordered
Really?
was, yeah, it
Oh,
fit.
man. Okay.
Sometimes you'll be like, because I'm a non-blue cheese person, sometimes you get something with blue cheese and you're like, I'm not going to like this. And then it ends up being really good. And you're like, do
Yeah.
I like blue cheese?
That was that burger. I don't like blue cheese. I can safely say that.
Yeah.
But on that burger with the jalapenos, it did. It worked
Right.
really well. Yeah. So
Just, you got to have something for the broth after the blue cheese, and we all know that.
it was just amazing when I'm like,
Oh, my
hey,
goodness.
I just want to make sure I didn't like leave this. And be like, that guy over there is eating it. They just pointed.
I just honestly, I can't even believe that. I came walking back. I literally went to wash my hands, basically, so I could eat my burger. And it was, like I said, it was 6 minutes after I had ordered it. So I thought to myself, okay,
That's
that was
realistic. It
quick.
could be. That
was
could
quick,
happen. They
but I
were
thought,
packed.
man, they're back there. There's some
Yeah.
dude. He's just jacking up burgers back there.
But it was packed, and a lot of people order burgers at Backyard. So
Yes,
right.
right.
Okay, all right. So there we go.
Okay, yeah, that
Right.
mystery solved.
Mystery
Luke.
is solved. Let me ask you this question now, okay? We're going to do a listeners only meeting here in about 9 minutes, but I want to ask
I
you
think
this.
Wolf's over there eating it. Give me a break,
I
man.
look over, and sure enough, I'm like, well, there goes my burger.
Okay.
A lot of the lead up to the draft, when we were talking about Ty Simpson, one of the things you said was, if they go get Ty Simpson, Mike LaFleur is behind it.
Yes, if the Cardinals did that.
Yes. And we'll never know if they would have because the Rams took him so early. What about the fact the Cardinals took Jeremiah Love? That is such a weapon for an offensive-minded coach where we're already hearing he can play the slot.
Yes.
Either way, he's a good receiving back. He can block. He can just be one of certainly the best running back in college last year. How much do you think Mike LaFleur was involved in that?
You know what? I think he was very involved in that. I really do. Listen, anytime you're going to run the Sean McVay style offense, and I would imagine Mike LaFleur is going to run the Sean McVay / Kyle Shanahan kind of offense. Kyle Shanahan is more with an emphasis on the power scheme, but Sean McVay is more emphasis on the zone scheme and the play action that comes off of that. And I can tell you right now, the one thing I'm very excited about in regard to Jeremiah Love based on it's his vision. I don't think a lot of people talk enough about his vision. Every great running back has that vision, and especially that comes into play in the zone scheme.
Yeah.
Because you never know where the hole is going to hit. You have an idea as to where the hole might hit based on the front, the defensive front they're going to play, but you never know exactly where it's going to hit. You got to have a running back that sees the entire line of scrimmage, man. Is it the A gap, the onside A gap, B gap, C gap, or is it backside A gap, and even backside B? You've got to have a running back that has that kind of vision, and I think this is the strength of Jeremiah Love, is his vision, and not enough people talk about it.
It's funny you say that because we were doing the draft traits game the last week or so, and we just never got to running backs. But if we were going to get to running backs, it was going to be funny because when they did the best player at each draft trait, when it was the answer to almost all of them was Jeremiah Love. So I was going to be asking you questions where you had to pick this or this, and no matter what, I was going to hit the Jeremiah Love draft.
Really?
Yeah, because it was just all Jeremiah Love.
Wow.
Here's Mike LaFleur after the pick was made last night. He was asked about the skill set of Jeremiah Love and what that can do for this new Cardinals offense.
Like I've said this with running backs, they do come in all shapes and sizes. What's unique about him, in my opinion, is in all three phases. And what I mean by all three phases, the run game, the pass game, and protection. He has the ability to mix it in all those. So you guys see all the explosive stuff. I mean that's all there. But he didn't have that weakness, in my opinion, in any of those phases. So you can put him in those situations. He's got to learn this game. He's got to learn the NFL. He's got to learn the speed of it. I mean, there's a lot still that needs to be learned and practice and all that. But he definitely has the tools to get there.
Spidey, I think that's what I'm going to go with Jeremiah Love.
He basically okayed it.
Spidey.
I
Yeah,
like
he
it.
did.
Yeah.
He did, as a
flat
matter
out
of
said
fact.
you can
I
call
like
him.
it.
Spidey. It's who he is. Jeremiah Love. Spidey Love. I love that.
My favorite superhero as well.
Okay,
But
Spider-Man.
he said his was Batman.
That's fine.
Spider-Man.
Batman's also great.
He said Spidey was number 2.
He said Batman's number 1, but Spidey's top 2. Yes.
Yeah, Batman. Honestly, how in the world would you pick Batman? Batman was just a man who was rich.
And we had a bat suit,
And
though,
he
too.
had- right. of
That
course.
is true. He's not actually
He's not a superhero.
but he's kind of just a rich guy.
You
with,
could argue,
That's
though,
what he was.
He didn't have the benefit of the superpowers, and he still decided to go do good. You could
well,
say
there's nothing wrong with that.
he's
Of
a
course, I
harder
love
worker.
the fact that he was a guy that did good.
Yeah, but he had to work like Superman, just spin the world around or whatever. But like Batman had to be like, okay, I'm just gonna have to spend my money and try to do good things.
Yeah,
Superman doesn't have enough weaknesses, so every movie's the same. It's just him
Yeah,
dealing
the
with
kryptonite thing, man. Once
kryptonite.
again,
Yeah.
exactly. Where's the kryptonite going to show up? Somebody's got it in a banana.
It is every Superman movie. Hey, did you bring the kryptonite? No. Okay, well then he wins.
Right.
Next time. All right, when we come back, the Cardinals found love at number 3. If you want a Jeremiah Love jersey, text LOVE to 620-620 for your chance to win one and rep the newest Arizona Cardinal. When we come back, it is your turn on a Friday afternoon. How do you feel about the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love at number 3? And what do they need to do now tonight in rounds 2 and 3? 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting again, 602-260-9870. Your call's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You know what? You can book your new patient consultation right now with Aria Dental Implant Center and get a 3D CT scan or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Maybe you're not sold on that. Well, maybe that's why you should go see Aria Dental Implant Center. At Aria Dental Implant Center, my good friend Dr. Joe, he's helped over 2,500 full mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants. Man, are you kidding me? When it comes to the all-on-4 full mouth implants, experience is everything. And Dr. Joe, he's got all the experience in the world. Aria isn't some big corporate chain. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number. Here's what you do, Basinonians. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, if someone's been waiting for the right time to upgrade their truck, this might be it.
No doubt about it, Dave. Right now at Liberty GMC, our home run truck event is delivering big value. Take up to $12,250 off the 2026 Sierra 1500 or go with 0% financing. Need more power? Get $5,500 off the 2026 Sierra HG. Or if you're looking for something midsize, you can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $279 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Enjoy post-game fireworks at Chase Field throughout the season. For dates and tickets, visit dbacks.com/fireworks.
The listeners only meeting with Wolf and Luke.
All right, taking some calls here, 602-260-9870. After the Cardinals took Jeremiah Love with the third pick in the NFL draft, and if you've been listening today, you heard from him earlier when he joined us on the show, and then also even earlier than that, his introductory press conference at Cardinals headquarters. Let's take some calls here, Wolf. Also, the second round starts in a little over 3 hours.
Oh, man, I love it on a Friday, too.
If you have a pick you want the Cardinals to make in the second round, you can pass that along to us as well. Let's talk to Tom in Phoenix. Tom, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, I really love this pick. I think this is something the Cardinals really need and have needed for a long time. Obviously, we can all think of Larry Fitzgerald, but other than Larry, I cannot think of any kind of a player, that could do so much for the Cardinals. It just seems like the best teams, the teams that get to the NFC Championship or AFC, the conference championship games, and then ultimately Super Bowl and Super Bowl victory. They have a running game, and the receivers can catch the ball, and this is just if he lives up to the hype, and we know he's going to be a hard worker, so super looking forward to this guy, watching him, so excited, and second round we definitely got to get that offensive lineman that Wolf's been looking for. So because that obviously that's going to help us with the. To help establish his running game. And, hey, let's get a QB next year. I don't even care what our record ends up being this year. Let's just look for the future.
Man, that's a great call, Tommy. It really is. The comparison to Larry Fitzgerald, it's so interesting because, again, I didn't really think about it. But they are built the same way inside. When you think of Larry and the type of squared-away dude Larry was when he came out.
I didn't want to say that earlier. You brought up Fitz earlier, and I thought it was a good comparison just of the
Yeah, but I brought up the situation.
The situation, yeah.
Right.
But then we heard from Jeremiah Love, and we've all heard from him before. Like I said, they ran a great special on him leading up to the Heisman Trophy announcement that Mendoza won, but back in December. But after you had brought up the situational comparison of the Cardinals didn't, quote, need a receiver when they took Larry Fitzgerald, but they're like, this guy's too good, we take him. Then you hear Jeremiah Love talk right after. Like, he does sort of sound like
He sounds
Fitz.
like Fitz. Yeah. Amazing, man.
Yeah, and also just one other thing Tom said right there, taking the, to me, the good teams or the teams that are ultimately great teams take an elite player like that when they're there. Now, the second part of the equation is the elite teams, the great teams, they also nail their other picks, too. That allows you to do that. All right, let's talk to Javier in Glendale. Javier, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
What's up, bro?
Good. So I actually don't like the pick. I know I'm probably going to get hate, but I was with Wolf on this. Good teams go and build with the trenches. Guess what 2 new head coaches that won Super Bowls did? They went trenches.
Yep.
They didn't go get the flashy guy. They went trenches. Now, does that mean he's a bad player? No. That just means that I almost feel the president, GM, made this decision, no matter how they try to spin it. He was looking at I need money. What's the quickest way? Let me get Love and let me get Simpson. I can fool these fan base again and make him go to the stadium, get money, and not worry about winning. Now, I know I'm going to be in the small percentage of that. I feel like you there at the show maybe can't say sometimes what you really feel because you get interviews from the Cardinals.
No, that doesn't happen, bro. That doesn't happen. Thank you very much for your phone call. Honestly, right now, it's just really, it's an attack on my integrity when you sit there, specifically me, because I work with him, and you tell me that I don't ask him tough questions or I don't criticize them when I know that I do. I always have told the truth as I see it, period. And people out there just don't believe that. So it's an attack on my integrity when you say that.
I would say, too, with the draft specifically, I know they didn't take Ty Simpson, but we've been pretty consistent on the show that we didn't want Ty Simpson. So if they had drafted Ty Simpson, that wouldn't have suddenly flipped. You know what I mean? I feel like we were pretty consistent on the show that we wanted Love, but as you said, and you've been saying for 4 months, you wanted Francis Mauigoa. You know what I mean? So,
I did. And once again, I also said what? I was going to be fine if they drafted Jeremiah Love.
I was not going to be fine if they drafted Ty Simpson. I will say the first thing Javier said, though, I think a lot of people do agree with the first thing he said of they need to build the trenches up. Now, I still think you can do that. But absolutely, they're not going to the playoffs or anything until they build the trenches up. That part is undeniable. They have to do that.
Yes, I agree.
Let's talk to Tate in Mesa. Tate, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
How we doing, guys?
What's up, Tate?
Wolf, you're the man. Don't listen to Javier.
Thank you.
I'm super excited for this pick. Honestly, I think that Love could easily go and be an offensive player of the year. The last time that happened with us was Kyler Murray. So I think it definitely excites the fan base. I'm excited to go to a game and go watch him play. Just having somebody that can go and break out a huge run and change the game in one play is something that I think good teams and good organizations draft for, right? I agree in the sense of we got to go build the line, but I think what a lot of people aren't understanding is it's just like Luke said, like this year we're not going to go be a playoff contender or go win a Super Bowl. And next year we have the most cap space in the whole NFL. So we can go draft some O linemen, some D linemen the rest of this draft, and I would love to do that in the second or third round. Kind of follow with what Wolf was saying the other night of getting some butts and guts in there.
Yes.
I love that guard from Oregon, and I love the guard from Texas A&M. I think we need a guard. But yeah, I think we can go and have a dominant year and go help. Love can help us a lot there. And next year, if we're not feeling the need, right away, I think it's okay. And I think we can go spend a lot next year with cap and go build the offensive line through free agency next year. Could be a possibility.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thanks, Tate.
Appreciate your phone call right there. Once again, I just want to go back to it. Anybody who doesn't believe Jeremiah Love should have been drafted at number 3, like it was a reach for them to do that, is just, you're wrong, period. Making it sound like the Cardinals were, oh my goodness, they took him, Jeremiah Love, at number 3 because they wanted. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea where this guy was ranked on most draft boards? Man.
Yeah, I mean, it is part of the equation. You have to nail your other picks. You have to the teams that are great don't just land one pick and make it work. Even the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, they had to build up the pieces around it. I don't expect Jeremiah Love to come in here and win the Cardinals a Super Bowl. There's not anybody in this draft that could have done that. So you do still have to build the rest of your team up.
Yes.
But you shouldn't be in a position to get a guy like this anymore. You had to do it.
It is a cliche to say best player available, and that's what everyone says. And that's what you're supposed to do. Take the best player available. Just like they did with Larry Fitzgerald in 2004.
Let's talk to Brandon in Mesa. Brandon, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Yeah, I agree. The idea of addressing the best prospect available is universally kind of what people preach. And then when you do, it's like all these question marks of, well, you already had some running backs in the room and you don't have your offensive line. Well, you can't have it both ways, national folks. It's I was just surprised by the.
Well, we lost Brandon. Well, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon.
Appreciate
Sorry,
the call
buddy.
in there. I think we know where he was going with that. And let's try to fit one more. Let's talk to Ron in Cave Creek. Ron, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up,
yeah,
Ronnie?
I like the pick. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, good. Yeah, I like the pick. Watching college football, though, I watched the highlight reel. It seems like a lot of holes in the line they can drive a truck through in college. And I know I didn't see a lot of clips of him running people over, but I still think it's a good pick. And we just got to build up that offensive line, hopefully in the second round here today. But other than that, it reminds me of Calvin Hill, the way he can run over people, leap over people. So that was
yeah. There's a lot of that, man. There's no doubt. Listen,
Thanks, Ron,
the Arizona Cardinals, they have to get more physical. They have gotten more physical through free agency. There's no doubt about that. I wanted to see Francis Mauigoa because I think he's the most physical offensive lineman in this draft. Having said that, that is not the case, as we all know. But they can still go out and hopefully maybe address it at 34 and get some young blood in here as well, because any offensive line, I want to see young guys mixed with veterans.
Thanks for the call. Sorry we could not get to everybody. And look, I get it. If there are plenty of people that I consider close friends that don't like this pick that are Cardinals fans. But it's not anti-Jeremiah Love. It's because they feel like they had other stuff that was more pressing. They did have other stuff that was more pressing.
Yeah.
I fully agree with that. And
Agreed.
again, I wanted David Bailey. David Bailey wasn't there. But I think a player like Jeremiah Love, there's a potential here. One of the callers said it, that you may have a guy who's an offensive player of the year candidate within the next couple of years. And I don't pass on that unless there's a clear-cut answer in the draft. And there wasn't this year where they were picking.
Yeah, and maybe the Arizona Cardinals scouting department looked at Jeremiah Love and said, you know what, this guy right here, we can't pass on him. He's too good.
When we come back, let's get into basketball. Can the Suns win Game 3 tomorrow and put a little pressure on Oklahoma City, especially since the Thunder don't have one of their Jalen Williamses right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Maybe got some spring cleaning on the to-do list, right? Well, don't forget to refresh your finances as well. Trajan Wealth's family office can help you tidy up scattered accounts, taxes, and estate details into one clear plan. Call today and let them help organize your wealth management strategy, Basinonians. Life doesn't stand still, man. New jobs, grandkids, even new homes. Well, Trajan Wealth's family office keeps your retirement, tax, and estate strategies working together as things change. So you can plan. You can actually plan when to do it and make your move. Pick up the phone and give them a call today at 1-855-TRAJAN-WEALTH. That's 855-TRAJAN-WEALTH. Or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know what scared Kathy more than surgery? Giving up her active life, turning down opportunities to do the things she loves.
I found myself saying, no, I don't want to do that because of pain. It was really limiting my activities in every way.
And then came the diagnosis.
You need 2 full knee replacements. I don't have time for a double knee replacement, and I don't like pain, so... no.
But that's not how her story ends. She tried something different, QC Kinetics. It was cutting edge, but natural and much easier on her body, with thousands of patient success stories.
I went to QC Kinetics. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free, no pain. I feel fantastic. Too much life to live, and I want to stay in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. Here's Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort from our draft show yesterday discussing the selection.
You want to add an impact player, and we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most, and so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
The draft continues later today with the 2nd and 3rd rounds. The Cardinals have the 2nd pick in the 2nd round and the 1st pick in the 3rd round. And in college basketball news, Arizona star Koa Pete has declared for the NBA draft. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the postseason now.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Game 3, Suns Thunder tomorrow. Gotta say, and maybe this sounds crazy because they're down 2-0. I think this is the most fired up I've been for one of these games. I did not have high expectations for them in Game 1. I don't think anybody did. Coming off, the quick turnaround. You're playing Oklahoma City. With how badly Game 1 went, it was hard to have much of an expectation or hope for Game 2. Now, I thought that they did show out really well in Game 2. It's just you can still get embarrassed by OKC even if you're playing pretty good. But tomorrow's game will finally a home playoff game for the Phoenix Suns. Coming off that 4th quarter in Game 2, Jalen Williams not playing is a factor. That does make it easy to win, but it makes it a little bit easier. But I also wonder what Devin Booker is going to look like in a game where he just flat out said he felt disrespected at the end of the last game. And we have seen in the past from Devin Booker, when he feels disrespected, he is more aggressive. He hasn't been as aggressive with his shot as honestly I'm used to seeing from him really at all in this postseason, especially in this series. I wonder what that's going to look like tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm wondering what are we going to see tomorrow? I really do believe this is the most winnable game for the Phoenix Suns. I think it's the most winnable. I'm going to say this right now only because there's a lot of intangibles that come into play with it, not just the tangible move of suddenly you're no longer in OKC. Here you are in Phoenix, Arizona, and they're home, ladies and gentlemen. Ron Wolfley reporting. And now all of a sudden it feels like the paradigm. It feels like a brand new paradigm has come into play where, okay, you're down 2-0, all right? You're down 2-0. Now, all of a sudden, you've got to defend your home court. And guess what? We're going to go out and we're going to give it everything we've got. We're coming off this game in Game 2, and there was a big stink over Game 2. And maybe it might impact officiating in Game 3. I don't know if it will. We're all going to have to wait and see. But for the most part, you're home. The paradigm has totally changed. And by the way, hope is alive. It is alive. And why would it be alive? Because you're coming home and the paradigm has changed. And now also, hey, if you can win Game 3, if you could just win Game 3, now all of a sudden it's a 2-1 series. You're in the series at that point in time, especially with Game 4 being played at home as well. This is, to me, for all the intangibles, and the confidence that you need to play at the highest level our species can generate, they're all coming into play for Game 3. And if the Suns can win Game 3, I think, that's going to be great for them. But, again, they're playing Oklahoma City. And Oklahoma City, this is a team that has a bunch of dragons on it. They're not normal. They're the thing that they are
not normal. That's
the thing that makes them special, Luke, is the fact that they have dogs that are maybe the most talented in the association, and yet they're dogs.
They also just kind of roll guys through. Like, oh, this guy's a little bit off tonight. We'll just bring in this guy to hit threes, and then this guy just gets steals. And Jalen Williams isn't going to play tomorrow. That's going to hurt most teams. I would argue he's OKC's second best player, with all due respect to Chet Holmgren. But either way, the fact that they have both of them and neither one of them are even SGA, that right there seems sort of unfair. But Jalen Williams is a huge part of what they do. He killed the Suns in the first half on Wednesday, and he's not playing. That opens the door a little bit, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe Oklahoma City just rolls two other guys out there and they just immediately morph into a replacement for Jalen Williams. I don't know, but to me, it's more about it's going to be really tough for the Suns to win 4 or 5 against Oklahoma City. Even if the Suns were up 2-0 in the series right now, it would be tough to beat Oklahoma City in this series. But I like that they are legitimately fighting. Like their fight in the fourth quarter of that game, really for most of that game the other night, was like that was the fight of a team that still believes they could win a series, even if nobody else watching does.
Yes. It's so interesting as well because I know what happens at halftime. At halftime, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to sit there and you've played one quarter and then you play the second quarter. And then you go in at the half. Ron Wolfley reporting. And I can tell you when you come out in the third, you talk about how you're going to come out in the third quarter. You do, Luke. And if you're down, you're like, hey, let's go, guys. The desperation that you start yelling if you're down, and we better get ready to go out there. And what happens is when you have great teams and they're up at the half, those great teams don't go, hey, we got these guys beat. No, that's not what they do. You know what they do? They talk about, guys, here it comes. We're up on these guys at the half. They know it. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to come out in the third quarter, and they're going to give it their all in terms of trying to change the direction of this game and win this game. You know what? The same thing happens in a series. This is it. The same thing happens in a series. You've played 2 games, And now you come home. And now Oklahoma City, what do you think they're talking about on the bus, on the charter flight, in the hotel? What do you think they're talking about? Hey, here it comes. Game 3, get ready to give even more, to be even more desperate to win Game 3, because the Suns are going to come out and they're going to get it. They're going to do everything they can to win this game. Yeah, they're talking about that stuff right now. It's one of the reasons why they're a great team, because they're not just tangibly great, they have the intangibles as well.
They don't let up, and they've got how many first-round picks on their team, and 2 more coming in this upcoming draft. Here's Devin Booker after Wednesday's game.
Yeah, I mean, better than game 1. Still some things to learn from, those bright spots that we were in. We have to learn to bottle that up and keep it more consistent throughout the 48 minutes. So, we have another sample size to run through to see what was working for us in that first half and in that fourth quarter.
All right, when we come back, let's just go big picture NFL draft, Wolf, and let's start with Jordan Tyson and Maxi Honachor doing something that ASU players haven't done in 25 years. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Did you have Cardinals draft all-world running back from Notre Dame on your bingo card?
The Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love.
It is not a surprise for me. It's just a blessing, being able to have the opportunity to go to Arizona. And I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the opportunity, and I'm just ready to work.
Reacting to Jeremiah Love running the rock with a Cardinal on his helmet at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Or maybe if you're really serious about buying a pre-owned vehicle or maybe a new vehicle, you want to go ahead and jump in the car and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, and you'll find Tim Hovick's Santan Ford right there. Man, it's time for you maybe to step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Maybe you're in the market for a truck, ladies and gentlemen. I drive the Ford F-150. I'm actually going to be in a couple of months. I'm going to probably buy a new one or a pre-owned vehicle. It's definitely going to be at Santan Ford, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you that. Why? They got a big selection. They have serious incentives. And I can tell you right now, you're going to want to get on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. Monty Austinfort says the Cardinals are in a good spot with Jacoby Brissett. Dan Bickley writes the Cardinals bet on star power and Jeremiah Love delivers the roar. And Monty Austinfort explained the delay during the Jeremiah Love draft pick was because they had the wrong phone number. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
All right, there were actually more than 2 picks in the NFL draft last night. We have talked a lot about the one the Cardinals made. Talked quite a bit about the one the Rams made last night, Wolf, when they took Ty Simpson at 13 overall. I think that was probably the most shocking pick of the first round.
Yeah.
There was one.
Shocking.
There was a pick later that Malachi Lawrence was picked, I think, higher than the consensus was.
Yeah.
That he would be picked. He went 23rd to the Cowboys, but that does not have the shock value of Ty Simpson going 13th overall to the L.A. Rams. But how about this? There's a lot of different ways we can go here in this segment. I do want to start with the ASU guys, though, because ASU hadn't had 2 players go in the first round since 2001. And they did last night in the first 21 picks. Wow. Jordan Tyson goes 8th to New Orleans. So good for him. He avoids, like, the Jets or whatever. Good for all of us. He avoids the Seahawks and the Rams and the Niners. He was very emotional when the pick happened. And then Maxi Hanator went 21st, and he was emotional,
He was.
So, and the Hanator in particular, I think a lot of Cardinals fans were emotional because they need a tackle.
I know. I want to start with Jordan Tyson. Just the fact, I'm so happy for this kid. The fact he went in the top 10, to be number 8 in this year's NFL draft is a big deal. And I think for generations to come, Jordan Tyson and his family will experience that, hopefully. Having said that, to see the raw emotion from Jordan Tyson, I remember what it was like to be drafted. And I remember how honored I was to be drafted, ladies and gentlemen. I just thought to myself how humbling it was that somebody would actually look at me, a blocking fullback, and say, we want that guy on our team. And yet I was thinking of everything that God had personally done in my life to get me to that point. And I think Jordan Tyson was feeling the exact same thing when I saw him actually take a knee and pray after he put the hat on his way to the podium. I thought it was super, super cool to see that. The emotion was definitely there. This means a lot, and the New Orleans Saints are going to get a great player because Jordan Tyson understands that the game is played from the inside out.
The other cool stat with him is he and his brother, Jalen Tyson, become the first ever siblings to have one go in the first round of the NFL draft and one go in the first round of the NBA draft. So
the first ever.
Yeah. I mean, that, and why wouldn't it be the first ever?
I guess it makes sense.
Like, yeah, it'd be difficult to have 2 brothers go in the first round of the NFL draft 5 years apart or whatever. You're talking about 2 very different sports. Jordan Tyson is, to me, the easiest guy in the world to root for. Like, he's going to go down as one of my favorite Sun Devils of all time. Like, wherever he was going. I told you this even last week when there was the risk that he may end up on the Seahawks, and I was going to have to eat my words. But wherever he goes, I'm rooting for that guy. So New Orleans, I mean, that'll be an interesting spot there with Chris Olave and Tyler Shuck. And then Ihanator got drafted while we were live on the air, obviously last night too. And the conversation started with, okay, this is really cool for ASU, right? Kenny Dillingham's got to be pumped, and he was. He was on X last night posting about it. Kenny was. But I got to be honest, my initial reaction when Ihanator got drafted was, these other teams need to stop drafting offensive linemen because the Cardinals need an offensive lineman. Like, I didn't get to appreciate that from the ASU side of things. Not that it had to be Ihanator, but just so many other ones had gone that we were getting to the point where it's like, okay, well, hopefully he's there for ASU or for the Cardinals, and he isn't. But not just 2 in the first round, 2 in the first 21 picks. That is substantial. Somebody had posted, NFL Network had posted the schools that had multiple players picked in the first round last night. Okay, so here you go. Ohio State with 4. Theirs were all in like the top 11 picks.
Yes.
Then you had Miami with 3. And then when you get to 2, it's Alabama, ASU, Clemson, Indiana, Notre Dame, Oregon. Like those are that's
pretty good company.
That's really good company to be in, especially when you consider where everything was just a couple years ago.
Yeah, Maxi Honachur, the fact he went number 21 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can I talk about this for a little bit? Can I riff on this for a second? I just want to say, obviously, going to the Steelers once again as a guy that could play guard for them, that reminds me of my brother Craig. It's not out of the possibility he might actually wear 73. I'm just saying that, think about it. I'm just throwing that out there. Once again, if somebody give me a tissue now, I might cry, as a matter of fact. But just the great city that Max has gone to. I'm so excited for him. That 320,000 people came out to the draft.
That was wild.
In Pittsburgh. 320,000 people.
They said it was a record.
It was a record. Stop and think about it. I mean, you think of a football city, man. I'm sorry. But Pittsburgh, to me, and how many Super Bowl rings they've already won. And just the fact that they are hard, cold, stone cold, I should say, fans in terms of the football and how football is to be played. I love it. And Maxi Honachur is going to have a great time actually being there. And I think that kid is just starting his career for real. And it's one of the reasons why I think he went 21. Think about it. That's a little bit higher than I expected him to go. I thought maybe he'd be there in the second round.
Yeah.
Or the end of the first round, maybe at most. He went 21 to the Steelers.
It's definitely higher than he was originally anticipated to go, like when the season ended. And I know he helped himself at the Combine, certainly, and the Pro Day here. I mean, that got a lot of attention with Vrabel. But his path up the draft boards, when you consider he wasn't really even playing football 4 or 5 years ago, like ever, to look at that path and it was also just kind of symbolic of the run on offensive linemen in the middle of this first round, because when Goodell went up there and he said, hey, you guys set a record for 320,000 people here being at this. I honestly thought he was going to say we set a record for most offensive linemen drafted in the first round.
Most 320-pounders.
Yes, most 320-pounders drafted in the first round, because 9 of them went in the first round, which, again, is great for Maxi Honachur. That was a really cool story, but it keeps coming back to the Cardinals, I'm sure, really wanted one of those guys, and there wasn't even an opportunity to trade back into the first round to get one because so many of them went right there in the middle. We talked about Jordan Tyson. Let me play a couple cuts from him, Wolf, talking about his emotions when he got drafted.
I'm just so thankful, so blessed. The Lord's doing work on me. He's not done. We're just going to keep this thing rolling. I'm going to give it my all, and that's all I can do.
He also talked about
Amen, brother.
persevering through the injuries, because he dealt with those. It wasn't just this last year. He's dealt with them a while.
The Lord said it's going to be hard, and you have to persevere. Life is not easy. Keep going, boy. You got it. You strong. I promise you, you're so strong. Just keep going. You got it.
That is the great thing about it. Yes, indeed. God will hold your hand and walk right through it, Jordan. And he knows it. That's cool.
Here's Louis Riddick on that Tyson pick for the Saints.
Look, full stop. This is the best wide receiver in the draft. Look, I love Carnell Tate. We all love Carnell Tate. We all love Mekhi Lemon. We all love Denzel Boston. This guy right here is a problem. He is big. He is super, super explosive. He is tough. He can run every route. He can play all 3 positions. He can play the Z, the X, the slot. I'm just telling you now. Him, Chris Olave, Travis Etienne, Tyler Shuck is sitting there going, oh, yeah, buddy. We're on. Here comes the Saints now. This is a nice draft pick. Kellen Moore has got to be ecstatic that this kid is sitting there for them to pick.
Oh, there it is, Tyler Shuck. Here we go. I'm very excited for Jordan Tyson. He's going to get the opportunity to actually get on an offense that's got a young quarterback and a young skill position set as well and grow. He's going to be able to grow with them.
Yeah, and now I got to pay attention to the Saints a little bit more too because of Tyson. Couple names that Louis Riddick threw out there, Wolf, just zooming out on the whole first round. So Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
Carnell Tate went to Tennessee at 4.
Yes.
That was a little surprising. Mekhi Lemon, who we brought up, Somehow Mekhi Lemon dropped to Philadelphia, and they were able to get him. I mean, that just seems to happen. The Eagles seem to find this guy, this value in the draft every year. And the last one I said, Denzel Boston, is still out there. And so if you start to look ahead to what the Cardinals might do tonight, they're not going to draft Denzel Boston. But if they're looking to trade maybe the 34th pick for like 2 second-rounders or something, that's a name where maybe a team would look and say, I thought he was a first-rounder, and he's still out there, and we need a receiver. Maybe we try to trade up with the Cardinals or the Jets, but maybe the Cardinals.
Yeah, and by the way, Carnell Tate was drafted by the Titans because Jeremiah Love was gone.
That is true. He would have made a lot of sense for the Titans or the Commanders, but to your point, he was not there for those teams to take him because of the Cardinals. All right, when we come back, what did Paul Calvisi make of Arizona selecting Jeremiah Love third overall? We're going to talk to the Cardinals sideline reporter, even though you trashed him earlier in the show, Wolf, when Jody was on. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Out of all the three major professional sports teams we have in this valley, he's the guy that anybody could least afford to lose. Out of any of the teams.
100%.
Can't lose him. He's the guy you can't lose.
I don't even know if it's that close.
Yeah, Cardinal, Trey McBride, Devin Booker.
Nope.
It's Corbin Carroll. You can't lose him.
Nope. 100%. Right? I mean, is there anybody who's even
can't
close
lose him
to that? Devin Booker's probably number 2 on that list, but I think there's a big gap.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? I want to remove the stress from the equation for you while you move. I mean, moving can be a difficult proposition, seriously. Moving Team 6, they are the pros. Let them handle it all. That's right, Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, JT and Garrett. Started the business. It's a family-owned business right here in Phoenix. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Why do I know that, brothers? Because I know the Lee family. They are personal friends of mine, and because Moving Team 6 is built on the backs of the Lee family. And what I love, they also proudly support and hire veterans as well. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here, considering the bloodline. It's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, home, the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement investment in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the third pick in the NFL draft. Here's Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort from our Arizona Sports Draft Show discussing the selection.
You want to add an impact player, and we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most, and so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
The draft continues later today with the second and third rounds. The Cardinals have the second pick in the second round and the first pick in the third round. And in college basketball news, Arizona star Koa Pete has declared for the NBA draft. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're the proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
I'm giving you some outside-the-box, unexpected, non-talked about scenarios.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, our next guest joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. I don't remember how you described him to Jody Jackson earlier in the show, Wolf, so I'm just going to...
Nor do I, by the way.
I'm just going to introduce him as Arizona Cardinals sideline reporter, Paul Calvisi. What's going on, Paulie?
So Jody carried me last night at the Cardinals official draft party, just like I carry Wolf on the Big Red Rage every week. So it was good. I want to thank Jody officially. Although Rick just told me apparently there were two people mean mugging last night at the draft. There was Sean McVay, and then you after Wolf ate your burger. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. He did.
Paulie, some guy walked up and said, Wolf, your burger's here. I ate the burger.
You know what's ironical about that is, Wolf played 10 years in the NFL, got his lunch eaten by Mike Singletary and Richard Dent and Pepper Johnson and Dave Lyman, and now he's eating other people's lunch apparently, literally.
Paulie,
okay, I expected it.
I'll never forget the image because the backyard was packed last night, right? And I go over during the break and I'm asking though, hey, just making sure like they didn't bring it out here and it's sitting somewhere. And the person I was talking to pointed behind them and they're like, that guy over there is eating it. And Wolf's just destroying this burger. It was fantastic.
You've got to be kidding me, man. I walked up, they said, Wolf, your burger's here.
Well, they lied to you.
You know what that is, though? That's foreshadowing, because you know what the Cardinals need to do with the second pick of the second round? You go get that Texas and A&M guard. You take Chase Besantis, right? This dude is nasty. He's a dude with a tude. You put him out there, you plug him in at right guard, and then all of a sudden you tell Big Cat Leonard Williams and Nick Bosa and Braden Fisk and Jared Verse, taste this, as you put that right guard in there, boom, plug and play.
Well, that's where I was going to start, Paulie. I mean, the second round here is in about 2.5 hours, and we talked to Monty Ossenfort on the draft show last night, and Wolf asked him flat out for a name of who they're going to draft at 34. He didn't give it to him, but it feels like you have to draft for need here, don't you? I know Monty said no, they'll draft best available still, even in the second round, but they got to do something with the offensive line.
Okay, so first you got to worry about the stinking 49ers, who are now picking one slot ahead of the Cardinals. They need offensive line. So I worry a little bit about the 49ers. We'll see which direction they go. But, Luke, to your question, if there's an edge player that you think is worthy, 3 years ago, Nick Bonito went late round 2. It can be done. They can be had. And Nick Bonito for the Broncos was second-team All-Pro last year. So if you're thinking, all right, there's an edge, and he slipped out of the first round, and he's worthy of 34 overall, Because, look, this team would obviously benefit from getting somebody opposite of Josh Sweat. You know, he got all that attention the second half of last year, still had a dozen sacks. But if you were to get a lethal athletic edge to pair with Josh Sweat combined with Walter Nolan and how disruptive he was last year and the way Darius Robinson finished last season, the last 3 games, all right, let's ball.
So, Paulie, okay, let's ball. I'm all for that right now. But can I ask you this? Did the Arizona Cardinals take Jeremiah Love too high?
Look, if you're drafting at number 3, you're drafting for the next decade. So if a guy ends up being a game breaker, a difference maker, an elite weapon, there's no such thing as drafting him too high.
Exactly.
I mean, we talked about this last night. Jody brought up Fitz, and then that evolved into, well, wait a minute. In 2004, when they took Larry number 3 overall, last time the Cardinals had a number 3 pick in the draft, did they necessarily need receiver?
No.
Anquan Bolden was the stinking offensive rookie of the year. So they didn't need receiver, but all of a sudden, if you can get a weapon, not to mention a couple other things. One, it's a 2 running back league, is it not? I mean, the stinking Seahawks just won a Super Bowl with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. Look at Mike LaFleur coming from the Rams, where they had Blake Corum and Kyron Williams combined for nearly 2,000 yards rushing, just those guys. So you know there's going to be an emphasis on running the ball. And with Tyler Algier and James Conner on 1- and 2-year contracts, this is a pick for the next decade. So if this is the sort of weapon you have, and if he has the receiving ability that his Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman talks about, if he's Christian McCaffrey and all of a sudden you can motion him out of the backfield into the slot along with Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, and then all of a sudden, you know, you got a single back set with James Conner back there or Tyler Algier. I mean, that's the epitome, the definition of stressing a defense. I mean, there's going to be a matchup there that one of those guys will win big time.
We're talking to Paul Calvisi. Paulie, obviously Ty Simpson went a lot earlier than most people expected last night to the Rams. That's a whole separate story, but I'm looking at some of these mock drafts that crazy people have put out in the last 12 hours for rounds 2 and 3. People are putting together mock drafts for those, and a lot of them have the Cardinals taking a quarterback in either the 2nd or the 3rd round. Do you see that as much of a it's obviously a need, but do you see that as something they're actually going to do in this draft or just hold off till 2027?
I have a hard time seeing them take quarterback here, a top round 2. Now, round 3, ... I mean, it's a perfect situation, Luke, for a rookie quarterback. Jacoby Brissett, presuming he's going to be under contract, play under the contract. He's going to be in camp. He's such an excellent mentor. Gardner Minshew is a low-key grinder type who you know, apparently has a really high football IQ. All that experience in that room to work with a rookie quarterback, you'd love to take advantage of that this year. Now, if a Carson Beck ends up, and I've been talking about him for 3 months, you know, if he ends up falling into round 3, you know, who knows? I mean, maybe even near the top of round 4. I mean, here's a guy that 2 years ago was projected to be the number 1 quarterback taken when the 2024 season started. He was going to be a first-round pick for sure. So if they see something, you know, and all the measurables and see something to work with, yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, talking about the next decade, the biggest question right now is the quarterback question.
Paulie, what did you think of the first round overall, generally speaking? What were your takeaways?
You know, the trades at the back end of the first round, that was interesting. Everybody jockeying for position. You know, just going back to where the Cardinals were at number 3 and the way things played out, you know, did they entertain probably some trade offers? Sure. But, guys, once upon a time, you know, you've seen in Cardinals history, you've seen them trade down from higher picks, and it's not often then you can get the equation where quantity supersedes quality, right? So if you can get that guy at number 3, like Jeremiah Love, because the one thing you don't want to do at number 3 overall is whiff. You got to make sure you get that impact player. Yep. And if he's arguably the best player in the draft, I mean, we talked to him last night. We had one of the first interviews out at the draft party, and you know, I just asked him what's his confidence level as a 4.36 guy, a dude who was a state champion high school sprinter, what's his confidence if he gets to the second level and he's got a lane. And he cited that he's never been hawked. He's never, ever been caught from behind. And I'm like, wow.
I like that.
It's those gritty yards, though. It's the ability, to break tackles. So, yes, he's got the athleticism, but there's been a lot of elite running backs who have had the elite speed. But if he does have the ability to break tackles, get the dirty yards, fall forward, and because we all know in the NFL, you're not going to get to the second level untouched. So sometimes you have to make your own running room. And if he's that guy, then all right, I can understand the pick, no doubt.
Paulie, before we let you go, what did you make of the Rams taking Ty Simpson at 13? Because for the longest time, he wasn't just not mocked to the Rams, he was mocked to the Cardinals everywhere, but not that early in the draft. So, and obviously the Rams are in win now mode. So what did you make of that?
I was not shocked, I'll be honest with you. I mean, the fact that there was speculation they're going to pull a page out of the Packers playbook, and take a Jordan Love when they had an MVP and Aaron Rodgers, I wasn't sure, because when's the next time the Rams are going to be drafting that high?
That's true. That's a good point.
So at 13, they're like, well, and they don't know if they win the Super Bowl this year. Matthew Stafford, he's gone. He's going to retire, right? I mean, they do have to start building for the future. And so I was not shocked. And if Brock Purdy's a really good fit for Kyle Shanahan, then Ty Simpson's a good fit for Sean McVay. Ty Simpson would have been a good fit for Mike LaFleur. So I can definitely see it. Now, what Sean McVay was doing at the press conference, maybe he's trying to save face in the locker room and save face with Matthew Stafford a little bit, and it's good cop, bad cop up there with Les Snead. But, yeah, there's no chance they did that without the approval of Sean McVay.
Right. I'm with you, Paulie. Paulie, thank you, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, gentlemen, have a good weekend.
Thanks,
okay,
Paulie.
You too.
That's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, final thoughts on the first round, and the second round's about to get started. So we'll look ahead to what the Cardinals need to do there in round 2 and round 3, really. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,995. And choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 256803. Demo unit. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 dog fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
I don't care about Arvel Reese. Sonny Styles, not for me. No O-line at number 3. It's draft day. I want Love. Jordan Tyson has his charms. Simpson could set off alarms. Reuben Bain has tiny arms. It's draft day. I want Love. The blocking's thin. Pass rush really struggling. Our QB only has one win. But I don't care about all of that because we can get right on track with a special running back. It's draft day. I want Love.
He's a very talented dude. Don't tell him.
Yeah,
but he is.
That was one of his better ones right there.
No doubt.
The lyric writing, excellent. The lyrical delivery, hideous as always. That's Jared Carlin right there. But that was pretty solid.
That's part of it.
I want to throw a couple things at you here, Wolf, because now all of a sudden the show's almost over.
Yeah.
One final thought on Jeremiah Love, for this week at least. I wonder if people who aren't fully on board with it would be more on board if the Cardinals had more than one first-round pick. You know what I mean? And I know most teams don't, but like the Jets, of all teams, had 3 first-round picks last night.
Yeah.
They have 3 first-round picks next year. And when you have 3 first-round picks, or even 2 first-round picks, it really does give you, not that you can really afford to whiff on any of them because they're still first-round picks, but maybe you can take, I don't even want to say take a chance because Jeremiah Love's supposed to be one of the surest things in the draft, as sure as something can be in an NFL draft, right? But you can kind of go against the grain a little bit if you have multiple picks. I guess that's a long way of me saying I wish the Cardinals had more than one first-round pick next year when they're getting their quarterback.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Absolutely. Listen, the Jeremiah Love thing, he impacts an offense in huge ways. It's just incredible, especially this offense once again. The Sean McVay offense, more specifically towards the zone scheme and using the zone scheme. Jeremiah Love is a great zone back. Why is he a great zone back, basically? It's because he's got great vision. First of all, he's got great vision. His eyes allow him to see where the hole is on a zone scheme, especially when you're running the tackle zone, the stretch play. When you're running that play, my goodness, you've got to have backs that see holes on the back side, let alone the front side. He's got that kind of vision, and then he's got the burst to get through the line. I'm thinking of an offense that can run the ball with Jeremiah Love, of course, as the running back, and then use the exact same look, Kyle Shanahan, the exact same look, Sean McVay, the exact same look to throw the ball. The same play. Look, everybody, we're running to the mesh point. There it is, Jeremiah Love. Those backers are going to suck up to the line of scrimmage, and you're going to be able to throw the ball using play action. And sometimes you're going to be able to use play action and still throw the ball to Jeremiah Love. And anytime this guy touches the ball, he is a threat to take it to the house.
You know, the one thing Lorenzo Alexander, when he was in here yesterday, said that kind of gave me pause with them taking Love was he was saying that in that offensive scheme you're talking about, you know, a lot of times the Kyle Shanahan offense will produce solid rushing numbers whether you have a Christian McCaffrey or not. And you go through and you look at it, you know, through the years, like, yeah, the teams that run that offense effectively, it's great to have Christian McCaffrey, but then when he goes down, they're still able to put somebody else in and they can do it. That said, though, now that they've made the pick, I mean, it is nice to just potentially have a true game breaker back there that can play off Tyler Algier or James Conner or however they want to do it. But I mean, this is going to be exciting. It's going to take more than this season for it to lead to wins because again, you're going to have to figure out a long-term answer at quarterback. You're going to have to fix the offensive line. But this Paulie actually I thought said it really well last segment. You're drafting that high. You're drafting for the next decade. Ideally, you're not. It's not just Jeremiah Love in 2026. I want to play this. This is Brock Heward, friend of the show. Okay, on Seattle Sports yesterday when the Rams took Ty Simpson.
That is exactly. You could not have drawn it up any better. Not with Mekhi Lemon out there, not with Kenyon Sadiq out there, and for a whole offseason. And look, he's got an Aloe sponsorship on his sleeve. that again, right there, tells me all I need to know right there.
It's getting better, huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But for a whole offseason where the Rams did nothing but say, win now, bump. The window is now. We got to take on the Seahawks now. We got to address our biggest needs now. And you have a receiver in Lemon and a tight end in Sadiq that could add to that repertoire. And what do you think Matthew Stafford's thinking right now? We did what?
Yeah, well, you know, Matt.
We did what?
I mean, that's the Seahawks' perspective on the Rams.
And Brock is right in regard to that.
Especially Mekhi Lemon. That's the one where if I was a Rams fan, I'd be like, I know we got to address quarterback at some point, but can't we just take Joe Burrow from the Bengals in a couple of years?
Yeah, and once again, I think it was one of the reasons why Sean McVay was a little put out. You know, listen, I think Sean McVay, I totally believe this. I think Sean McVay really liked Ty Simpson in the second round.
Yeah.
Really liked Ty Simpson in the second round. I do believe that was one of the reasons why the Mike LaFleur connection was there as well and why so many people mocked Ty Simpson to Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals because of their need for a quarterback and because I think the word was out there, the buzz was out there in regard to Sean McVay liking Ty Simpson.
So let me take that one step further then. Do you think the Rams reached where they picked him because of the Cardinals? Do you think that there was maybe some truth that the Cardinals really did want him?
I think there's no doubt about that. That could certainly be a possibility. But, again, it shows conviction. And we're all going to have a front row seat to Ty Simpson and whether or not Ty Simpson is going to turn into a franchise quarterback. And right now, Basin Earnings, you got to forgive me because I've been talking for 14 hours. And with no sleep.
Well,
oh my goodness!
We've only got about a minute and a half left, but I
couldn't say subsidize last night. I couldn't say that. Remember
why
that?
Would you ever need
we
to say
started
subsidize?
that. Yeah, I know.
Why would you even try that if you've been
my
up that
goodness.
long? Just keep it to one-syllable words. I'm looking at ESPN's Matt Miller. He has a mock draft out for the second and third rounds. He has the Cardinals taking Carson Beck at 34th and Travis Burke, the Memphis tackle, at 65th. Josh Edwards of CBS has them going Chase Besantis, the Texas A&M guard, at 34th, and then Carson Beck at 65th. Mark Schofield of SB Nation has the Cardinals going with Garrett Nussmeier at 34th. A lot of these mocks that are out there, Drew Aller, 65th from The Athletic, have the Cardinals taking a quarterback in the
Please
second or
don't
third
do
round.
that.
You can't do it in the second. You have to address the offensive line.
Yes, I would agree.
I really like the potential idea. If they're able, like I said earlier, Denzel Boston or some name like that, where a team's been sitting on that all day and like, I can't believe he's still there. Let's try and trade up with the Cardinals.
Yes.
Let's give them 2 seconds to move up. I would take the 2 seconds because there's still some pretty good edge rushers out there.
Yeah, the kid from Texas A&M, Basantis, too, as well. Yeah, you just said
He's
that,
out there,
right?
yeah.
To me, man, Pregnon or Basantis,
Well,
I'll take that.
If they stay there, they can get one of them. Monty told us that last night. Like we have 2 players we like for sure if we stay there. So I don't know if it's those 2, but that they can get an offensive lineman in 2 picks here this afternoon. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick. Thanks to Bailey behind the glass today for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. Ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft.
I thought it was safe.
If that happens, LifeLock gives you a U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims, your agent handles it all. In fact, we're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Isn't it nice to have someone like that on your side? Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic. The tournament is holding its annual Cocktail and Craft Brew Fest, offering all ticket holders free beer samples from 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. Come enjoy samples from your favorite craft brewery while taking in world-class golf. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals selected Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love last night with the third pick in the NFL draft. Here's Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort from our Arizona Sports Draft Show discussing the selection.
You want to add an impact player, and we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most, and so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
The draft continues later today with the second and third rounds. The Cardinals have the second pick in the second round and the first pick in the third round. And in college basketball news, Arizona star Koa Pete has declared for the NBA draft. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2REPAIR.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Are the cameras on? I don't know if the
I don't know if the cameras are. I don't
see anything in here.
We're trained to look at the camera now. But the camera's not on.
I believe it's just not on in here. I think we're doing, well, I'm not sure now. I don't. Yeah, now it is. Okay, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Flex again. There's that point. And there's the flex, and now our day can begin here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Excited to have you here. Hi, happy draft night.
What's going on? What's going on?
Last night was a fun night.
Yeah.
Draft show's always a blast.
Draft show is always great.
Blast to have us together, have everybody,
Great place. That place was awesome.
Yeah.
Backyard at Desert Ridge. Fun place to be at. Great atmosphere. Cardinals stood at number 3 and made the pick.
Yes, they did.
Didn't trade back into the first round. Eventually was able to get Jeremiah Love's phone number. Eventually we were able to get a phone number.
There's actually a funny story behind that. When I play the sound, I'll explain it because it is kind of a fun story. Now, here's our plan today here on Burns and Gambo. And this is, I always say the NFL draft is one of my favorite days of the year. This is also one of my favorite days of the year because at 4 o'clock, the draft begins again. The Cardinals have right now the second pick of the second round and the first pick of the third round. You and I should be on the air for both of those picks unless there's some wheeling and dealing and moving around. So we're not going to go over every pick. We're not going to go to the podium for every pick. We'll just do it for the Cardinals. But we're going to have like real-time reaction to what they do in the second round. This was like Will Johnson last year.
Yeah.
This was Trey McBride a few years ago, and we're like, oh my God, what are they doing? This was Budda Baker many years ago.
Yeah, Christian Kirk.
There's always on this day, it's usually full of surprises. You don't know how it's going to go, and I'm really excited about it because we get to react real time to players that really could be a part of the future of the Cardinals in the second and the third round. Should be fun.
Yeah. This is you need, everybody focuses on the first round, but you've got to get impact players here.
Yes.
You've got to get impact players. You want to build a football team that's going to be successful, it's got to be an entire draft, not one guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they've got to have success in these rounds coming up here.
Let us weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
Best player available.
Best player available. That was the guy they were going to pick. Any indication from anybody telling you that there was a deal in place or parameters for a deal in place that they were going to make a trade is just not telling you the truth. The Cardinals weren't making a trade. I had checked the night before and the day of, and there was just no interest. There was no interest in really making a trade. I think even Adam Schefter said there was nothing close to getting to happening. They wanted Jeremiah Love. They settled on Jeremiah Love. That's why he was number one in the Gambo 5 when I put it together. That's why when you asked me who they're going to take here, I said, I believe it's going to be Jeremiah Love. All indications I got from my conversations with Jeremiah Love was going to be the guy. There was no trades to be made. I don't think they wanted to make a trade, which is why I had reported several times leading up to the draft, I'm expecting them to stay at number 3 and make the pick. Stay at 3 and make the pick. Now, now we'll just talk about what, not just what we know, but what we think. I really wanted them to stay at 3 and take a player, whoever the best player was in their board, because as I've said, I think there's a lot of problems with a lack of talent on the roster. I think they need high-end talent, star talent. And I talk about the top 100 lists in the NFL and how many Seahawks are on there and Rams are on there and 49ers are on, and how there's one Cardinal. They need better impact players. They need great players. So I am thrilled that they stayed at 3 and didn't move down. Now, they didn't have a chance to move down. Right. But I'm glad that it didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm a little different. I would have wanted the opportunity to move down had it presented itself. But you also don't force it. You also don't try to create something out of thin air. If the opportunity is there, I would have wanted them to do it. I know that sounds boring, and I know that everybody is all excited about Jeremiah Love, and I am too with the options that they had in front of them. But had that option presented itself, and I understand it didn't, I understand full well it didn't, I would have wanted them to explore that option because I still think it was the best thing to do. Without that option, and given that David Bailey was gone at number 2, this was the way. This was the guy, this was the pick, this was the path. Had Bailey been there, had the Jets gone Arvell Reese instead of David Bailey, I would have wanted David Bailey. That would have been my guy that I would have wanted them to take. That's just me. But he wasn't there. There were no trade options. So given those parameters, I think the Cardinals absolutely did the right thing in taking Jeremiah Love.
And I when I put my list together, I had Love 1, Bailey 2. So that's what I had. Then I think I had Mawanoa, Reese, and then Bain Jr. I believe, based on my information, that Love was the choice.
Even over Bailey, if Bailey had been there?
That's what I put out. Now, again, that's the information. I'm basing it on the information I had. Maybe that would have changed. Maybe it would have been Bailey. But I was led to believe that Love was number 1. That's why when I put my list together, I listed in order. I went with Love number 1 and Bailey number 2.
Is that what you would have wanted?
I could see a real good argument for taking Bailey, getting that dominant edge rusher. I could see that.
We're talking about hypotheticals here that really have no. It doesn't matter. The trade down doesn't matter. The opportunity wasn't there. David Bailey doesn't matter. He was taken at number 2. What matters is
they got Love.
They got Love. They got Jeremiah Love, and as expected, and we'll get into this a little bit later. The reaction around the league has been not so shockingly mixed. I mean, it really has been. Right. Wow, this is awesome, or wow, this is crazy. You sent me some of the draft grades. Some of them are like in the D's. I saw some reaction where it's like, this is genius. The Cardinals are brilliant for doing this. As far as talking about trying to trade out, this was Monty Austin-Fort on with us, our draft show last night after the draft was over.
Yeah, we absolutely did. And
no, I'm sorry. That's the wrong cut. I played the wrong one. I thought that was the cut. That was the cut about trying to trade back into the first round. And he said, yeah, we absolutely did. There wasn't much there.
Right.
when he was asked a question about wanting to trade out of number 3, said, yeah, there's nothing there.
There was nothing there.
There was nothing there.
No, that's why. Like there were some people that are trying to make you believe that there was a trade, and that they were going to trade, and that there was a deal. There was nothing. There was nothing. There was no deal to be had, and they wanted to stay at 3.
Yeah.
They would, like I said, they would have had to be overpaid dramatically to get out of 3 because they loved the player they got, which is Love. But there was no trades to be had. So just there was none. There just was not anything.
In the midst of it all, the Cardinals took their sweet time to make the pick. This was a really funny story from Monty Ossenfort last night on why they took the full time.
I can't even really call it technical difficulties. It was the number we had was incorrect. And so we were dialing it, wasn't going through. And so we're like, what the heck? And so, we were never close to losing out. We had plenty of time. But, for anybody thinking that we were hesitation or there was some doubt or we were still thinking about it, I mean, we could have sent that sucker in 2 seconds into when we were on the clock. So we got that all ironed out. Wasn't a problem. And we moved forward, and it all worked out for the best.
Yes, they weren't waiting to the last minute because trade calls were coming in, and they were still evaluating whether they wanted to trade him. That's total BS. They didn't have his phone number.
Well, they had the wrong number.
They had the wrong number.
The phone number that we were given was the wrong one.
Right. I'm sure
that was the delay.
Yeah.
In fact, Mike LaFleur in the presser, Mike LaFleur is sitting next to Monty Ossenfort, and he's like, there was no delay.
There was no delay.
There
that
was
was
no
the guy.
delay. We just had the wrong. We had the wrong number.
So there was no waiting to the last second because calls were coming in and they were debating it. That's ridiculous if you're hearing that from anybody.
But the thing I was not aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Remember last year the prank call to Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, yeah.
So this is the reason why maybe there was a technical problem. I read this on The Athletic today. Because of the prank call to Shedeur Sanders last year, the league limited access to prospects' contact information. So only one person for each franchise had the proper contact
Somebody
info.
took down the wrong number.
So it just the ability for the lines to get crossed because it's down to just one guy, it was a little bit easier because the league didn't want a repeat of that embarrassing situation with Sanders last
So
year.
just take me back. Like what did you used to do back in the day when you would ask a girl for the number and then you would dial a number and it was the wrong number?
Well, I mean, it was always no, so I'm not really
you never
sure.
got to the wrong.
Yeah,
they never just gave you the wrong number.
Yeah, no, I never got the wrong number. It was just that the answer was no. Yeah, so I don't really know. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, that was funny, Gambo. I really enjoyed.
I'm trying to have a little fun. It's Friday. Come on.
Glad you made one of us laugh over there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. The second round is going to begin in less than 2 hours. What are the possible second round options? Plus, there's a lot of love in the desert after last night. Text the word love to 620-620 for your chance to win a Jeremiah Love Cardinals jersey. We'll talk about round 2 next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Are you feeling the love?
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
He's just an impressive kid.
Jeremiah Love is a dizzying level of talent. He's a hard guy to overlook no matter where you are on the board.
In the end, we felt we added the guy that could impact our team the most, and just really excited about the versatility that he brings to the offense.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Christian Brothers is a 3-generation family-owned company celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They have seen every kind of Arizona summer. They're offering a $50 tune-up/inspection where they will give you an accurate electrical reading on every major component, the capacitors, the motors, the start gear for your AC system. Look, all of us want our AC system to get through the summer, but many of them are not going to. And a good portion of those AC units that don't get through the summer, a lot of it could have been prevented with a simple tune-up from Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers will check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, All the stuff that keeps your home cool in the hot Phoenix summer. Every tune-up includes a full health report. They're going to get their hands dirty and make sure your unit is working properly. Their techs are certified, background checked, trained to the highest standards in the state. And yes, a lot of these AC units that end up going down in June, July, August, September could have been prevented with a simple tune-up from Christian Brothers. Give them a call right now at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a full recap of everything that went down in Suns Thunder Game 3, and we'll get you ready for Game 4 starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Round 2 is going to begin today at 4 o'clock. The Arizona Cardinals, as it stands right now, Gambo, have the second pick of the second round, the first pick of the third round, as I mentioned in the last segment. I think there's a real good chance we're on the air for both of those picks if the Cardinals stay put at both of those
You've got
spots.
a feeling that they're going to trade out of this one, right?
I do. And part of it was because of a comment that Monty had last night when he was on with us about how he expects to get a lot of calls about this one. Also because I think there are still a lot of needs for this team. And let's be honest, let's just call it like it is. Running back was not one of them. You know, it was a luxury pick for the team that doesn't have the luxury of making a luxury pick, but they did it anyway. So I still think they have to go shop for the groceries a little bit, the staples. And so I wonder if the best way to address that is to trade down a few spots, get extra assets today or even early tomorrow so that they can address offensive line, edge, defensive tackle, quarterback. They could take a quarterback today for all we know.
Still Carson Beck's out there and Nussmeier. Sure, they could take one. We'll talk a little bit later about whether they should or not. And we'll have some Ty Simpson talk in here with the Rams and everything that happened there. I still like the position they're in to have 2 of the top 34 players in the draft, to stay at 34 and take a player. There's some good edge rushers available right now in Zion Young and Cassius Howell. There's a defensive tackle out of Ohio State named Caden McDonald who was in the green room. Didn't get the call. He's coming back today. He was a really good defensive tackle for Ohio State. There's some good cornerbacks out there and safeties. If you want to get a secondary guy, the Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, very highly rated. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, very highly rated. So there's some pretty good players that are available if you want to stay there. You could go edge rusher. There's not a lot of good offensive linemen. I think they're gone.
The problem.
There's
That's
not the offensive lineman. I think Chase Basantis is the only one I saw that that is worthy of a pick, early in that second round. But there was that run on offensive linemen, and when it went, it went. It was a snowball effect. Everybody was like, I got to get an offensive lineman. So, I think that might be difficult for them to get one. So you might want to take some, add some extra picks, take a flyer later on. If you can get yourself 2 extra picks, you could take some flyers on some offensive linemen that maybe guys that were injured or didn't perform well at the combine, you still have a high grade on the field, could be a good player.
Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to. This, as I mentioned, this is Monty Ossenfort. It's a longer cut, but this is Monty Ossenfort last night on our draft show. One of the last questions we asked him about this second-round pick.
Yeah, I think that's always a bit of an advantage as when you're at the top of the round and you got that day break in between. And so we actually will have that a couple times because we're at the second pick tomorrow, and then on Saturday, I think we're like the fourth or fifth pick in, something like that, give or take. And so, what usually happens, guys, on that is tomorrow we'll all come in and everybody around the league has a full day to sit around and look at their board and say, man, I can't believe this guy's still there. And so, what we're going to have to do, and we've already actually started that process, is we need to have 2 players that we're willing to take because we know one of those 2 will definitely be there, maybe 2 of them, and so we got to be prepared to take 1 or 2 of those, either or of those players, and then I think inevitably the phone's going to ring at some point tomorrow during the day with people looking to move up, and so then it just becomes a discussion of, hey, how far to move back, what are we getting, what are we gaining to move back, and then, hey, how many guys do we actually like to pick, and how certain are we that they'll be available if we do decide to move back. So I think what it does is it's going to provide options, but in the end, we got to be ready to pick, and we'll have 2 guys, and we know we'll get one of them tomorrow.
I think they're trading out.
Yeah, some team may call and say, look, I love Caden McDonald. I had a first-round grade on him. I thought he was a top 20 guy on my board, 6'2", 326 pounds, an elite run defender, Ohio State kid, All-American, great at stopping the run, could generate some pressure. There might be somebody that says, listen, I loved that kid. I had him top 20. I want to move up to get him, and I'll give up, a third and a fifth to move up and get him from wherever I'm at. So definitely something they've got to consider. But again, if you do that, you are passing, you're passing on a top level talent in the second round to just generate some extra picks.
It's the Max Melton theory, right? Like it's that they felt comfortable moving down because they felt like they had lots of options in the secondary and they were comfortable taking them, and they took Max Melton, and now we wonder if they passed on the better ones. And that's the kind of like the ghost of Adrian Peterson haunting the Jeremiah Love pick. The not that Max Melton, we don't know for sure whether Max Melton is a good player or a bad player, but you do wonder, looking back on it, should they just have stuck and pick the best player rather than trying to play the games and moving down a little bit? The board, you mentioned it a second ago. The board isn't set up real great right now at the top of the second for them. If you look at like the top prospects available, there's a bunch of defensive backs, as you mentioned.
A lot of safeties and corners.
A lot of safeties and corners.
The one great defensive tackle.
There's some off-ball linebackers. Not so much.
Couple edge rushers.
The 2 edge rushers that stand out are T.J. Parker from Clemson, Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. You mentioned them. The 2 things about today that I wonder about, and if you look at some of the mock drafts, and you looked at them and I looked at them too, the one thing I wonder about is that there has not been a year under Monty Ossenfort where the Arizona Cardinals have not taken a secondary player on day 2 of the draft. There has not been a year where the Cardinals have not taken a cornerback or a safety in round 2 or 3 under Monty Ossenfort. Never. They've always done it. Will Johnson last year, Max Melton, Garrett Williams.
Yeah.
They've now.
I don't think they're going to do it this year, but we'll see.
I don't think so either. But are we satisfied with the secondary for the Cardinals? Because if we're not, there's guys there. I mean, there's a lot of guys there at that position right now at this stage.
You lost Jalen Thompson, and Booter's getting old, so I can't knock a safety if you go get a safety. There's a few good ones out there. The Emmanuel McNeil Warren kid is a good safety. You've got some good secondary guys, corner/safety, and McCoy and Avion Terrell. The thing is that last year they went all defense. All defense last year. They got one offensive lineman very much later in the draft. Mm-hmm. Are we going to have another year where they just avoid the offensive line in the draft? Like, that's what I look at. But there's not, like, I only saw the Chase Bestances kid as a guy worthy of a higher pick here in the early second round. That run in the first round was historic, right? I mean, it was one shy of the record, or did it tie the record?
It was one shy of the record.
One shy of the record,
for offensive lineman in the first round. I'm looking at Mel Kiper's best available prospects for round 2. The highest offensive lineman he has is Emmanuel Pregnon. I know Wolf was talking about him a lot last night during the draft show. The guard out of Oregon, he has as the 6th best prospect in round 2. On Jeremiah's list, he's got all the offensive linemen, including Pregnon, much further down. So this is just kind of depends on who you listen to as to which offensive lineman. The other thing is the mock drafts, and a lot of them. ESPN's Matt Miller has Carson Beck going number 34 overall to the Cardinals. CBS Sports' Josh Edwards has Carson Beck going to the Cardinals at number 65 overall. The Athletics' Nick Bumgardner has, in the 3rd round, them taking the Penn State quarterback Drew Allaire.
Wow. Okay. I saw a USA Today that had the Cardinals taking at number 34, the cornerback from Tennessee, Jermod McCoy.
Sports Illustrated, Carson Beck in the 3rd round. Jordan Schultz is reporting the Cardinals are interested in Carson Beck.
I would love
that happen today.
I think that now that Ty Simpson's gone, you've taken – look, the biggest debate you had on going back into the first round and getting Simpson was it likely prevents you from taking a quarterback next year because you took a guy in the first round, you paid him first-round money, you're going to want to give him a chance. All bets are off when after the first round is over, you take a quarterback in the 2nd and 3rd round. All bets are off.
I hear what you're saying. Please, please, please don't take Carson Beck with your first pick in the 2nd round.
I agree.
Please.
3rd round?
Okay. Fine, let's talk. Right. 2nd round, please don't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's
look, a year from now, Brissett could be gone and Minshew could be gone. So if you drafted Carson Beck and you went and got somebody else, you'd have a young quarterback room, but it's possible. But I do think, again, if you would have moved up into the first round to get Simpson, which wasn't going to happen because the Rams took him, that would have prevented you from being a part of next year's draft class. It would have been hard to do.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the experts, how do they grade the Arizona Cardinals and what they did yesterday? As expected, it is all over the place. And that's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's your ball game. White Sox take the series thanks to a 3-run home run in the 9th inning by Andrew Benintendi. And your final score in this one, 4-1.
We don't know about this losing a series stuff. Feels better to win them. We talk about why the D-backs dropped this one on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Better rates, fewer fees, no fees. Yeah, there's a reason why my wife and I are switching over a bunch of our accounts to Global Credit Union, because it is a better way of banking. We are a member of Global Credit Union. We got it because my car loan is through Global Credit Union. And then we started just looking at all the ways to save, all the ways that Global Credit Union is committed to you keeping your money in your pocket if you're a member of Global Credit Union. Like, what are we doing? We can do better than just a car loan at Global Credit Union. And so we're moving our accounts over there so we can take advantage of lower fees and no fees and better rates, because that's what they're all about over there. Their level of customer service is unbelievable, 24/7, 365. live U.S.-based customer service. So you got a question at 1 o'clock in the morning about your money, you'll get an answer. There are a whole bunch of reasons why you should be checking out Global Credit Union for your banking needs. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Wolf, you had all pro shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
I'm ready to work. I'm here to work. And thank you for believing in me. And we're going to do some great things.
Newest Arizona Cardinal Jeremiah Love meeting with the media earlier today. The Notre Dame running back was the Cardinals' pick at 3rd overall last night, generating all sorts of reaction across the league. To hear Love's conversation that he had with Wolf and Luke today, and to see those reactions on the selection of Love, you can find all that and much more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Day 2 of the NFL Draft continues this afternoon at 4 o'clock. The Cardinals' next pick is set to be the second pick of the second round, 34th overall. As the Phoenix Suns prepare for Game 3 of their first-round playoff series, head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate and that they're hopeful they can both play tomorrow afternoon. He additionally ruled big man Mark Williams out. Williams has been out since last Friday with a foot injury. And in NBA draft news, Arizona freshman Koa Pete officially declared for the NBA draft today. The Wildcat and former Perry Puma posted a thank you message on his Instagram page. You can read his full message right now on ArizonaSports.com. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. When we come back on Monday, are the Suns going to be facing elimination, or will we have a series with Oklahoma City? We're reacting to Game 3 of Suns Thunder Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Mel Kiper Jr. called the Arizona Cardinals a winner for taking Jeremiah Love. The Athletic called the Cardinals a loser for taking Jeremiah Love. Couple of screenshots of tweets that you sent me had the Cardinals getting a D or a D plus in their selection of Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
Bucky Brooks of NFL.com said Jeremiah Love is special. Chad Reuter of ESPN or of NFL.com gave him an A. It's all over the place.
So I saw SI.com, Love is a physical freak, running a 4.3640 despite being 212 pounds. They gave the Cardinals an A+. The Pro Football Focus said Love adds a different element with his home run hitting ability. His 22 runs of 20-plus yards over the past 2 seasons ranked third among all FBS backs. They gave the pick grade average. So not a score, but they said this is an average pick grade. I was looking at another one. I think there's a Yahoo one. The grade was an A. Love immediately provides the Cardinals with an offensive focal point. The 20-year-old doesn't need to be a workhorse now with Connor and Algier already on the offense. The run game now drives everything in the desert. There were some others. There was another Yahoo guy, Charles McDonald, gave the first-round grade of a D. And there was the Underdog NFL I saw gave the Cardinals a D+. NFL.com gave him an A. So I didn't see a lot of B plus C's. It was either A plus, or D. It was like you either really loved it or you didn't like it at all.
Yeah, and you know what?
You feel that way?
I think that is the least surprising thing about what happened last night, to be honest with you. I really do. I think the reaction to it was either going to be, he's the best player in the draft, take him, don't think twice, or what the hell are you doing taking a running back at number 3 when you have so many other needs? Come on, man, look in the mirror. And I saw a couple of B's, but for the most part, yeah, I agree. I think it's funny. The opinions and the grades are not how you feel about Jeremiah Love. Everybody agrees. He's awesome.
Special talent.
He's terrific.
Yes.
It's how you feel about either A, the Cardinals and their need for a running back, or B, running backs in general making all that money and being drafted 3rd overall. Nobody dislikes the guy. It's value. It's man, the Cardinals don't need him. What are they doing? Or a running back at 3? Come on, guys. Nobody should be paying running backs that kind of money in the
$52 million,
draft.
7th highest paid running back in the NFL. 52 guaranteed. That's the slot. That would have been for anybody they picked. That guy would have got $52 million. It just happens that running backs, he'll be the 7th highest paid running back in the NFL before taking a snap.
That's why Dan Graziano, when he was on ESPN today, he's the one who first brought up, at least to my knowledge, the whole, hey, the guy's going to make $52 million and is going to be the 7th highest paid running back in the NFL. Let's think about this. He was asked his opinion on the pick today on ESPN. And he's like, man, you're going to make me be the bad guy here?
Awesome player. Yeah. Terrible pick. Like at 3, it doesn't make sense to take a running back unless you're, I mean, like if the Rams had the 3rd pick, right, and they're ready to go, and maybe. But the reason it doesn't make sense is financial. There is a salary cap in the NFL. The rookie contracts are all slotted. The 3rd pick is going to get the same contract no matter what position he plays. In this case, it's $52.5 million over 4 years. 13.1 a year. That is almost as much money per year as Jonathan Taylor makes from the Indianapolis Colts. Look, 1 pick later, the Titans take Carnell Tate, wide receiver. His annual salary is going to be roughly a little bit less than what Khalil Shakir makes from the Buffalo Bills.
So he's making the value argument.
Yeah, but you know what?
Making the value argument.
You either want to play or you don't want to play. Like, I respect the Cardinals not dropping. Now, again, there was no teams that would trade, but I'm happy they stayed and picked there because it shows a willingness to pay that money. You've got to be willing to play. There's been a lot of questions about whether, the Cardinals have cap money and real money. There's always been a question about whether the Cardinals would spend real money. You know, there's a lot of money allocated to this draft class for the Cardinals because of where they're picking. I respect being able to pay that guy. I respect, I don't want to move down just to save money. We're going to take the best player on our board.
That's why my favorite thing, I think, and not because I necessarily agree with it. I loved, it came from Connor Orr on Sports Illustrated. I read it and I'm like, I got to read this. This is great. Connor Orr, in a story that was headlined, "Life is short and Jeremiah Love is good right now," wrote, "I truly don't give a damn about what Love costs relative to another running back, and neither should you."
Right.
I've never one to celebrate a take that is anti-economics or anti-mathematics. I believe that it has an immeasurable benefit. But I believe, like we've seen in baseball, we will reach a point where that way of thinking causes us to overthink. We've reached that point with Jeremiah Love. We're overthinking this.
Yes.
We're just, the money, the value, the cap, the this.
So what?
So what? Is he good? Is he really good?
Can he help?
Does he make
Is
your
he a great
football team
player?
better? Yeah. And I loved it. I loved how analytics is great. It's got a place, but let's put it in its place to understand what we're really talking about here. I thought it was brilliant. I really did.
Yeah, this isn't to sell jerseys, although I saw...
doesn't help, or it doesn't hurt.
I saw them making the first one last night on whatever it was. Like, hey, we're making the first Love jersey. I saw it.
I'm not saying that's why they did it, but let's not be naive and think that that doesn't hurt either.
No.
This is going to be an immensely popular player.
He'll be an immensely popular player. Yeah, he's running back.
Bob McManaman, our esteemed colleague over at the Arizona Republic, said they just drafted their fits. That the Arizona Cardinals just drafted their Larry Fitzgerald and taking. And I was
let's slow down and let's tap the brakes on that one, and let's see how the kid plays, because I think the kid will be dynamic. Again, my bottom line is really simple. They need more great players. They don't have enough great players. They have a lot of average to good players. They don't have a lot of great players. They're void of great players. This kid's a great player. Some people thought he's the best player overall in the draft. They got him. Now you got to figure out a way to make him successful and give him opportunities. And, we'll talk later, I think, about, the workload could be limited because you got Algier and Connor. You don't have to really run the guy into the ground in his first year. You have time to build that offensive line. You look, who's to say that he just doesn't have a good year this year, and then next year he comes out and you got a lot of money in cap space next year. Who's to say you can't, between draft and free agency, put together a great offensive line for him next year? You could.
Well, and then whatever quarterback you draft is coming into, as long as they can get the offensive line fixed, and I know that's a big if. Boy, from a skill position player, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love, Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Right.
If Mike LaFleur can figure out a way to fix him.
A lot of talent.
Malik Neighbors was hosting a podcast, and they were doing it live as the draft was going on. This is the Giants wide receiver who's recovering from the ACL. Probably wanted Jeremiah Love on the Giants at number 5 because his reaction in real time was really funny.
But it is the pick for Monty, the GM of the Arizona Cardinals. And they do go Jeremiah Love. And Malik Neighbors is smacking the couch. So before we start, what are you feeling right now? Is this someone you clearly wanted?
Yeah, I mean, granted, do I love my running backs I have now? Absolutely.
Yes, no word, yeah.
But having that kind of running back in the backfield with Jackson, with Jackson, bro, you don't know who's getting the ball.
Right.
He's a home run back.
Thunder lightning with Cam.
Home run back. The defense have to come down and play that.
So this is the guy you wanted.
It gives me an opportunity to not face double coverage. You have to bring him down. They got Jackson back there with J Love, so it's like, you got to pick your poison.
This is the moment where sometimes audio doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, you can't see his facial reaction.
He put his face in his hands. He's like, oh, no. I don't know.
But I love my running back room. I love Cam Scattaboo.
Yeah, I like
I love my guys. Oh, my God, I got to have this guy.
But that was the reaction there, and I thought it was really a little bit later in the show, we'll play Brock Heward's reaction to the Rams taking Ty Simpson.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, it was hilarious. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to play it now. Brock Heward during Seattle Radio's live draft show when Ty Simpson went number 13 to the Rams.
That is exactly. You could not have drawn it up any better. Not with Mekhi Lemon out there, not with Kenyon Sadiq out there, and for a whole offseason. And look, he's got an Aloe sponsorship on his sleeve. that again, right there, tells me all I need to know right there.
It's getting better, huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But for a whole offseason where the Rams did nothing but say, win now, bump. The window is now. We got to take on the Seahawks now. We got to address our biggest needs now. And you have a receiver in Lemon and a tight end in Sadiq that could add to that repertoire. And what do you think Matthew Stafford's thinking right now? We did what?
Yeah, well, Matt.
We did what?
I love it.
So they're happy in Seattle that they didn't grab a player that could help them now.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at, whereas we in Arizona.
Did you see McVay's reaction?
Yeah, he looked like
I don't want to be here.
He looked like he was going to the dentist.
Want to get away?
He looked like he was in the waiting room to have a couple of teeth pulled.
He didn't even try to answer any of the questions about Ty Simpson.
Yeah, I know. Oh, it was obvious. It was pretty obvious. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, let's get into a little more about what the Arizona Cardinals just drafted. We'll get some Notre Dame insight on Jeremiah Love. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
People say, he's not going to be effective. They don't have an offensive line. They don't have anybody to block for him. Their offensive line was bad last year, but I'm going to use the case of Amari DiMercato. He had 44 carries last year. Behind that offensive line that everybody's maligning, Amari DiMercato, an undrafted player, averaged 7.1 yards per pop.
Wow.
So I'm not saying those are the numbers that Jeremiah Love is going to put up, but he's capable of it.
You know, if Amari DiMercato would have averaged 7.2 yards per pop, we're not having any of this conversation.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Vince Murata, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did we make of the rest of the Arizona Cardinals draft picks? We'll be reacting to rounds 2 through 7 Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Last year, Jeremiah Love accounted for 199 carries, nearly 1,400 yards, 18 touchdowns, 27 catches, another 280 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show, a gentleman who witnessed, I would presume, every single one of those. He covers Notre Dame football for blueandgold.com and On3. Tyler Horka joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Tyler, thank you for joining us, especially on video. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. We appreciate your time. How you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Very
Appreciate
good.
You guys for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. Let's just start out. Just give me your thoughts on Jeremiah Love coming to the Cardinals and what type of player Arizona's getting.
Yeah, you're getting somebody that honestly can do it all. I think you hear people that have seen him play say he's a complete football player. When you draft the running back position, obviously you're supposed to be pretty talented, and he is that. But some of his best highlights, I think, are when you go back and watch him make a block or, blocking downfield for somebody else who has the football or hunting the football. He's a guy that wouldn't be afraid to play special teams. I don't think Arizona is going to ask him to do that, but if he was asked, he would do that. So it's the leaping over people, it's running through people, but then it's also some of that little stuff that you won't see in a box score, or you might not see media coverage even of, but he does all of that and more. So he is the total package as a football player.
I'm fascinated by the amount of big runs, the big 20-yard runs or more. He's a home run threat. How much of that is him and what he does, or the offensive line, or the schemes? What made him special with his big playability?
I think it starts with track speed. So he's a heck of an athlete, and he ran track in high school. Again, gets to Notre Dame. You're not going to be doing that if you're a Notre Dame football player, but he likes to think he's the fastest guy on the field. He likes to think that he can jump the highest. And, the way training goes, everybody's really athletic these days. But I think maybe it's not that he can jump the highest or run the fastest, but he combines that with being a high football IQ guy. So he knows where to get and when he needs to get there. I mean, I go back to I think it was a 98-yard run against Indiana, first game of the 2024 college football playoff. He scores the first touchdown from 99 yards out. And he kind of shut it down at the end. Like, he could have pulled away, but why would you need to do that if you're going to score the touchdown anyway? And he did wrap up. He held two hands over the football when he crossed the goal line. So he's crazy athletic, but he's also crazy intellectual in the way that he plays the game. So I think it leads to those big plays that you're talking about.
And crazy physical, too. And I know last night, Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Cardinals, made a reference about, he as a receiver, as a running back, and then one of the biggest bugaboos about any running back coming out of college into the NFL is their ability to pass protect. And hearing Jeremiah Love talk about not only his willingness to hit other people, but his love of hitting other people and how he seeks out that physical contact. I mean, you talk about the track star in him, but there is also the physicality of him that kind of makes him that perfect running back combo of size and speed, right?
Yeah, and it's a mindset thing too. He has the mindset for it. So you don't have to be doing all those things if you're Jeremiah Love, but he knows that if he is, he's a more feared football player. He's going to be viewed as, like we've seen, a top 3 pick, not a top 5 pick, top 10 pick. He's a top 3 pick in the NFL draft for a lot of reasons. And it's one of those things where you go back and look at some of your favorite highlights of him. It could be him leaping over a USC defender because he did that multiple times in his career. It could be him running through somebody while he has the football. But then, like you're saying, it could be him going out to make a block for a quarterback. We saw that in 2024 with Riley Leonard all the time. He would be Riley Leonard's lead blocker on a lot of those touchdowns that Leonard had. So, yeah, absolutely. Physicality is a part of his game, and it shows up in every rep no matter what he's asked to do on that specific snap.
Tyler Horka, who covers Notre Dame football, is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. It's also tough to inherit character or decipher character, I think is the word I'm looking for, from a press conference or a conference call with a running back. You've been around him for all these years when he was at Notre Dame. It certainly sounds to me like there is a high football character and just general character when it comes to Jeremiah Love. What have you seen from him in that regard?
Yeah, he's very much a Notre Dame guy. And I know maybe if you live in Arizona or that part of the country, you don't really hear that all the time. But when you're here in South Bend, Notre Dame guy means do it the right way. A man of character, like you're saying, Jeremiah Love's absolutely that. But then again, I go back to just like with his athleticism, that was a high school thing where he's running track and he's that kind of athlete. His parents, if you talk to them, they're some of the greatest people that you'll know. So the character building started way before he got to Notre Dame, and then it was furthered while he was at Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman, look him up. He is a man of character in the way that he runs his program. So from parenthood to the coaching that he received at Notre Dame, he's really been a guy that has clung to doing things the right way. And he runs a charity. You'll have to ask him a little bit more of that. Like, he's always been the type to do it the right way. And that's just who Jeremiah Love is and will continue to be.
The Cardinals have a good running back room with Algier, who they just signed, and James Conner. And now you've got Jeremiah Love coming in. And I think there's a lot of talk that, you could lighten the workload on him this first year. But if you look at in the games at Notre Dame, 9 times he had less than 20 carries in a game. I think only 3 times did he have between 20 and 25 carries. So it wasn't like he was getting the ball 25 times a game. Now, he did have a couple catches here and there, so that added to the touches. But he wasn't the workhorse back for Notre Dame all season long. How come?
Well, I don't know if you watched the whole draft last night.
Yeah, second running back. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. They got another guy, Jadarian Price, who was worthy of that first-round selection, so that's part of it. But then I think you look at Mike Denbrock, the Notre Dame offensive coordinator, been here a couple years, been here a few times at Notre Dame now. He's had a lengthy coaching career. Like to spread the ball around. If you've got playmakers, use all of them. And at first it was like, all right, Jeremiah Love, he's going to be a first-round NFL draft pick for sure. We know that already. Why are we going to give anyone else the ball with that knowledge? Jeremiah Love leaned into it. He was like, no, I like that. I like to see Jadarian Price score touchdowns. And in his freshman year, he could have easily been the starter for Notre Dame. Audric Estime is still in the NFL, and he was the starter then. So every single year, he kind of accepted that, hey, Notre Dame's a really good football program. A lot of other players are going to score and get the ball too. So I've got to let them do that. And like you're saying with Arizona, there's guys who have already done it in the league and deserve the reps that they're going to get. I think Jeremiah Love is the type of guy to come in because he's already been this guy where he says, yeah, let James Conner get his and let the other guys get theirs, because I know we're all really good football players and we're all in this together.
Tyler, we do appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff, good insight. And if the Cardinals draft another Notre Dame player, you're going to be the first guy we call, okay?
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Appreciate you guys.
All right, thanks, Tyler.
Tyler Horka, who covers Notre Dame football for blueandgold.com and on 3. And, yeah, something he said there with Jadarian Price going later in that draft, it made me think of the situation we had last year with Florida State and Jared Verse and
Trey Benson.
And Trey Benson, and now another division rival drafting another Notre Dame running back. It'll be a little different because one's on offense, one's on defense.
They can't kill each other.
They're not going to be out there looking to knock each other's heads off, but there will be some interesting friendly competition, I would assume, between Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love.
Well, Price was there for 3 years, and when Love came, it was not like he transferred out. He stayed there. He got his carries and ended up being a first-round pick.
Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes remind you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. Text the word SWIM to 620-620 for a chance to receive swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Can Jeremiah Love win Rookie of the Year? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
I'm ready to work. I'm here to work. And thank you for believing in me. And we're going to do some great things.
That is the voice of newest Arizona Cardinal Jeremiah Love, who met with the media earlier today. The Notre Dame running back was the Cardinals' pick at 3rd overall last night, generating all sorts of reaction across the league. To hear Love's conversation today with Wolf and Luke and to see those reactions from across the NFL, you can find all that and much more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Day 2 of the NFL Draft will continue this afternoon at 4. The Cardinals' next pick is set to be the second pick of the second round, 34th overall. As the Phoenix Suns prepare for Game 3 of their first-round playoff series, head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate, and they're hopeful they can both play tomorrow afternoon. He additionally ruled big man Mark Williams out. Williams has been out since last Friday with a foot injury. And in NBA draft news, Arizona freshman Koa Pete officially declared for the NBA draft. And he's not the only one. Just moments ago, as a matter of fact, Braden Burries joining his freshman running mate in declaring for the NBA draft coming up in June. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book stays from May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Yeah, poll question. Forgot all about that. Keep thinking today's a short show. It's not. We have a full 4-hour edition of the Burns and Gambo show, but when this draft starts at 4, we're going to be cooking with gas. It's gonna fly because it's just going to be.
It's also probably because, which I'll show our YouTube viewers right here, if you look at this little sheet, we don't have a show planned for the last 2 hours.
Good night, everybody.
Show it again, Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me pull up the big camera so everybody can.
Nothing there.
There you go.
Yep. Just
nothing happening.
Draft.
It literally says 4 o'clock. NFL draft round 2 starts.
And that doesn't mean we're going to be taking every single pick.
I thought that's because we were going home at 4 o'clock.
Also, what do you mean? I get a half-finished version of one of these every day.
Hey!
I thought that meant that we were done.
No, we're not done. We're not done. Now, we're not going to take every pick, and we're not going to go to the podium every single time. But given that the Cardinals could be major influencers in the second and the third round today, and then we could be on the air when they make their third round pick, we're going to do a big chunk of draft coverage starting at 4. So everything's a little off kilter today. Poll question. Here's Lauren. She's got it. No idea what it is. What do we got?
This actually comes from you guys earlier in the week. And I went, oh my God, they put 2 brain cells together. Let's put this poll question out here.
Thanks, Lauren.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that. Yeah,
You're
look who's feeling herself right now. Yeah, okay.
Not even accurate. Not even accurate. But the poll question today has to do with the Phoenix Suns. And we're asking, will Mark Williams play another game for the Phoenix Suns? Yes or no?
This year?
Nope. Ever.
He has already been ruled out for tomorrow. FYI.
I don't think he's going to play in this series.
But next year, is he on the team?
I'll say yes.
I'm going to say no. I think he's... Well, is the question, has he played his last game?
Mm-hmm.
Then the answer is yes.
Yeah.
So you'd be no. You don't think he's played his last game?
I don't really know. I think it's a good question. I think it's 50-50. I'll say no, he hasn't played his last game.
I'll say yes, he has.
Okay.
You reversed your answers because the question is, will Mark Williams play another game for the Phoenix Suns?
Okay, so I'm going to say yes.
Yes.
I'm
And you're going to say
no.
no.
Sorry. Boy.
Okay.
It was a long night last night, people. Work with us.
All of us.
Work with us.
All of us.
There's not enough coffee in the world after the night we had last night, but it's okay. We had a lot of fun doing it. What's the responses?
This one is not even close. 72% saying no, Mark Williams will not play another game for the Phoenix Suns. 28% saying yes, he will.
Okay. That's the poll question.
Okay.
Sounded like somewhat encouraging news about Grayson Allen and Jordan Goodwin for tomorrow's
Yeah, I
game.
feel good about those two.
You do? You feel good about those guys?
Yeah.
George Sedano, who did sidelines for ESPN for Game 2, is set to join us in about 10 minutes right now, as that'll be the first time that we've really talked about the Suns today because we've been so draft heavy. Jeremiah Love, 3rd pick overall last night. As we mentioned, the draft begins in about 56 minutes from right now. I saw where he's already like odds-on favorite to win Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
In the NFC.
I was looking at that today.
Are taking guesses at how many yards he's going to gain already. Like they're already trying to project what kind of season.
Want me to give you numbers to you?
Yeah, please. Sure, give me
All
some
right,
numbers.
so
Love
Arizona
numbers.
Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love is the plus 200 favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Carnell Tate next at plus 350. Raiders quarterback Fernando Mendoza at plus 400. Again, I don't know what that really means, but he's the favorite, right? You got to, do you bet?
Bet 100 to win 2, bet 100 to win 4. That's what the plus is.
Okay, so you bet 100 to win. So you bet 100, you win 200 for him to be the Rookie of the Year.
Yes, correct.
And then Carnell Tate's at 350, Fernando Mendoza at 400. The predictions for Jeremiah Love, these were I think these were the ESPN ones. Field Yates, 1,225 rushing yards, 420 receiving yards, 12 touchdowns. Reed, who is Reed?
Jordan Reed.
Jordan Reed.
From ESPN.
1,200 rushing yards, 400 receiving yards, 15 touchdowns. And Miller?
Matt Miller.
1,100 rushing yards, 450 receiving, 15 touchdowns.
We're trying to get Matt Miller on the show for next week. We've had him on before. He's really good. Yeah.
So he's got him at 1,100 yards. So somewhere between everybody's got him over 1,000 yards. Everybody's got him over 12 touchdowns. And everybody has him over 400 receiving yards. So major impact for Jordan Love is the predictions right now.
Sounds about right. I mean, you know.
But the question really becomes like, and you had a point in your email today, just what will the workload be for Jeremiah Love if you keep Algier, which you are, and then you got Connor? Like, what's the workload going to be? You might not want to wear him down this first year if you don't have the great offensive line and you're not ready to win right now. You might want to hold his carries down a little bit, and he's only, 20 years old? So, if we say the average running backs go to 30, he's got a long time before he's 30. So you might not want to wear him down this first year, especially since you've got some real talent at the running back spot.
Yeah, I think you can. I wonder if he hits those numbers even if you do limit his carries. I mean, that's it. And I don't know how well he's going to run behind that offensive line. But those numbers are good, but they're also fairly modest too. I mean, if you look at it like per game, 1,200 yards in today's NFL is like what 70 yards a game.
Right.
I mean, it's really not.
It's not crazy.
It's not that crazy to say a running back's going to be a 1,200 yard guy. So I think, especially with Algier. And I can't imagine what the reaction was from him. We talked about this last night during the draft show. Really? Seriously?
Right.
I'm with the Atlanta Falcons. They draft Bijan Robinson. I go to the Arizona Cardinals. They draft Jeremiah Love. Thanks, guys. It's not exactly Kirk Cousins going to the Falcons and they take Michael Penix, but it's kind of like that.
There's one thing I thought about last night as I was, sometimes after a draft's over, long day for us, I sit around, I get all these thoughts. November 4th.
November 4th.
November 4th.
What's on November 4th?
NFL trade deadline.
Oh, yeah.
You got to, if a team is in need of a running back, you've got a couple guys you could trade. You've got a few guys you could trade if you wanted to.
You could.
Mm-hmm.
I also
James Conner, you want to go to a contender? A starting running back is down? You want to go to a contender? Look, we questioned whether the Cardinals would trade for a running back last year. When their guys went down.
Connor and Benson, yeah.
But there will be a team or two that need a running back. James Conner's sitting there. He's a leader. He's a workhorse. November 4th. So I'm looking at that trade. I don't think you could go through the whole season with those four guys. Benson is your fourth. Maybe you trade Benson to a team. But do I think after November 4th you'll have those four running backs on the roster? I don't think so.
No, you don't think so?
I don't. I think somebody's going to have to go.
Really quickly, can you remind me who were the Cardinals' leaders in rushing yards last year? Do you remember?
I think it was Michael Carter.
Where was he on the depth chart when we started that?
He was on the practice squad.
Okay. So I know you're emphasizing the trade deadline, but I'm emphasizing a lot can happen. Well, this team was decimated at the running back position last year.
Yeah. And that's why the Cardinals weren't afraid to, it'll work itself out. But, I can't count on all these guys getting hurt again. What if they don't get hurt? What if Love, Algier, and Connors are all healthy? Then I think somebody's got to go.
Yeah, I would just start with Trey Benson, if I'm being honest.
Well, I think Trey Benson, if we're being honest about it, forget about how Tyler Algier feels about
what could you get
tomorrow. I think Trey Benson is the one who's like, okay, yeah, they just, and not that they were going to pass on Jeremiah Love out of some idea of loyalty to Trey Benson. That'd be totally stupid. But I think Trey Benson is probably looking at that going, okay, I'm RB4. Bye.
Yeah,
not even
see how quickly it goes?
It's not even that I'm going to get traded. I'm gonna get forgotten about. I'm gonna have to fight to make the team.
Yes.
If I'm Trey Benson.
Yes.
Because you know how this is gonna go. As soon as this draft is over this weekend, they're gonna go sign undrafted guys and someone maybe even at the running back position. And when we start talking about how many running backs are they gonna keep and what's the roster gonna look like, I'll guarantee you right now, Trey Benson is on the bubble in the month of August. Sorry, that's what I was going to say. He's going to be an on-the-bubble guy because he hasn't produced in his first 2 years because there's going to be competition at the position, and it's going to become a numbers game in terms of how many do you actually want to keep. And it's crazy to think about that now, but we'll get there. We will get to that point where a former second-round pick from not that long ago, second or third round?
I thought he was third.
Was he third? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Third round.
I think he was the third round pick.
Okay, either way, second or third. So a day two pick. We'll both be right if I say a day two pick. A day two pick who's only 2 years removed from getting drafted.
Yeah.
Might be on a roster bubble in August.
Right. That'd be a wasted pick.
Yeah.
A wasted high pick.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I mean, you may, listen, he may not be the fit for the fourth running back. You might want somebody that's a better third down guy. Right? Somebody that's a better blocker or somebody that's a better pass catcher out of the backfield. Might not be the right fit.
How much of a chance does ESPN's George Sedano give the Phoenix Suns in this series with the Thunder? Heck, how much of a chance does George Sedano give the Suns in a game in this series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? Don't mean to make a joke out of it, but that's kind of where we're at. We'll ask him next. He'll join us here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Arizona sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the postseason. Now.
All right, we're waiting on George Sedano to join us. Our good friend who was the sideline reporter for Game 2 between the Suns and the Thunder. He was also hosting, I think, NBA Live, NBA Today, whatever the show is on ESPN. He had Jordan Tyson's brother on from the Cleveland Cavaliers, who said that right after he hit a corner 3 last night, he got word that his brother had been drafted by the New Orleans Saints. So it was a really cool. So he's on the court, he's playing, he hits a corner 3, and oh, by the way, your brother just got drafted.
Time out. Time out.
Right? Like that is super cool.
Also, pre-NFL draft, Jordan Tyson was interviewed by Molly McGrath, and was asked about his outfit, and he said, "Oh, I'm wearing these shoes because my brother wore these shoes when he was drafted, and now I'm wearing them tonight."
That's crazy cool.
Drafted.
Anybody wearing funeral shoes for the Denver Nuggets? Anybody?
Mitch, you want to chime in on that?
Anybody got any funeral shoes?
Mitch, you want to at least turn on your microphone so we can see the sadness in your eyes? You know what? In a moment like this, I should be able to have control over your microphones, and I should be able to turn on Mitch's camera so we can all see his. We should all be able to see him.
Want to play taps right now?
Yeah, but that was a really cool moment. We'll ask George about that when he comes on and get his thoughts on the series. While we're waiting for him, since this is the first chance we've had to talk about the Phoenix Suns today, you mentioned a second ago you're hearing good things about Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen's availability tomorrow.
I'm not reporting anything yet, but I think there's a pretty good feeling on those guys' ability to go in Game 3 tomorrow. None of those, we reported the other day that none of the three were playing in that last game. Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, Mark Williams, none of them played. I'm not hearing anything good on Mark Williams.
Well, he's been ruled out already.
Yeah.
He's already been ruled out. He's not going to play.
I don't think he plays in the series, to be honest with you. But I do think there's a decent chance that the other two guys will be able to play.
Yeah, here's Jordan Ott from today talking about exactly that.
Yeah, Mark, no change. Mark's going to be out. Again, third quarter Portland game, felt it. It's kind of the same spot. No real improvement this far. Hasn't been on the court. Grayson Goody went through everything today. Again, seemed to be in a better place. Continue to make improvement. Early game tomorrow, so we're hopeful that both of them will be available.
The big news about the Phoenix Suns today, the NBA has admitted it was wrong in the technical foul that was assessed to Devin Booker, but fined him $35,000 anyway for what he had to say.
Right.
Our bad. A technical shouldn't have been
But
called.
you can't say that.
But keep your mouth shut, Devin Booker. Shh, don't say what you said. $35,000 out of Devin Booker's own pocket for him to get the satisfaction of saying what he said the other day.
Oh, worth every penny, I'm sure, to him. I'm sure it's worth every penny.
I would think. And
to get that out there, I'll gladly write that check for $35,000.
And to be honest with you, probably worth every penny for the Suns, because I do think, not that it's going to change the tone of the series, I think it could change the tone of the game tomorrow and maybe even on Monday.
Also, it's because it's coming back to Phoenix.
Planting a seed in the mind of the officials. Hey, this has been a real one-sided affair. Okay, joining us now on the phone line, our buddy ESPN sideline reporter and host of Cap and Sedano from ESPN LA 710, George Sedano here on the Burns and Gambo Show. George, how are we doing today?
Gentlemen, how are you? It's been too long. My apologies. I was not ready earlier. I was in a lunch meeting and it ran long. So when you're out with like people who are way more powerful than you just kind of sit there and just nod. And eventually I had to tell them, hey, I got to go, man. Like, I appreciate the free lunch, but I got to run. I got to talk to Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, George, I owed my co-host a big, fancy, expensive lunch because I lost a bet to him. I kind of felt the same way when I'm like,
he wanted to get out of there.
I got to go. And I just felt like I couldn't get out of it because I owed him this lunch.
That bill, I'm not going to lie to you, that bill approached $400.
It was very expensive. It was on
for lunch.
It was on whether the Suns were going to win more games this year than they did last year, and I was so sure that they weren't. I'm like, man, the most expensive lunch you can think of. Let's do it. God, it was such an expensive lunch, George. It was a really bad decision.
I mean, $400 for lunch is pretty expensive.
Yes.
I'll give you that. Like that's. I mean, what did you order there in that lunch?
So it could have been worse. I could have got one of the big. We were at the Rah-Rah room. And the Suns Arena, they've got a fancy restaurant. They were not even open, but they opened specially for us for lunch that day. I went with a nice bronzino, a nice piece of fish.
Ooh,
I had some calamari. I had a nice kale and goat cheese salad, and then I had the $25 ice cream sundae to cap it all off.
Yeah.
And
that's the way to do it. See, I did the same thing. I had a little sea bass today for lunch with some gnocchi. It was delicious. I had what else did I have? We had some calamari.
Oh, good.
Had like a lumped crab cake, and then since I wasn't paying for it, what the hell?
What the hell?
I went for some dessert. It was like a little bread pudding and a little espresso to top it all off.
That was kind of Gambo's theory too. I'm not paying for
I'm not
it.
paying.
What the hell?
I could have taken him to the cleaners, but I didn't.
And I appreciate that. It's funny though. Every time he mentions the price, he rounds up to $400. Every time I mention the price, I round down to $300. It just makes me feel better. It's either tomato, you know.
Whatever works for you, man. Whatever makes you feel good about it. So, well, listen, you did make a bad bet because Jordan Ott did a hell of a job this year. That's for sure.
Yes, he did. You were the sideline reporter for Game 2. Tell me your interpretation. We were just talking about Devin Booker, the fine, the comments after the game. We've since seen the reaction around the league, kind of like, yeah, you know what? It was a little unbalanced. In the moment and afterwards, what was your reaction to what was said and kind of how it went down in Game 2?
Well, it's funny because I think James Williams, who was the lead official, the crew chief that night, is an excellent official. But he did have a rough night, I think. There's no doubt about that. I mean, all three of those texts, if I recall correctly, have been rescinded.
Yes.
So that he distributed in the game, I think, to both teams, right? So I think that goes to show you that the league also agrees that he had a bad night and that Devin was right to call him out in that situation. I mean, the last one was wild. I mean, Dave and Doris had the same reaction I think everybody did at home. It was like, wait a second, the tech is on Booker? Like,
right.
And because I was stunned when it transpired that way. Like, he was clearly trying to save the ball. So, yeah, look, man, it was tough. I don't think that's why the Suns lost, obviously. I mean, the Suns did make it a game a little too late. But I did like this when I watched them. I like the fact that they kept fighting. I mean, that was a 26-point game pretty late in the game. And then all of a sudden it got at least a little interesting, you know?
Yeah, Dylan Brooks went crazy, and all of a sudden it's a 10-point game. And they're in it. Then Jalen Green had a couple of bad turnovers. This is a tough matchup for not only Phoenix, but anybody else. They're such a good team with all their great perimeter defenders and their ability to protect the rim with Holmgren and Hartenstein. Do you see any weakness that Oklahoma City has that the Suns can exploit?
Not really.
Yeah, me either.
Honest with you. Yeah,
me either.
And honestly, to your point, it's not even a Suns thing. Like, I just don't think that many teams can exploit them, period. You know? So I know Jalen Williams being out is definitely going to be a tougher situation for them because he's so good. But the thing is this. Now, look, I've been covering the league since 2003, okay? So I've seen a lot of teams, okay? Including the Golden State Warriors team that won 70-something games, and then they added Kevin Durant, all that stuff. But I would say that 1 through 12 or 15 or wherever you want to go, right? Like the full complement of the roster, there is not a more talented team that I've covered than this Oklahoma City team. I think Sam Presti has done a magnificent job building this team. And honestly, the Paul George trade may go down as one of the worst trades in sports history, let alone in NBA history. It really, what he's been able to do with the picks allotted to him in that trade and beyond, right, because he's had some of his own picks, is just unbelievable. And there are guys on that roster, man, that nobody even knows who they are for the most part, right? Like the majority of people have no idea who some of these guys are. And they'd be really good players on any team in the league. A.J. Mitchell, who was kind of their sixth man this year, this guy could go on 25 teams and be a 20-point scorer every night. Like, that's the type of talent that this team has. So they really are in this sweet spot where I think they're, you know, as long as they have injury luck, right, they're going to win more than one championship that they won last year. Like, I think they can win a couple. Granted, I think Wemby will have a lot to say about that. But yeah, they're set up so well. I don't think there's another team that's set up any better than them.
George Sedano's joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, sideline reporter from ESPN, who frequently joins us here on Burns and Gambo. So along those lines, you mentioned the fight that the Suns showed at the end of that game, cut the 26-point lead to 10. Is there a carryover in their fight? Is there something from that fight? And we totally agree with you, obviously. We're not under no illusions that the Suns are going to win that series. But is there something about that little segment that the Suns can apply to either one of these games at home, either tomorrow or on Monday, to at least steal a game from the Thunder, which is something no one's been able to do the last 2 years in the first round?
So I think the best thing is this. And they did a slightly better job in game 2 of this than they did in game 1. You can't turn it over against them. If you turn it over against them, it's going to be an avalanche, because then all of a sudden they're going to get even more handsy, more aggressive, and really start to speed you up. And I think because of that, like outside of Booker, there's probably not another guy that I feel like can't get sped up. And even Devin occasionally will get sped up with them, but that's just how impressive their defense is. So that's one thing. And the other thing is what they do defensively that really allows them to have so much success, particularly turning people over, is that they're really strong up the middle defensively, where, you know, they've got Chet kind of roaming the paint, but even in front of Chet, they'll always have someone at the nail, which is kind of basically the middle of the free throw line, right? Like, there's always someone kind of roaming that free throw line, that charity stripe, and it's just really hard. So if you try to, like, split a defender, or even if you bring someone else, like, to set a screen, now you're inviting a second defender there. They've got Chet playing, a free safety back there. And then you still aren't even accounting for a guy like, Alex Caruso or Cason Wallace. These guys are all NBA-style defenders. It's just really hard, man, against them. So you have to somehow, A, not turn it over. That's the number one thing. And then, B, you got to find a way to make sure that you can eliminate that guy that stands at the nail at the free throw line. If you can kind of wipe that guy out with a hard screen or maybe a double screen or something, right? You got to get creative. Then at least it'll allow you to make Chet, force him to step up. And then you've got outlets, right, to pass the ball to, maybe to the corners and spray it there. So I know that's super geeky and like basketball-y for you, but I feel like that's what it is. Like it takes incredible precision. I'll give you a perfect example. When we spoke to Dylan Brooks and Jordan Ott before Game 2, they both said, separate from each other, when you get them, it's never the first action in your possession. It's always the second or tertiary action when you get them because they make you work so hard. So that's what I would say. That's a long way to go about it, but it's incredibly difficult to work them over defensively.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Well, next time you're in town, maybe lunch just not so expensive. Okay, George, how about that?
Yeah, listen, all good. Yeah, I will. Listen, I can be a cheap date if I need to be. So you know what I mean? We can go way less than that.
After Gambo just pillaged my checking account, yes, it'll need to be a cheap lunch. So, George, we appreciate the time, as always. Safe travels. We'll talk soon, okay?
All right, guys. Take care. Have a great rest of your show.
Thanks, George. Thank you. George Sedano joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, who won the night? Who lost the night with Jeremiah Love being selected by the Arizona Cardinals? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
The Cardinals made a big Cardinal decision with the 3rd overall pick.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
To add that skill set to what I already believe is a pretty good skill set with our receiver room, with our tight end room, to add to that running back room, it's cool.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Lots of people purchasing homes right now. Great time. A lot of reasons why. One of them is that, school's ending really soon. A lot of people like to take this time to just go move out somewhere and get a new home. And the Lund Mortgage team is getting people pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. If you're a renter and you're like, okay, my lease is coming up soon. I don't want to renew the lease. I don't want to keep the rent keeps going up. I want to own a home. Contact the Lund Mortgage team. Let them get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. The Lund Mortgage team is available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. Just call them at 623-889-0130 for any and all of your mortgage needs. They'll take great care of you. The refinances are really hot right now, and pre-approvals for a mortgage, again, absolutely free to get that done. That way, you'll know exactly what type of house you can afford when you go looking for houses. Call the Lund Mortgage team, over 30 years in the industry, at 623-889-0130.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at Disc. Desert Institute for Spine Care online at sciatica.com.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisi here went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here. And they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
I'm ready to work. I'm here to work. And thank you for believing in me. And we're going to do some great things.
That's the voice of newest Arizona Cardinal Jeremiah Love, who met with the media earlier today. The Notre Dame running back was the Cardinals' pick at 3rd overall last night, generating all sorts of reaction across the league. To hear Love's conversation that he had with Wolf and Luke today, plus the reactions from the selection of Love, you can find all that and much more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Day 2 of the NFL Draft continues this afternoon at 4, so just under a half hour away from the Cardinals' next pick, which is set to be the second pick of the second round, number 34 overall. As the Phoenix Suns prepare for Game 3 of their first-round playoff series, head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate and that they're hopeful that both can play tomorrow afternoon. He additionally ruled big man Mark Williams out for tomorrow. Williams has been out since last Friday due to a foot injury. And 2 Wildcats have made their declarations for the NBA Draft. Both of the freshmen, Koa Pete and Braden Burries, both in separate social posts today, announced that they are heading for the NBA. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we recap the NFL Draft and the status of the Phoenix Suns. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Draft begins in about 25 minutes. And while we're not doing a full-fledged draft show like we did yesterday, certainly with the Cardinals having the second pick in the second round, Gambo, and the first pick in the third round, you better believe that when their picks come up, whether they stay put, trade out, whatever, we'll
go to the podium.
We will go to the podium. We'll bring you the pick. If we have a profile, we'll play it. We'll react, what it means, how this person they pick fits, what position did they go with, et cetera, et cetera. And we will focus to the point where, as Lauren pointed out earlier, our show sheet after 4 o'clock is blank.
I thought it just meant we get to go home.
No. I know that's what you're hoping for. No, but we are here till 6, and we're excited about it, Gambo. Come on, be excited about it.
I'm pumped up. I tease you guys with this all the time. I'm fine. I got nowhere to go.
What am I gonna do? Go home?
Yeah.
Want to go home? So anyway, that's coming up in about 24 minutes.
Take the dog for a walk, or I don't know. What am I going to do?
I think the Cardinals are going to.
Wasn't a great day. Wasn't a bad day.
Hey, you know what? It was a great day for ASU. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, 2 players drafted in the first round.
For the first time since 2001, they had 2 first-rounders.
Yeah.
Adam Archuleta and Todd Heap the last time it happened.
Wow.
Yeah. Can Jordan Tyson and Max Ahanachor have careers as good as those 2 guys? I don't know, but that is a nice feather.
Did the Steelers even want Ahanachor?
What do you mean?
The Steelers?
What do you mean?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
No, I didn't hear. What happened?
You guys heard about that, right?
I know what you're talking about now.
I don't know what you're talking
They
about.
thought that they... Oh, Gambo,
They weren't taking
go
him.
ahead. You set it up.
Okay, I'll tell you. I got to get to my email. They weren't taking Ahanachor. They were going to take the Lemon kid. And then all of a sudden...
Oh, and the Eagles moved up.
The Eagles moved up and took him.
Okay.
And it was like, oh, okay. He wasn't... The Steelers weren't going... They were on the phone with the other guy. They were on the phone with Lemon. And they were going to draft him. And then all of a sudden, the Eagles kind of snuck in. And the Eagles drafted him. And they ended up with Ahanachor.
Tough bleep. It's the NFL.
I know.
If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you don't have a war room with a big board and a draft board on it where you go, okay, who's the next guy on our board? I mean, you haven't practiced that scenario. You're not ready.
Well, they obviously had Ahanachor as the next guy, but he wasn't the guy that they wanted.
Well,
that's the whole point
okay,
there.
Yeah, and
the point is that's not the guy they wanted.
That's fine, but it's life happens, man.
Right.
Stuff happens. Bleep happens. On SI.com today, they had the winners and losers. Now, in the next segment, we'll get to winners and losers around the NFL and a lot of Ty Simpson talk in the next segment of the show. But winners and losers with Jeremiah Love's selection as it relates specifically to the Arizona Cardinals.
Let's go. What do you got?
Winner number 1, in their opinion, was Michael Bidwell. Michael Bidwell, not necessarily because...
Getting a big-name player, a face of the franchise type of guy, a sell tickets, sell jerseys type of player.
Yeah. Monty Austin-Fort was asked last night about the rumored ownership involvement in the draft the process, I should say, as was talked about last week. Monty said not true.
In the decision, no, not at all. Michael is involved to the point of he likes to know what's going on. He loves to hear about our process. He loves to hear about how we have arrived at the board where it's at. He's great at throwing us a scenario. Well, what if this guy goes? Okay, well, then we would do this. So Michael's been great. He was awesome with letting Mike and I go through our process. And he was engaged as always, but really hands off and let us do our job.
Okay. So wasn't him pounding the table for Jeremiah Love, as some people thought?
Wasn't
he was pounding the table to go get that guy.
Basically demanding that they take Jeremiah Love, as some people had wondered was cooking behind
Once
the scenes.
insight, once explanation, process, how all of that is working, but didn't interfere at all.
But whether he interfered or not, he can still be a winner for last night because that's an extremely popular player they took with that pick.
Yeah, place we were at back here, they erupted. Fans were excited. Yeah, I would agree. I would think that Michael gets the win here.
We talked about this earlier. A loser from last night, Trey Benson, who was
no
by
doubt
far the biggest loser of the night last night.
Listen, let me ask you this. Did it take drafting Jeremiah Love for Benson to be a loser? They re-signed Connors, and they went out and signed Tyler Algier.
Yeah, I think it still did because at least I think there's a big, as we talked about earlier, I think there's a big difference between RB3 and RB4. A big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, RB3, you're one guy getting hurt away from being the backup. Right?
And RB4, you're not playing.
RB4, you're fighting for a roster spot in August. I think there's a really big difference. So, yeah, I think it took them drafting Jeremiah Love for Trey Benson to be a
definitely a loss for him.
Winner, Mike LaFleur.
Offensive weapon.
He's got weapons. You say what you want about the quarterback, and we'll talk about him in a minute, but they've got weapons now. He can kind of play with and deploy.
Yeah, there's no question. When you look at Trey McBride and then Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier and James Conner, and then you go to Michael Wilson, and you go to Marvin Harrison Jr. I still want to see what he can do with Marvin Harrison Jr. if he can get the best version of him out there. But there's no question when you look at the skill position players, not the offensive line, but the skill position players, he's got a lot of options.
Loser, anybody who thought they should add offensive line help or just the concept of adding offensive line help. That was a loser last night. And it better not be a loser today. I'll tell you that right now. They cannot.
How many offensive linemen yesterday? 9?
9. One shy of setting. 7 tackles, 2 guards. 9 total.
There's one offensive lineman I got my eye on right now, and that's
the A&M kid?
Chase Basantis as a possibility for them in this second round. If you stick at 34 and you don't trade out, but Basantis could be a play there. The question would be, do you draft for need instead of best player at this point? Because it's such a great need for them. I wonder if need overtakes best value.
I mean, I know it didn't last night.
No, but tonight it might.
But I think tonight it's going to have to a little bit. And that is sort of the problem with the draft, where it is right now. The board isn't really set up for a ton of offensive linemen now. Maybe a round from now, maybe the first pick in the 3rd round. But right now, the board, frankly, is set up with a lot of defensive backs, which the Cardinals have never not taken a defensive back under Monty Austin-Fort in the 2nd or 3rd round in any year.
This will be the year, second round.
They've never not done it. But I don't know if they can afford to do that this year. And then finally, the winner, Jacoby Brissett, because they didn't take Ty Simpson. And we're going to talk about that in the next segment, by the way, because Monty actually addressed the Jacoby Brissett report. In fact, with that's what I'm going to tease ahead of the next segment. What did Monty Austin-Fort have to say about Jacoby Brissett and the report that he wants a raise? You'll hear it next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Bickley and Morana morning.
Jeremiah Love, I give them credit for taking the shiny object, because the shiny object here has got a lot of substance behind it. If you are literally giving your fan base something new and exciting, something that, if it works out, could be a game changer for this team, then what's wrong with that? What's wrong with giving people what they want on draft night? What is the point of the NFL draft if you can't give your fan base hope? So the idea that, they just did it just to stimulate well, of course, that's a reason. Why wouldn't it be?
Why can't you check all those boxes? You can get the best available player. You can excite the fan base. And I think they did that.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop with their locations all across the valley, all of which stick to the same principle as the original V's Barbershop that opened 26 years ago in Arcadia. It was the coolest thing you ever saw, man. I mean, it was real barbers, real good barbers, the best barbers, in an old-fashioned barbershop with antique barbershop chairs, and you walked in, and it was like you stepped into a time machine, and you went back into another era, and it was great. People would come from far and wide to get their haircut. I drove all the way in from Gilbert to get my haircut in Arcadia. V's was that good. That was 26 years ago. They've expanded. There are V's Barbershops all over the valley, but every single one of them, man, that same commitment to that experience, the old-fashioned vibe, the great barbers, the great haircut. So if you need a great haircut, if you just want to chill and get a hot lather shave, which is really awesome at V's too, go to vbarbershop.com. Maybe you need one this weekend. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dvax.com.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat. And it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDYMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. Second-round mock drafts have quarterbacks on the Cardinals' minds. A former employee's discrimination lawsuit against the Suns was dismissed, and Jeremiah Love prides himself on the dirty work. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
This time a week ago, one of our top stories of the day as we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo was Jacoby Brissett, who is not attending phase 1 of the offseason workouts for the Arizona Cardinals, because he wants to be paid more like a starter. He's going to be a starting quarterback. He wants to be paid more like a starter. Right? Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, not only was Monty Austin-Fort's appearance to talk about Jeremiah Love, some intrepid reporter also asked him about Jacoby Brissett and how those conversations are going.
I wonder if somebody told him he's going to be the starter now.
Well, I mean, they didn't draft Ty Simpson, so it does seem to.
And they didn't get Kirk Cousins. And our report was that he's the starting quarterback.
He's going to be the starter.
And some people had reported like, oh, but they didn't tell him he was the starter. That doesn't matter.
Monty Austin-Fort on the Brissett conversations.
Yeah, have had good dialogue. Both Mike and I have had good dialogue with Jacoby. Obviously, this is the voluntary portion of everything. We'll continue to have conversations with Jacoby, but things are in a good spot.
And that was it. That was it.
In a good spot. They'll work something out. They've got cap space.
Yeah, his current contract has a cap hit of $9 million. Only 1 point, like perfect comp here.
Okay.
$1.5 million is guaranteed for Jacoby Brissett. Gardner Minshew is slated to make twice that in guaranteed money.
So guarantee more of the money, put some incentives in there, maybe boost the salary a little bit, and we're good. It should be workable.
It shouldn't take much more than that. I don't think he wants like actual starters money. I just think he wants money that indicates I am the starting quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals over the backup guy who's making more than I am. You didn't draft Ty Simpson. And look, at this point,
he's the starter.
He's the starter. We all know it. I can understand. I mean, there's part of it like, hey, man, you're 1-11, read the room, come on. But at the same time,
you need a starter.
You need a starting quarterback with all of these weapons that you've got. You'd like somebody to kind of hold it all together, and Jacoby Brissett wants to be that guy.
And he's a professional, and he's well-liked by his teammates, and he's well-liked by the organization. And it's just, and this is obviously he's got an agent, and he's sitting there saying, I cannot allow you to go into the season as the starting quarterback with $1.5 million guaranteed. We got to do better than that.
Yeah.
And so they'll work something out that works for both sides.
Les Snead. We just had, we should have asked him about this. We ran out of time. Les Snead, the general manager, speaking of the quarterback situation.
Who are you going to ask?
George Sedano.
I was going to ask him what he thought about the Lakers being up 2-0 on KD and the Rockets.
Okay.
That's what I was going to, but we ran out of time because he called in a little late.
I wanted to ask him today. Les Snead, the general manager of the Rams, was on his radio show and said, and I quote, he and Sean McVay are in lockstep on the decisions they make in the drafts.
Didn't seem it.
At the end of the day,
okay.
Sean and I are always going to work together in these types of decisions. There was a lot of that going on and maneuvering into that draft. We're in lockstep. We work together. It's collaborative. It's him and I partnering to try to do the best for the Rams. Anybody who watched that presser last night and who read the body language, it sure looked like Sean McVay
wanted a player that could help him now.
Was not happy with Ty Simpson at number 13.
Listen, it was the same thing with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers when they drafted Love, when they drafted Jordan Love. Like, what are we doing here? We're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You're going to waste a late first-round pick on a quarterback? I mean, we could use somebody who can help us now. But there's also we've got to have an eye out for the future. You've got to have – it's tough. It's the Rams looking at Matthew Stafford. Last year at this time, everybody's worried about his balky back and whether he'd even make it through the season. And, look, I thought that they could have won the Super Bowl. I thought they were the best team last year. They just didn't get by Seattle. I think they would have won the Super Bowl had they done that. You could make the argument both ways. You can make the argument that they should have got a player right now to help Stafford. But you could also make the argument that it's wise to draft Simpson, who only has 15 starts, and instead of forcing him into a situation in which he's got to play right away, which might have happened here with the Jets, he gets sit back, get the reps, learn from Stafford, get some practice time in, mature as a player, get a little bit stronger. That's all going to benefit him.
Yeah, and clearly the Rams are trying to do a little spin control here, damage control here, because now I've got this report from Jeremy Fowler on ESPN. Multiple team sources told Fowler they believe McVay might have felt he needed to downplay his excitement in order to accentuate his confidence in starting quarterback Matthew Stafford. In other words, if I get too excited about Ty Simpson, I'm basically saying I don't believe in Matthew Stafford anymore, so I'm going to mute my response. I'm going to be casual, cool, and chill about it so I don't make it look like I'm just counting down the minutes until Matthew Stafford retires.
That sounds ridiculous to me.
Tell me why.
There's no reason McVay could be like, hey, listen, Matthew Stafford's 38 years old. We love him. He can be the quarterback here for as long as he wants, but we have to have, we have to prepare for the possibility that this will be his last year.
True, but you know this as well as I do. Professional athletes are egotistical and sometimes very sensitive. Very, very sensitive.
Aaron Rodgers? Yeah.
Oh,
Matthew Stafford?
Yeah. Don't you think that professional athletes are...
Matthew Stafford was in trade rumors last year, just as a reminder. Before they figured everything out with his contractual status, he was in trade rumors.
Yeah, I think that the ego of the professional athlete sometimes is, absolutely. They can be some of the most sensitive people out there.
They said that they spoke to Stafford beforehand, right?
They did.
That he knew what they were going to do.
He knew what they were going to do, and he was, I don't know if he endorsed the plan, but he knew it. The reaction around the league to Ty Simpson has been real. I mean, it's almost like the reaction to Jeremiah Love and the Cardinals. It's very similar. Like, some people are like, yeah, absolutely brilliant move. Other people are like, what are you doing? We played earlier the soundbite from Brock Heward.
Yeah.
I'll play it again. Brock Heward from our sister station up in Seattle, our friend, and comment, with the Seattle Seahawks. It's like, yeah, sure, cool, draft Ty Simpson. That's great for Seattle.
That is exactly. You could not have drawn it up any better. Not with Mekhi Lemon out there, not with Kenyon Sadiq out there, and for a whole offseason. And look, he's got an Aloe sponsorship on his sleeve. that again, right there, tells me all I need to know right there.
It's getting better, huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But for a whole offseason where the Rams did nothing but say, win now, bump. The window is now. We got to take on the Seahawks now. We got to address our biggest needs now. And you have a receiver in Lemon and a tight end in Sadiq that could add to that repertoire. And what do you think Matthew Stafford's thinking right now? We did what?
Yeah, well, Matt.
We did what?
Brock cracks me up. He's so funny.
It reminds me of the Kobe White thing.
That's so love, bro.
Right. Except we did what?
That's so love.
What we do?
That's great. Second round of the draft.
Oh, here we go.
Begins in 5 minutes and 13 seconds. And we'll be here to tell you what the Cardinals do with the second pick in that draft next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Right now, what we're watching, it says more about the Thunder than it does the Suns.
I agree with that. But I don't want to just gloss over that last thing. Jalen Williams
is out at least a week. Does that mean the Suns are going to come back and win this series? No, probably not. That is a significant piece they're going to be missing. Now, next is apropos because they just run in 3 more guys, but they don't have another They do have another Jalen Williams, but they don't have.
I was going to.
They literally do,
Luke.
but they don't have that Jalen Williams.
Yes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Ready to help you right now with a free portfolio review. How many of you out there don't really have a great financial advisor? Maybe you don't even have a plan. You're just putting money away, 401k, Roth IRA, investments, but you don't really have a plan. Got to have a plan. Always got to have a plan. Want to execute the plan. It's like anything, like sports. Got to have a plan. Got to execute the plan. Stuart Willis has 5 locations in the Valley. He's been here for many, many decades, and he does a great job of helping people with their financial needs. He's done a great job for me in helping me with my retirement plan and my estate plan and tax plan, and he can help you too. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
I'm ready to work. I'm here to work. And thank you for believing in me. And we're going to do some great things.
That's the voice of newest Arizona Cardinal Jeremiah Love meeting with the media earlier today. The Notre Dame running back was the Cardinals' pick at 3rd overall last night, generating all sorts of reaction across the NFL. To hear Love's full conversation today with the Wolf and Luke show, plus those reactions from across the league, find that and much, much more right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Day 2 of the NFL Draft is set to start now-ish. We'll see. There's a lot of pleasantries that have to be taken care of. As far as the Cardinals' next pick, it is set to be the second pick of the second round, so 34th overall. So it's coming up very quickly. Burns and Gambo will be reacting live when it happens. And then in Phoenix Suns injury news. Head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate and that they're hopeful they can both play tomorrow afternoon in Game 3. He additionally ruled out big man Mark Williams. Williams has been out since last Friday with a foot injury. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did we make of the rest of the Arizona Cardinals draft picks? We'll be reacting to rounds 2 through 7 Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
On behalf of my co-host, who, if he had his earbuds in, would be tip-jarring this song, I will tip-jar this song.
Chicago.
Yeah.
25 or 6 to 4.
25 or 6 to 4. Which now, thanks to Amazon, I think about that commercial. There's a commercial that uses this as the soundtrack.
Really?
They play it a lot during, I think, Suns games. They played it a bunch. Yeah, it's the dad at home with the baby. Mom goes off to work, and he's tired, so he's ordering a bunch of Amazon products, making coffee, and this is the song in the background the whole time. And they played the commercial so many times. Now, when I hear this song, I think about that commercial.
They had a dad making Amazon purchases?
Yeah?
Oh.
You don't...
I thought 90% of all Amazon purchases were women.
God. You're just really?
I
buy stuff on Amazon all the time. It is not gender specific, Gambo.
Oh.
Yeah.
My wife orders from Amazon every day. There's a package that comes. I didn't know what the heck.
Yeah, I order stuff on Amazon.
Okay.
Every day.
You do?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is not.
All right, I'm wrong.
It is not gender specific.
Hey, did you guys hear Kevin Durant's out tonight in Game 3?
I heard that he might be out. Is he out?
He's out.
Is he really
out? Apparently, the ankle injury he suffered in Game 2 is the reasoning for this.
You know why? He doesn't want to play Oklahoma City.
Well, he might not get that choice whether he wants to or not with the way the Lakers are up 2-0. So, no, he's out. Anyway, we are burying the lead. Round 2 of the NFL draft is
Here we go.
begin. We welcome you back here on the Burns and Gambo show. Now, this isn't going to be like yesterday. We're not going to take every pick. We're not going to go to the podium every single time. We'll do it when the Cardinals are on the clock, and we'll go to the podium, and we'll see what they do. James Conner, by the way, Cardinals running back, is set to announce all the picks today. The Pittsburgh native who used to play for the Steelers and went to the University of Pittsburgh.
Great.
He'll be announcing the picks. The 49ers are on the clock right now. They've got about 7 minutes to go. I saw an Adam Schefter tweet moments ago in which he said there is no trade out here. The 49ers are planning to stick and pick with the first pick of tonight's second round, number 33, which Gambo...
Yeah, because they traded out of the first round.
Which makes me feel even better that the Cardinals are trading their pick.
You think so?
Because if there is a team that wants to move up to get a guy and San Francisco's staying put, now the Cardinals are the one you talk to. Now the Cardinals are the one you do business with.
There is one offensive lineman that's worthy of being in these first 5 or 10 picks, and that is Chase Basantis from Texas A&M. There's also some edge rushers. You know, the Zion Young kid's pretty good.
You've got Parker, Cassius Howell.
Yeah, so you've got a few edge rushers if you wanted to go there. And then there's that big defensive tackle, really good player from Ohio State, Caden McDonald. So if you wanted to stay at 34 and not trade down, what's the benefit of trading down? You grab a couple extra picks in, the 4th or 5th round. You get extra, roll of the dice, a swing of the bat.
You get an extra. I mean, do you get an extra pick today if you move down? Can you get
depending on how far you move down? Yes.
Can you get an extra third? So if you get an extra pick today,
if you move down 15 spots, maybe.
if you can get an extra pick today sometime and have 2 third-rounders instead of 1, then yeah, maybe. The benefit is that look, we can all love Jeremiah Love all we want. That was a luxury pick for the Arizona Cardinals. That was a running back.
It was a best player, not a need pick, which I like.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with it too. I like that too. But you didn't really address a need. And so if you feel like you need to address a need, you might feel compelled to get an extra pick sometime either in the 3rd or 4th round so that you can start need shopping just a little bit, because this team does have needs, right? Like whenever they pick, whether it's the next pick after the 49ers or if they trade down or whatever, and I don't know for sure if they're going to trade down, but they need offensive line help. They need edge help. They need a defensive tackle probably, right? They need... Honestly,
so you've got an offensive lineman and a defensive tackle that are pretty highly rated right here.
Of course, yeah, but you could do that. But do you, like the Monty way, do you have guys that you like 5 picks from now, 6 picks from now?
Sure. You might have
you could trade down and feel like, hey, we could still get a guy that's on our list because there's 6 guys we like here. We move down a few spots, get an extra asset to do it. Get a guy that we like, and now we've got an extra pick to be able to go dress a need.
Because they were thinking about moving up in the first round and giving up assets to move back into the first round yesterday.
They were.
They didn't do it because everybody else was moving. There was a lot of movement late in that draft.
Oh, a ton of movement late in that draft. Monty was actually asked about exactly what you said about on discussions to get back into the first round.
Yeah, we absolutely did. And really those discussions didn't really start until call it pick 24, 25. Just because as you guys just said, like with all the movement that happened there was no shortage of teams that were willing to move and get out of those picks. And so we had a couple phone calls, and obviously there was guys that we were willing to investigate. There was never a point where we were close to pulling the trigger. There was a couple guys that, hey, if they get to a certain point and the trade is only going to cost this much, those were certainly situations that we were prepared to make. So we had a couple conversations like that, but in the end, it just didn't match up, and so we ended up staying where we're at 34.
And then here's Monty Austin-Fort again on our Arizona Sports Draft Show last night on their 2nd round pick and what he expects to be a lot of conversation today about that pick.
And then I think inevitably the phone's going to ring at some point tomorrow during the day with people looking to move up. And so then it just becomes a discussion of, hey, how far to move back? What are we getting? What are we gaining to move back? And then, hey, how many guys do we actually like to pick? And how certain are we that they'll be available if we do decide to move back? So I think what it does is it's going to provide options, but in the end, we got to be ready to pick, and we'll have 2 guys, and we know we'll get one of them tomorrow.
Backs up a lot of what I was saying yesterday. They didn't want to make an expensive deal to move back into the first round. So it wasn't going to be moving up into 15, 18, 20, 21. He said it started, around 25, pick 25.
And that's when all the deals started happening in the back end of that
because it's cheaper deals.
Yeah.
It's a cheaper deal. They were looking for a cheap deal to move back into the first round, not an expensive deal.
It felt like every pick from like 25 on got traded.
It did.
Like every single one got
I kept seeing trade.
I looked this up because this is the kind of trade I'm wondering about the Cardinals making. When they selected Max Melton, the Cardinals traded number 35 and number 186. So a 6th rounder.
Okay.
And they got number 43 and they got number 79.
Give it to me again.
Number 35.
So they went down 8 spots and picked up 79.
Yes. All for the cost of a 6th round pick. That is kind of a flyer anyway, right? So that is sort of my model for what might happen.
Move down
here.
7, 8, 9, 10 spots, pick up an extra
3rd rounder.
3rd rounder.
And the cost of doing business on that is a 6th. That's something like
you're giving up a 6th.
Yeah, you're giving up a 6th.
To get the
to get that extra 3rd round pick, something like that. I know you're big on
deal.
Stick and pick, but I wonder.
I am.
You do not like trading. You're very
I do when you need. There are times I'm okay with trading. I get it, but there's also times when you're so void of talent that you just like I don't know. This year more than any, I just don't want to trade down. I want them to take the best players.
Even in the second round. I know I get the first round
buy it.
argument,
The first round, no, I can buy it. You have this. You have the second pick in the second round. It's the 34th pick in the draft. There's a great defensive tackle out there. There's one really good offensive lineman that's left. There's some good secondary guys left. I think when you move down, you always look back and be like, oh, what could I have that? Because one of those, you're going to move down 8 spots, and you know what? One of those guys is going to be, 1 or 2 or 3 of those guys are going to be really good.
Yeah.
Oh, could have had that guy.
The pick is in for the 49ers. We're going to take a break. We're still sticking with our normal clock here. So, and obviously no 4 o'clock reset. Sorry, we're depriving you all of Lauren's services today.
She don't care.
But she's good.
She's like, I'm good.
When we come back, we'll see I would assume we'd know if the Cardinals have traded by the time we come back. So stay with us. Round 2 of the NFL draft. We're covering it here on the Burns and Gambo Show in Arizona Sports.
Did you have Cardinals draft all-world running back from Notre Dame on your bingo card?
The Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love.
It is not a surprise for me. It's just a blessing, being able to have the opportunity to go to Arizona. And I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the opportunity, and I'm just ready to work.
Reacting to Jeremiah Love running the rock with a Cardinal on his helmet at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses. Nobody does it better than Dr. J. Schwartz. If you're looking for a vision correction procedure, specializes in LASIK surgery. I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. One of the best things I've ever done for myself was have that LASIK surgery done by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call for your free, thorough eye exam at 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's your ball game. White Sox take the series thanks to a 3-run home run in the 9th inning by Andrew Benintendi. And your final score in this one, 4-1.
We don't know about this losing a series stuff. Feels better to win them. We talk about why the D-backs dropped this one on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Pittsburgh, what's going on? It's good to be home. With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M.
Chase Bisontis, offensive lineman, Texas A&M.
Tough and nasty is always something you want in the trenches, and that's what Bisontis has. He'll be able to run block at the next level without a ton of issues. The pass blocking will have to come with experience, as he'll have to slow the game down, but the combo of nasty and technique will make him a future starter with nice upside. NFL comp Dallas Cowboys offensive lineman Cooper Beebe.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Stick, pick, offensive lineman, and there you go.
This is the guy I've been talking about ever since we started the show. This is what I wanted them to do. Good offensive lineman. Has a lot of penalties on him. Had 19 flags, in his career. So he gets flagged a lot. But he's a bull, right? He's a bull. He's one of those guys who's going to go out there and maul you. So big size, good player. Played at a great program at Texas A&M. You love his size. It's 6'5", 315. So this is a guy you can come in, you get some guard, you get some offensive line help. They addressed it early. I did not want them to trade down. I wanted them to stay at 34 and take a player. And this is the guy that I've been talking about since we started the draft. There were two guys I liked right here. Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle from Ohio State, and Chase Bisontis, the offensive guard from Texas A&M. I didn't want them to go cornerback or safety. The edge rushers that we mentioned, they're not great edge rushers. So you get the best offensive lineman still available. And Bisontis, I think this is a good move for the Cardinals.
He's a big dude.
He's a big kid. He's a big kid.
6'5", 315 pounds. Dane Brugler writes, Bisontis is a burly, sawed-off blocker with the body quickness and core strength to get the upper hand in all phases. He projects as an eventual NFL starter, has traits that will speak to both zone and power schemes. He writes, Bisontis brought his blue-collar New Jersey work ethic to Texas and developed into a well-rounded blocker.
I played tackle there, too, I think.
He gained 15 pounds and moved to guard for his final 2 seasons, and in the process became an all-SEC blocker in 2025. So, you wanted the Arizona Cardinals to address the offensive line? They addressed the offensive line.
They did,
You know, and this is, in some ways, I think this is the dream scenario for a lot of people. Okay. You took Jeremiah Love at number 3. You needed an offensive lineman, but you took Jeremiah Love. If you're going to do it, you have to take an offensive lineman with your next pick.
Well, we talked
and
about
they did it.
We talked about them if they moved back into the first round, getting an offensive lineman, the ASU kid, Ahanachor, or there was another one we were talking about too, the Clemson kid. I think
Miller.
We talked about Miller as well, and they end up with this is a good pick. This is a solid pick. This is offense. Now, last year it was all defense. So far, you're all offense right now. Now, you get to the third round, and now you've got, listen, I'm really, really glad it wasn't Carson Beck, in this second round. You get to the third round, you want to take a flyer on a quarterback. Now, even better, right? You could do that if you want to. You could also go get yourself some secondary help if you want to at that spot. You're going to have are they have the top pick in the third round?
Top pick in the
third round. So a good spot for them there.
I would consider taking another offensive lineman. I really would.
Sure.
I mean, depending on who's there and valued, of course, your board, like all the usual blah, blah, blah stuff.
They did it last year after they got Nolan. They went out there and got more defensive linemen.
Yeah, but just in terms of, where is your roster deficient? Your roster is deficient when it comes to young offensive linemen that you can build around. I'd have no problem if they went and took another one in the third round. Really wouldn't have a problem with it.
Me either.
If they did.
There was someone in our YouTube chat who said Cardinals draft plans the rest of the way. O-line, 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 O-line. And then when the draft is done, O-line, get some camp guys, and then O-line.
That's fine. Our YouTube chat's good for something like, and we appreciate it. I don't think this is going to be a draft, though, like last year, where it's all offense. I'd be surprised. Like last year's was all defense
with one offensive player.
One offensive player, Hayden Connor. I don't think it'll be. I think it'll be more of a blend, but I think there'll be more of an emphasis on, in particular, the offensive line and what they have to do. They are not done adding an offensive lineman. To our YouTube viewers' point, I would think there's at least one more who's going to come down the chute at some point, and I would even guess, if not third round, early fourth, where they take another offensive. I think the need is that great at that position.
Well, then you don't want a quarterback in any of these next couple of rounds. I prefer not to draft a quarterback.
I predict for our piece at ArizonaSports.com, I predicted that they were going to take a quarterback. I'm fine if they don't. Like a Nussmeier or a Carson Beck.
Okay, but here's the thing.
If they don't, that's fine with me. Fine.
I don't know if either one of those guys is there in the third round.
I don't know either.
Because I think that, when you get to the middle to the late second round, there might be a team that says, let's grab Carson Beck. Let's see if Carson Beck is there. I don't think he'll be there for the Cardinals in the third round. I don't want them to take a quarterback. I want to punt until next year. I have no idea if next year's draft class is going to be great or not. But I'm banking on the Cardinals not having a great season this year. I'm banking on them having a season in which they don't win a lot of football games. They've got a top 5 pick, and they're in a position to get a quarterback. I'm hoping the quarterback class is good next year. We don't know. We got to see them play. If it is good, great. Then you might be in a position to get one. I don't know that I want to waste a third-round pick on a quarterback. I'd rather go address some other needs.
The reviews are coming in. AQ Shipley, all capital letters. Great pick by the Cardinals. Basantis plays nasty and physical. Thought he had a chance to go late first. Craig Grialou from the Cardinals points out that on Pro Football Focus, Chase Basantis allowed just 1 sack over 359 pass block snaps in 2025.
That's impressive.
He was, like you mentioned, he was a tackle. He moved to guard. Yeah, he's impressive. He's a monster, and it's what they needed to do. And I agree with you. I think, like I say, I predicted they would take a quarterback. I'm fine if they don't. It almost feels like a waste of time.
Exactly.
It almost
That's the
just
best
feels like a waste
right,
of time.
Right.
I mean, do you really think Carson Beck's your quarterback of the future?
No.
Do you really think Drew Aller or Garrett Nussmeier your quarterback? If you don't, then what are we talking about here? What are we doing?
Right. Right. Let's nod and say we did.
Yeah, I mean,
let's not.
It's kind of like yesterday with Ty Simpson. It'd have to be one of those. Mike LaFleur in the room is like, no, guys, dude, I'm telling you, give me a year with that guy and let me at least see. But now, at least if you do draft one, you don't feel like you can't next year. No one's going to not draft a quarterback because you took Carson Beck in the third round. I just think the needs for an edge rusher, the needs for a defensive tackle, the needs for an offensive lineman, even another offensive lineman, they're greater than taking a lottery ticket on a quarterback at this point.
I'm just looking at some of the, as a sophomore, he moved to left guard, started 10 games. He helped anchor a rushing attack that ranked second in the SEC at 195 yards per game. He's gone up against SEC defenses. Like, you gotta like that. Came back for his junior year, started every game at left guard, 795 offensive snaps, 36 career games, been one of the steadiest linemen in the conference. This is a great pick. I'm really, really happy. I know you talked about trading down. I'm really happy they're sticking with these picks because they just need good football players.
I was guessing what they were going to do. I just, again, it's the Monty Austin Fort way, and he hasn't done it yet.
Year.
Teo Mackey from AZ Central, again, dive in a little deeper into Pro Football Focus. Over the last 2 seasons, according to Pro Football Focus, Chase Basantis has had 721 pass blocking snaps. 721. 22 pressures allowed, 2 sacks allowed in 721 pass blocking snaps. So, yeah, good pick from the Arizona Cardinals and somebody who could potentially start right away. Potentially. So,
yes, because he played like every year. He had 1 year he was injured, but he played. Caden McDonald just went.
Oh, did he? The defensive tackle at Ohio State?
Caden McDonald.
Houston Texans.
He was there all day yesterday. Thought he's crying. Good for him. Good for him. He came back, right, because the commissioner said, come back. You'll get that hug. So he's going to go hug the commissioner right now. He thought he was going to be a first-round pick, and he didn't get picked. So they invited him back today, so he's walking through that right now. He's going to go meet the commissioner, get that hug, and he was a terrific player at Ohio State. You knew he was going to go early. That's why look, if they would have taken this kid or Basantis, those were the picks. I don't want a safety or a cornerback in the second round. Go get some beef, whether it's offensive line or defensive line. Cardinals needed more help on the offensive line than the defensive line, so I like that. McDonald would not have been a bad pick either, but I love the Basantis pick.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, they got a guard. We'll figure out whether he's going to be a starting guard for them, what they're going to do at that right tackle, And then what is now next for the Cardinals on the to-do list? That is coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Boy, oh boy, they got some great prices going on right now. How about a brand new 2026 Ford Explorer starting as low as $36,995? It's a great price, trusted by Arizona families for generations. Sanderson Ford. You could also get yourself into a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, starting as low as $27,995. And how about the Ford Escape 2026? Hey, can I get a vehicle under $30,000? You can at Sanderson Ford. $26,995 for the Ford Escape. That includes some big-time Sanderson discounts and some good retail cash. It's going to drop that price over $5,000. Get it for you at $26,995. Sanderson Ford, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft.
I thought it was safe.
If that happens, LifeLock gives you a U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims, your agent handles it all. In fact, we're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Isn't it nice to have someone like that on your side? Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Why Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M.
As announced by James Conner, Chase Bisontis, the latest selection by the Cardinals. He follows Jeremiah Love as the top selections of Arizona's rookie class. Jeremiah Love also met with the media earlier today, and had an exclusive conversation with Wolf and Luke. You can listen to that conversation and find all the latest surrounding the draft right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Day 2 is rolling on. Colton Hood, the latest off of the board, the cornerback out of Tennessee, going to the New York Giants at 37. Next pick for the Arizona Cardinals will be the first pick of the 3rd round. So we got a little ways to go before the Cardinals make another selection. As the Phoenix Suns prepare for Game 3 of their first-round playoff series, head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate and that they're hopeful they can both play tomorrow afternoon. Additionally, he ruled out big man Mark Williams. Williams has been out since last Friday due to a foot injury. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a full recap of everything that went down in Suns Thunder Game 3, and we'll get you ready for Game 4 starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Second round of the NFL Draft is underway as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show. The Arizona Cardinals stick and pick part 2. They go nowhere. With the 34th pick in the draft, they take guard Chase Bisontis out of Texas A&M. He just did a conference call with our own Tyler Drake and other reporters down at Cardinals headquarters, and we've got Mitch and Lauren working hard to flip that sound so we can bring you a couple of sound bites so you can hear from the newest member of the Cardinals and what he has to say. The pick so far today, Dejon Stribling, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, went to San Francisco with the first pick. TJ Parker, an edge out of Clemson, was the pick right after the Cardinals took Bisontis. He was a guy I was wondering if the Cardinals would look at as an edge rusher.
Yeah.
Caden McDonald, who, as you said, was
very emotional,
extremely emotional as he was hugging Roger Goodell. Like, literally, he had one arm wrapped around Goodell, and with his left hand, he was, like, wiping tears from his face as he was doing the hug.
Yeah, he's happy. That, the tough part, right? If he would have been the 32nd pick in the first round, he would have got $16 million. Where he got picked, what was it, the 4th pick in the second round?
4th pick in the second round.
$4 million.
Yeah.
$4 million guaranteed over 4 years. Over 4 years, he'll make $4 million. The 32nd pick gets $16 million over. That's the difference between the first round and the second round. It's a lot of money difference. But the kid got drafted. He's happy. He'll make some money and hopefully have a good career.
I'm asking Lauren a question right now on teams because a pick with local ties just went down.
The Arizona kid?
Yeah, do we have a profile for him? The Vegas Raiders just selected out of Arizona defensive back Traden Stukes, please.
Traden Stukes. Safety, Arizona.
Clearly brilliant and one of the top scholars of our time, Stukes graduated from the Harvard of the Southwest University of Arizona. And it only took him 6 years to do it. But in those 6 years, he grew as a leader and was captain of a resurgent 2025 defense where he showed great technique and toughness. However, he doesn't have the best feet and isn't the greatest tackler, but can still contribute as a big nickelback or split safety at the next level. NFL comp, Texan safety Kalen Bullock.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
He probably is miscast as a producer. He probably should be on some show doing some kind of comedy.
That was funny.
Like, he's funny.
That was
most of the time, not all the time.
That was funny. Maybe he is miscast. Maybe Dan and Vince think he's miscast. like as a producer,
not so good.
As a funny guy, you're kind of funny. You're kind of a clown. You
right.
amuse me. You make me laugh. That was Traden Stukes, who just went to the Vegas Raiders with the 6th pick.
How many minutes in between these picks?
7?
7?
Is it? I think it was 8 last night. I believe it's 7 now.
Okay.
So it's got a little bit of a
kick to it.
Book and cook kind of.
Yeah, yesterday I was surprised that I was going. That extra 3 minutes was fast. Right, instead of 10, it was
8. It was 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes off. Yeah.
Okay, it seemed like it was going really fast.
It flew by. I thought the drafts.
Because by the time they announced the pick, and then you spend 2 or 3 minutes showing all the highlights and talking about the pick, the other team's on the clock and it's down to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh boy, okay.
At this pace, I'm pretty confident we'll be on the air when the Cardinals make their next pick. Again, assuming they stick and pick with the first pick in the 3rd round. And if we're not, Arizona Sports at Night with Kellen and Mitch most certainly will be. So, either way, we'll have you covered on this one. So, the Cardinals, Chase Besantis, the guard out of Texas A&M. We've given you all the things that we like about it. With their next pick, and again, it's the first pick of the third round. What would we like them to do? What would you like
okay.
Not what we think they're going to do. What do we want them to do with their next pick?
All right, so two theories here, because I'm always going to be keep the pick, don't trade it, get the best player on your board.
Okay.
They need top-end talent. Take the best player. But if you're saying, okay, need-wise, what would I like to see them do need-wise? I'm gonna go a secondary, either corner or safety, get another secondary guy, or offensive line again.
Okay.
So offensive line again or secondary guy.
Okay.
I think by the third round, anybody worth its salt as an edge rusher is gone.
Okay.
I think any decent edge rusher is going to be gone.
I think
so. I don't think you're going to be able to get a good one there.
A lot of thoughts coming off of what you said there. Number one, I agree with you about offensive line. That'd probably be depending on who's there and what grade you have, and like all the usual suspects. I'd probably want that would be my top preference. I think you need another offensive lineman to add to your mix and add to your depth. Cornerback or secondary would be interesting if they did that, because that would be 4 straight years of Monty taking a day 2 pick and turning it into a secondary player. He's done it every single year he's been here.
Jalen Thompson's in Dallas. Spooter's getting old. No, I wouldn't mind a safety somewhere in there. I wouldn't mind a safety.
In 2023, his first draft, it was Garrett Williams at number 72 overall. In 2024, his second draft, it was Max Melton at 43 overall, Elijah Jones at number 90 overall at the near end of the third round.
Yeah.
Last year it was Will Johnson at number 47 overall. He's never not done it.
There are 3 edge rushers. Okay, 2 of the best edge rushers are still there. Zion Young from Missouri and Cassius Howell from A&M. I think they'll be gone by the time the Cardinals pick. And then the next best one is a kid from Illinois, Gabe Jackus.
Akis.
The J, is it Hackus or Akis?
The J is silent. Akis.
Akis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lauren's very excited. There was a mock draft where Gabe Akis was mocked to her Chicago Bears.
The Bears need an edge. They have 57 and 60. Fingers crossed.
She's very excited about Gabe Akis.
You start to look at offensive linemen. There's a guard named Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon.
I think he's going to be gone.
He'll probably be gone. Now there's a tackle from Iowa named Jennings Dunker. Tackle from Iowa that could be there. There's an edge rusher from Michigan, Derek Moore, who could be there. But I think the best edge rushers are going to be gone. And then you start to get to offensive linemen. Could you get an offensive lineman at that spot? There's not a lot of them. But there are a lot of corners and safeties.
Yeah,
there are a lot of corners and safeties.
And to your point, I mean, about the corners and the safeties, it's kind of like edge in that you can never have enough of those guys, right? Like the running back conversation we had much earlier in the show. Last year, the Cardinals essentially ran out of running backs, right? Like they ran out. They didn't have enough. It felt like to me at times they ran out of cornerbacks. Will Johnson was hurt. Garrett Williams got hurt. They had the injuries at the beginning of the season with Star Thomas and Sean Murphy Bunting. They were thin at that position. They were, the injuries kind of put a crimp on that room. I don't think you can ever have enough secondary guys, ever. They get hurt. You need options. You need choices. So I don't think that would, even though we kind of, hey, Monty's never not done it. Okay, well, there's a reason why. You need a lot of those guys. I also wonder, too, about the edge. And I hear what you're saying about most of them being
Young and Howell will be gone, maybe even the Illinois kid. And then you're not that's bottom of the barrel, but sometimes you can take a flyer on a guy that's been injured or didn't have a good workout or good combine, and you like him. It didn't work out well, and he fell.
I wonder about Jordan Birch, who was a third-round edge rusher that they took last year.
Yeah, he was great at Oregon.
And I wonder how much of a leap they're expecting him to take in year 2, and if that would kind of dissuade them from taking an edge rusher again, like almost like hey, we got a guy. Now, again, edge is like corner. You can never have enough of those guys, obviously. But if the value's not there and if most of the good ones are gone, they might look at that position and say, hey, between Baron Browning, between Jordan Birch, between Zaven Cobb, I mean, I know they're not exciting options, but because they've all been in the system, are they better options than reaching for a guy in the third round at a position? I'm not saying they're set there, just wondering if they look at it and say they've got young talent they feel actually decent about it.
The other thing I'll look at, too, is, you go Notre Dame, you go Texas A&M with your first two picks. Last year was very much Ohio State. And
Monty doesn't take the small school guys.
Monty doesn't look at the small school guys.
He does not.
So he's going to be, he's focusing on the top conferences, the guys that played again great. So now when you get to the third round, you start to see some of those small school guys pop up a little bit as potential picks in the third round. Let's see if he sticks with this philosophy of drafting from power conferences and guys that played in front of big crowds with great coaches and against great competition.
I think it's only been two. It was Clayton Tune,
which was a flyer,
and
just a flyer.
Tajon Palmer, the wide receiver in the 6th round out of Alabama Birmingham.
Yeah, go through last year. What was the draft last year? Ohio State, Oregon, Ohio State,
Michigan, Ole Miss,
right.
Texas. Okay, Nevada. Keaton Crawford. Those are the three. Keaton Crawford out of Nevada. Tajon Palmer out of Alabama Birmingham the year before. Clayton Tune out of Houston the year before that. 3 quote-unquote small school guys from Monty Ossenfort out of 28 players that he's picked in 3 years.
But even the
here.
bigger Power 5 conferences were more represented than the smaller ones, too. When you start to look at the guy, Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, like power schools.
Oregon.
Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas.
Right.
Last year,
Ole Miss.
His first 6 picks were not only from the Power 4, Power 5, whatever we're calling it now, the power in the Power 4 or 5.
Yes.
Ole Miss, Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State. The year before that, Ohio State, Florida State, couple of Illinois players, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that is a trend. I don't know if
to look at it.
I don't know if the cornerback trend is going to hold. I'm sure the big school trend, I'm positive that's going to hold. I don't think we're going to see a lot of small school flyers out of Monty.
So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the 9th pick right here that's coming up. The Bengals, the Saints pick right here is going to be the 9th pick. The Cardinals will have the first pick in the third round.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the reaction around the NFL to the Cardinals sticking and picking and taking Jeremiah Love yesterday, it was, as you would expect, mixed. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Are you feeling the love?
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
He's just an impressive kid.
Jeremiah Love is a dizzying level of talent. He's a hard guy to overlook no matter where you are on the board.
In the end, we felt we added the guy that could impact our team the most, and just really excited about the versatility that he brings to the offense.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
M-Drive is the daily supplement I take every single day to help me with my endurance, stamina, recovery. Today was an abs day at the gym. I really don't like those days, but made sure I get my ab workout in, and you got to do it, right? You can't just do chest and shoulders and back and by. You got to get some ab work in, and I know it's hard and stuff, but you got to get it in. M-Drive helps me every day, my endurance, my stamina, my recovery. It's a great product. I do see a lot of guys at the gym, just a few pounds overweight. I almost feel like I should go give them a box of M-Drive Boost and Burn because they're working out hard, and a lot of guys are eating right. They're doing everything right, but biology, you change. Your body changes when you start to get a little bit older, and you just can't burn the fat the way you used to. You're eating good, but you got those few extra pounds on your body. Let's get you hooked on M-Drive. It is a great product. M-Drive Boost and Burn, one of the #1 sellers for men's health brands at Sprouts, because it does help you with all those things, plus helps you lose some of those stubborn belly fat. So if you need to lose 5 or 10 pounds, it's a great product for that. You could also go online at mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code for a discount.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
I feel like that John Travolta meme from Pulp Fiction, where he's in the room trying to figure out where Uma Thurman's voice is coming from. And the reason why? Well, here, let me show everybody the reason why.
I don't even see like a quick moving Gambo anywhere.
Wait.
You know, like normally you look through the glass and it's like, oh, there goes a quick moving Gambo. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. With no extra speed than his normal walking.
I'm just giving the
Just strolling in.
Don't mind us, Gambo. We're just doing a radio show in here. It's all right.
Here?
Huh?
I'm here. I thought we were finished. I was halfway out the door, and they're like, no, we still got another hour to go. I'm like, oh, okay.
Here we go.
I thought that was it.
Once again, Gambo can't wait to leave.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Gambo
talking
can't
about?
wait to get out of here. Your work ethic is unrivaled, man.
I know. It's true. It really is.
Can I go now? Can I leave?
I tease you guys all the time.
We found our guy.
What was I gone for? 15 seconds?
No, you were gone for like a whole minute.
Yeah.
It was pretty much a whole
truly
minute.
like a whole minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm back.
We made a lot of good jokes.
We did.
Nice.
We had some laughter at your expense. Got a poll question for
That
us,
was a
Lynn?
short commercial break then.
Sure.
Gambo, whatever.
At this point,
At this
whatever.
point, yeah, whatever.
Guys,
yeah,
poll
it's fine.
question.
It's fine. You know what? We're just blessed when you're here with us. Whenever that moment
Thank
is,
you.
we're just blessed.
Yes.
To
We
be
sat
in your
in
presence.
silence for 1 minute
We did.
until you returned.
We didn't know what to say. We didn't
I know.
what
The
to
show
do.
just can't go on without
can't.
me.
It really can't.
It just can't go on without me.
dies.
It's like we can't even start the segment unless you're here.
No.
I get it.
All right,
question?
poll question today. Will Mark Williams play another game for the Phoenix Suns, yes or no?
No. He will not play another game for the Phoenix. And I mean, ever. I don't think he'll be back next year.
Might not be. I mean, it's a good question. I'll say yes. No. There was a time they definitely wanted him back. I wonder how much that's changed now. They've got Malawatch. They got Oso developed pretty well. Malawatch is a big piece for them for the future if he can develop. So I'll still say yes, though.
Should note that Jordan Ott said today during his media availability that Mark Williams would not be ready to go tomorrow against the Thunder. 70% of our audience going with no, he will not play another game for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
30% going with yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's the poll question, Lauren. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. The second round of the draft rolls on.
Flying by.
There have been a few picks that have been made since we were in commercial break. Denzel Boston, the wide receiver out of UW, went to the Browns. are Mason Thomas, the edge out of Oklahoma, went to Kansas City. Cassius Howell, the edge out of Texas A&M, went to the Bengals. Christian Miller, defensive tackle, went to the Saints. Jacob Rodriguez out of Texas Tech, linebacker, went to the Dolphins. So, yeah.
And one of the things that you notice here is since the Cardinals picked, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks, no offensive linemen. They had to get Besantis there. Yeah. They had to.
Yeah, it was
offensive lineman. This is the 10th pick coming up since the Cardinals picked, and this is a linebacker. The linebacker just went. So 9 picks so far, no offensive lineman.
There's no doubt. There was a little bit of a
edge,
drop-off.
tackle, corner, safety, wide receiver, edge, tackle, linebacker. That was your last chance to go get yourself a top offensive lineman.
Yeah.
That was it.
Meanwhile, still the reaction pouring in with yesterday's first round, and I know the draft is like always moving on, and we will certainly keep you updated. We think the Cardinals pick is going to happen either right at the end of our show or right at the beginning of Arizona Sports Tonight with Kellen and Mitch. We're not quite sure. But the reaction to the Jeremiah Love pick yesterday, and I think is the least surprising thing about what happened yesterday. You either love the player and you believe that it's best player in the draft, take him and don't even think twice about it. And if so, you're giving the Cardinals an A. Or you're about positional value, you're about the Cardinals don't have enough offensive linemen, and you hate the pick. It's not about the player. It's like some of these grades are about the player. I don't like the player. I don't think the player is very good. I think it's a reach, whatever. This is not about the player at all. Everybody loves Jeremiah Love. It's just about whether the Cardinals were the right team to take him or whether a running back at 3 is worthy of that pick.
Do we have the Schrager sound?
I do.
Because he had an interesting take on it that I liked about, there's the million reasons why you wouldn't take the quarterback 3rd overall, but why he moves the needle for Arizona.
In a vacuum, a team would never draft, if you're looking at a salary cap and the money ball and of it all, a running back 3rd overall because of all the great points Dan Graziano is making. It fiscally makes no sense when building a team to start with a running back at 3rd overall and not having the offensive line. Look at Ashton Genty last year with the Raiders. There's a million reasons why you wouldn't. The Arizona Cardinals have a new offensive head coach who they plucked from the Los Angeles Rams to spark some new offense. They have Trey McBride, who's a nice tight end, who had an unbelievable year last year, who nobody in America knows. And they are on the 7th game on Fox or the 8th game on CBS every Sunday in your local market. You draft Jeremiah Love, you don't only get a great player, you do move the needle just a little bit because he is that dynamic. And I do think 30 other teams, 29 other teams would say, yeah, no, we're not taking running back 3rd overall. But for the Arizona Cardinals at this point in time, to Will Bond's point, when we're talking about Larry Fitzgerald as the most recognizable player on the Arizona Cardinals, he hasn't played in 6 years, I think there is an argument to be made that you could take Jeremiah Love and deal with the financial repercussions on the back end.
So our goal is we want better announcers. How do we move in? I'm tired of being the 7th and 8th. We don't get the best announcers for these games.
I'm tired of Chris Myers calling all of these Cardinal games.
Goodness. Please.
Oh, good.
Please get me a better announcer.
It's another Chris Myers game. Oh boy.
When will you retire, Chris Myers? Please.
Yes, that is the
goal. They need somebody to call those games.
We don't care about wins. We don't care about losses. We just want better announcers calling
Where am I?
our games.
You know where you are in the totem pole when they've got you calling the Cardinal games.
Yeah, but that to me was looking at the reaction all around the league today. It was, like I say, it was really unsurprising because there are just going to be some people who were going to say, to Schrager's point there, running back at number 3 is dumb. Running back for the Cardinals at number 3 is dumber than dumb. And it's a bad pick. And you sent me a couple of Ds. There were a couple of people who panned it. I saw Dan Graziano on ESPN this morning. He's like, love the player, hate the pick, et cetera, et cetera. And there are other people who think it was great. Think it was fantastic. Who thought, hey, best player available, do it, man. I mean, that's the cliche, right? Well, do it. I mean, if you really are about the best player available, go take the best player available.
It's a great pick if you could be a contender within 2 years and build a team the right way. If you spend 3 years not going anywhere, it becomes a tougher pick.
Well,
it becomes what was the record? The record was not good of the top running backs last year.
I don't know it off the top
over
of my head.
120 and versus 100 versus 160, 120 and something like that.
I can't remember what it is,
but it wasn't good.
But to your point, that's where okay, you saying that makes me a little more dicey about this pick because I don't know if I trust the Cardinals to be good in 3 years.
You don't. Well, here's what you don't.
You know what
want.
I mean? I don't know. I don't know if I believe. I don't know if they're going to be good in 3 years. You know what that depends on?
Yeah.
What quarterback they get next year's draft. Probably more than anything else.
Right.
Will make it whether they're going to be good in 3 years or not.
You don't want a Saquon Barkley situation. You draft a guy, top 5 pick. You have a run with him. He's great. The team's not, and then all of a sudden he's gone. He's in Philly. You don't re-sign him. Like we always say, if you could get to the second contract, that makes the guy. Now Love's 20 years old, so by the time he gets to the second contract, he's only 25. So he should have a good run after that. You want to make sure that you are competitive enough, in his first 3 years. So I think I think it's a good pick. I like it because I want front-end, high-end talent. I want great players. I want that. So I do like the pick. But I do think that there is a little bit of a shelf life. Like, you've got to fix this team. And I'm not expecting it to be this year. I think they're going to be terrible this year. But next year, you're going to have all this free agent money. Spend it on the offensive line, build the best offensive line, get the quarterback in the draft, and let's roll.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text the word SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. When we come back, the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals, Chase Bisontis. You'll hear what he had to say about the selection next, so stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
People say, he's not going to be effective. They don't have an offensive line. They don't have anybody to block for him. Their offensive line was bad last year, but I'm going to use the case of Amari DiMercato. He had 44 carries last year. Behind that offensive line that everybody's maligning, Amari DiMercato, an undrafted player, averaged 7.1 yards per pop.
Wow.
So I'm not saying those are the numbers that Jeremiah Love is going to put up, but he's capable of it.
If Amari DiMercato would have averaged 7.2 yards per pop, we're not having any of this conversation.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews, or your father, or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M.
As announced by James Conner, Chase Bisontis, the latest selection by the Arizona Cardinals. He follows Jeremiah Love as the top selections of the Cardinals rookie class. To hear Jeremiah Love's conversation today that he had with Wolf and Luke, you can find that conversation and much more draft coverage right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Also notably on this day, too, the first Arizona Wildcat off of the board, Traden Stukes, the defensive back. He's joining Fernando Mendoza in Las Vegas with the Raiders. As the Phoenix Suns prepare for Game 3 of their first-round playoff series, head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate and that they're hopeful that they can both play tomorrow afternoon. Additionally, he ruled out big man Mark Williams. Williams has been out since last Friday with a foot injury. And in NBA draft news, Arizona freshman Koa Pete and Braden Burries both officially declared for the NBA draft. The running mates on the Wildcats had separate posts on their social channels thanking the university and many others as they begin the next phase in their NBA careers. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a full recap of everything that went down in Suns Thunder Game 3, and we'll get you ready for Game 4 starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just got an alert on my phone from the NFL app that apparently, I think Joel Klatt, during the NFL Network's coverage of the draft, said that Chase Bisontis, the newest member of the Cardinals, squatted 700 pounds at some point. 700 pounds.
Wow.
He squatted. Now, it was probably, I'm sure Mitch is now scrambling to find that
hard guy to
sound.
move. I'd like to see the video.
But I just was looking at my phone during the break, and this little notification popped up from NFL. Joel Klatt comments on Chase Bisontis, says he squatted 700 pounds when he was in college. Like, holy crap, man.
Yeah. Well, listen, this was a terrific. I'm really happy with what they've done so far. I think getting Love was the best player. Again, I'm big on best players. I know it's not a need, but a lot of mistakes are made when you draft for need. Then you get to the second round, and I think it's a combination of best player and need. I think that was a combination. Because, again, Burns, we're at pick number 48 right now. Only one offensive lineman has been drafted in this second round.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, so there was one that was like I'm sure Monty was sweating it. Like, just don't do anything crazy, San Francisco, because there's only one offensive lineman left that's worth taking, and they got him.
In this round anyway. Yeah, I think.
Well, think about where like there were 9 yesterday.
Right.
And only one today.
Yeah.
Only one.
I think you did the same thing I did. I mean, we looked at all the second-round mocks. We looked at all the best player available lists from Mel Kiper Jr. and Daniel Jeremiah. You and I both noticed the same thing. There weren't a lot of offensive linemen on it.
No.
There weren't. And if there were, most of them were further down the list. But I think, what I was going to say was, I think there's another pocket of offensive linemen somewhere around 56, 57, between there and like 65. I noticed that's where you start to, the list kind of starts to grow a little bit.
Yeah.
And there are guys who have like late second round, early third round grades. And who knows? Maybe when the Cardinals pick comes along at the beginning of the third round, they'll take another offensive lineman. I'd have no problem if they took another offensive lineman with their pick.
I look at the trend. So 15 players taken in this round, one offensive lineman. Only the guy the Cardinals took, Chase Besantis. That's it. You're seeing some wide receivers taken. There's been, I think, 3 wide receivers. You're seeing 4 edge guys have been taken. You've seen some linebackers go here, too. So safety, a couple defensive tackles have gone, but not offensive linemen. So I think in many ways, like Chase Besantis was like the last of that group of good offensive linemen. So I'm sure that they are thrilled that they got him. And that's probably why they resisted any temptation to move up. I'm curious to see if Monty was getting calls for teams that wanted offensive line help, saying, oh, let's call the Cardinals and see if we can get Besantis there, because there's been no other offensive lineman taken.
Here's the Chase Besantis draft profile.
Chase Besantis, offensive lineman, Texas A&M.
Tough and nasty is always something you want in the trenches, and that's what Besantis has. He'll be able to run block at the next level without a ton of issues. The pass blocking will have to come with experience, as he'll have to slow the game down, but the combo of nasty and technique will make him a future starter with nice upside. NFL comp Dallas Cowboys offensive lineman Cooper Beebe.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
And looking at some of the sound that we've got from Besantis, who did a Zoom call with Cardinals reporters, including our own Tyler Drake, these answers are fairly short, which kind of leads me to believe that he's one of those, speak softly and carry a big stick kind of guys.
Yeah.
How would he describe his game?
Man, I would say a mean, nasty, tough football player, smart football player that can understand defenses and then make you pay.
All right. Is he mean and nasty as a person?
Nah, just on the football field. I think I'm a good guy outside the football field.
On how he would, not only how he would describe his game, but not knowing where he was going. He wasn't sure the Cardinals were going to take him.
Man, we Zoomed. This is a blessing. I had no idea where I was going to go during this draft. It's a blessing. I Zoomed with Coach Fry. And I thought I did pretty well, and I guess I did,
And I think Justin Fry recruited him when he was the offensive line coach at Ohio State. Okay. So there was some institutional knowledge.
Man, things gonna be well. Me and Coach Fry have a good relationship, so I'm just gonna play my butt off, play as hard as I can every snap, and do my best,
I believe I read that somewhere where Fry, now he obviously went to A&M, but Fry recruited him out of New Jersey.
So some familiarity, that helps a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure that they were sitting there and they loved the spot that they were in, and we're going to get a lot of calls because at that point, there were probably teams that were looking at the second round saying, I'd move up for Besantis or I'd move up for McDonald, the Ohio State kid. So that's probably where the calls came from. But we didn't. I think we just had the one trade recently in this round with the Steelers. Outside of,
I don't believe there have been a lot of trades so far in the second round. No,
I
think there have been.
Yeah, I think Washington and Houston made the trade for the kid, the Stooks kid from Arizona. But not a lot of trades in this round, and especially early. The Cardinals liked the spot they were in. They stayed at 34. There was no trade options at 3 yesterday. So far, a very un-Monty-like draft. Let's stick where we are and make the pick.
That's a very good way of saying it. A very un-Monty-like draft so far, where he's kind of sticking and picking. RG3 on his Twitter account tweeted, the Arizona Cardinals just got a zone blocking merchant in Chase Besantis out of Texas A&M. He has short area quickness, balance, and edge that translates to starting reps fast in the NFL. He will thrive in Mike LaFleur's zone schemes with his ability to pull, reach and climb to the second level to open up holes for Jeremiah Love. This is Besantis, and I'll give you the numbers here in a minute when he was on that Zoom call on how he has allowed so few sacks in his career.
Man, film study, and just having confidence in myself, man. The preparation during the week to go out there on Saturdays in Kyle Field and just play my hardest, you know, and then just having confidence in myself and who I am.
According to Teo Mackey, who did the research on Pro Football Focus over the last 2 seasons, 721 pass blocking snaps, 721, 22 pressures allowed, 2 sacks allowed. Over the last 2 years, he's allowed 2 sacks.
He's a penalty guy. He's had a bunch of penalties.
Yes, he has.
That's the negative on him.
19, I think, in his career. Yeah.
I would think that he's a guard, not a tackle. And I think he probably is your starting right guard, so that would knock Isaiah Adams out of right guard, and then Isaiah Adams becomes your backup guard, which isn't bad at all, but I think that's a big upgrade for them right there. So I think, if Elijah Wilkinson stays at right tackle, which is probably likely because they haven't gotten a tackle, then I think your right side, Besantis starts at guard, Adam becomes, your backup guard, and your right side is now Besantis and Wilkinson.
Yeah, and you hope, at least I do, that you can find maybe a potential upgrade. To nothing against Elijah Wilkinson. I think he's fine. But is there, when you get to the third round, I don't know if you're going to find a starter in the third round. I don't know. But like we've been saying, you address the offensive line again, and you and I would have no problem with that whatsoever. Absolutely none. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll get you caught up on what's gone on in this second round of the draft. As Gambo has alluded, very few offensive linemen have gone. Another position in which nobody has gone yet, which is something we should talk about when it comes to the Cardinals, and that would be the quarterback position. That is next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
The Cardinals made a big Cardinal decision with the 3rd overall pick.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
To add that skill set to what I already believe is a pretty good skill set with our receiver room, with our tight end room, to add to that running back room, it's cool.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. You don't need to leave your living room by going to libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere are you going to get a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Nowhere. So if you want the best trucks, if you want the best SUVs, that's what GMC does. There's only one place for you to go, and that's Liberty GMC. For example, 2026 GMC Terrain. Right now you can lease one for just $279 a month or buy one for $57.50 off. 2026 GMC Canyon. Cool, affordable, effective small truck. Lease one for just $279 a month or take advantage of $37.50 off. If you want the bigger truck, if you want the best truck, 2026 Sierra 1500. Take up to $12,250 off or go with 0% financing at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but
unusable. That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Bud Light, official beer of the Arizona Cardinals and proud sponsor of the NFL, is gearing up for the 2026 NFL Draft. From watch parties to backyard hangouts, Bud Light is there for every pick, every party, and every moment. So make it a Bud Light and rise up Red Sea. Bud Light, the perfect draft pick. 21 and over, drink responsibly.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we recap the NFL Draft and the status of the Phoenix Suns. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So Gambo and I were just talking about it during the break. I don't know if the pick is going to come down, the Cardinals' third-round pick, while we're on the air. I do know, as I look on the other side of the glass, I see Kellen Olson and Mitch Ferrelda standing by for Arizona Sports at Night coming up at 6. So I do know if it's not going to be on our show, it is going to be on their show.
Yes.
So either way, you'll get live local reaction to it here on Arizona Sports, either with us if it happens before 6 or with them if it happens after 6.
Right.
Either way, you're covered. And by the way, if I haven't said this yet, thank you to our YouTube. Thank you to all of our audience. We appreciate everybody who's listening or watching or whatever. We've had a big YouTube audience today, really big. Watching the second round of the draft, and we had a huge audience yesterday during the draft. So to everybody who is subscribed to Arizona Sports on YouTube, who has been watching any part of our draft coverage yesterday or today, we appreciate you. Thank you. The number's really big right now. We appreciate everybody watching, and we're talking a lot of draft. We're giving you all the speculation and all the coverage and what we think is going to happen in this second round and going into the third round. I'll get you caught up, Gambo, on a couple of the picks since we've been gone. Zion Young, the edge from Missouri, went to the Baltimore Ravens. Avion Terrell, a corner out of Clemson, has gone to the Atlanta Falcons. Lee Hunter, a defensive tackle, has gone to Texas Tech. It looks like, just eyeballing it, the big position so far in this second round has been edge. I count 5 of them who have gone in the first 17 picks.
And still only one offensive lineman taken in this whole round.
Chase Besantis is still the only one. There have been a couple of wide receivers who have gone. There have been a couple of defensive tackles who have been.
3 defensive tackles.
There has not been the run on corner. I thought there might be. Just two. I thought there might be a little run on corner. And unless you count Traden Stukes as one, which he's not, there have only been 2 cornerbacks who have been taken so far. So that's kind of got pushed to the back. There have been no quarterbacks taken in the second round of the draft.
Yeah, that's a big question, right? Is Carson Beck and Nussmeier, are those guys going to be there? What's the other kid that everybody liked? The North Dakota State kid. Like, are those guys, anybody going to go in that second round, late second round? You start to look at teams, that are drafted a little bit later. The Rams got their guy, so you take them out of the mix in picks. You start to, the Rams are picking at 61 here. They're not going to take a quarterback because they got Ty Simpson, in that round. So you start to look, you're like, okay, who's going to grab a quarterback? And maybe the Texans at 59, but I still doubt it. I don't think the Broncos are going to take one. I don't think the Patriots are going to take one. I don't think the 49ers would, or the Jaguars, or the Chargers, or the Eagles. So it's very possible these guys fall to the third round. When you start looking at teams and whether they would take a quarterback this high in the second.
Yeah, and this is where, again, mock drafts are mock drafts. The Jets are making their selection now.
Could they take one?
I suppose this could be a quarterback
here?
I suppose this could potentially be a quarterback here, as Curtis Martin, the Hall of Famer from the
one of my
class
favorite
of
running backs ever,
is making the pick for the Jets
Loved
right now.
him.
We'll let you know if it's a quarterback or not. I know this. I know mock drafts aren't super reliable when it comes to stuff like this, but in a lot of the mock drafts for the second and third round, the Cardinals were mocked to take a quarterback many times. Many times. ESPN had them taking Carson Beck in the second round. Obviously, that did not happen. Josh Edwards of CBS Sports had them taking Carson Beck in the third round. Nope, it's going to be a corner.
Isn't that the kid that took the interception, that returning interception for the touchdown in the championship game to start it?
D'Angelo Pons, I believe.
Is he the guy that took the first play of the game, took the interception, and
I think
scored?
So. Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Okay.
Well, he did it against Oregon. We just saw it right there.
There it is, right there.
There it is.
Oh, they just showed it. Yeah, that was it.
It was the pick six against Oregon in that round.
Oregon, okay, yeah.
Anyway, Josh Edwards from CBS Sports, Carson Beck in the third round. Mark Schofield from SB Nation had him taking Garrett Nussmeier in the second round. Thank God that didn't happen.
No, I'm so happy they did. I'd like to see them not take one at all. But here's the thing. Here's the other thing, right? First round, real questionable whether you would take a quarterback next year. Second round, I think
you could still take a quarterback.
Yeah. Third round, no question. No question that you could still take a quarterback next year. First round, definitely not. Second round, where they were picking in the second round, you might feel like, hey, I want to give this guy a shot. And it would be because to me, it's just a wasted pick. If you're going to get a quarterback next year, it's a waste. Now, some people have asked me, well, what happens if they win 5 to 7 games and they're not picking in the top 5? Well, then you got to move up. Then you've got to be one of those teams that has to invest everything to move up. So that's what I would think. So people are, what if the Cardinals just happen to run into 5 or 6 wins and they're picking 12th? Well, then you've got to take the 12th pick and a future first,
sure,
and you got to move up to get that guy.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to run Jacoby Brissett out there for another year. So that you would just have to play things differently if you win more games next year than we think you're going to.
No,
win.
I'm going to guess, and this was kind of the same Ty Simpson argument, and I agree with you, by the way, that you're just going to have to go get one next year. I would guess, though, that of these quarterbacks that are out there, I'm sure there is one that intrigues Mike LaFleur. I'm sure. He's an offensive-minded coach. I'm sure he's watched the tape, and I'm sure one of them has shown him some kind of skill set that he thinks might translate to his system and would be worth a flyer. And at this point, if they did it, I'm with you. I don't want them to, but I'm not going to throw a hissy fit if they do. I'm not going to sit here and lose my mind if they take a quarterback in the third round. I still think they should go defensive tackle, another offensive lineman, a position that requires draft or requires depth, I should say, an edge rusher, a defensive back, a corner, a safety, something like that. One of those positions where you just want to throw as many bodies at it as you possibly can and let the competition kind of separate the best from the rest.
Yeah.
I would still way more prefer that than I would a flyer on a quarterback who might not even be your guy a year from now when you go draft a guy who is.
You know what's interesting? The best Cardinals draft ever, and they had a vote on this last week. We never talked about it. I wanted to, but we got very busy. But there was a story on every team's best NFL drafts. And they said the Cardinals' best NFL draft was 2004. By the way, they did take a quarterback in that draft. But that draft was Larry Fitzgerald, Hall of Famer. Carlos Dansby, great player. Darnell Dockett, great player. Alex Stepanovich, he was okay. Antonio Smith, really good player. Nick Leckie and John Navarre. So that draft did have them taking a quarterback. He didn't really play much in the NFL.
No.
But that is
considered. Big kid out of Michigan. I remember him. Big kid out of Michigan, right?
Yeah, big kid out of Michigan. Yeah. So that draft was defense, center, quarterback. So Dansby defense, Dockett defense, Smith defense, Fitz offense, couple of centers, and then a quarterback who didn't amount to anything. That's considered the Cardinals' best ever draft, 2004. So, this draft, look, you're always hoping that you're going to run into a draft that's comparable to that. You're hoping that you run into a draft that's comparable. Maybe Jeremiah Love is the future Hall of Fame running back. I don't know. But I know the first couple drafts that Monty had, we're not looking at any one of those drafts and comparing it to 2004.
Oh, no.
But you're hoping that, because that's how you turn things around. You have a great overall draft.
Yeah, that really is the problem, okay? It is or at least a big part of the problem. Maybe that's not the only problem, is that the drafts haven't been that productive. Now, I'm sure Monty believes the players that he has selected are better than they've shown so far, and maybe with better coaching they will be. Maybe under Mike LaFleur they'll be better than they were under Jonathan Gannon. When you still have the same defensive coordinator, it is, I think, fair to wonder how much better those defensive players are going to be when the voice they're hearing is still basically the same as with Nick Rallis. But that is the core of the problem, is that in the last three Monty Austin-Fort's drafts, not only has he not had that type of 2004 class, he really hasn't had a class that comes anywhere near that kind of level, right? Where you look at it and say, here's a class with multiple contributors, where are the Pro Bowlers? Where are the all NFL players? Where are the guys from those drafts? And that is where I always wonder about Monty and just how much longer he's going to be able to do this if they don't start having some team success. Like we talk about next year's draft all the time. And we say, next year quarterback, next year this, next year that. You're going to be entrusting that draft to a man whose draft resume suggests that maybe he shouldn't be trusted with that.
Well,
that's going to be the fundamental problem with that next year, Gambo.
There's two ways to go. I mean, if you're Monty, you're trying to win games next year. You're not trying to tank. But a lot of people think in that division that you're in, you're going to get your butts kicked. The schedule's going to be hard next year, and that you're probably going to win 3, 4, or 5 games and have a top pick. Now, if you happen to run into some extra wins, that's for Monty, that'd be good. Hey, we had a 3-win team. We turned it around. Love was great. Basantis was great. We developed Marvin Harrison Jr. We had a really good offense. We won 7 games, and nobody expected us to. That was a good season. Now you're Monty. You're like, okay, I had a good year. I'm going to get my quarterback, but I'm going to give up the future to get my quarterback. And that is giving up multiple first-round picks to move up in the draft. You don't have to be a bottom 5 team. Many a team has gotten their top quarterback by moving up in the draft. That could be you next year.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with their 3rd-round pick coming up, what needs are left for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I want the Arizona Cardinals to become more physical on the line of scrimmage. I do. But, man, I understand why somebody like Jeremiah Love, you would say he's just too good to pass over. Especially now that the NFL, once again, is a balanced game. You run it and you throw it. You've got to do the both. You've got to blend both elements of that. And this guy is the living embodiment of blending running and throwing the football.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is YRefi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and YRefi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where YRefi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M.
As announced by James Conner, Chase Bisontis, the latest selection by the Cardinals. He follows Jeremiah Love as the top selections of Arizona's rookie class. Love was actually a guest of the Wolf and Luke show earlier today. If you want to listen to that conversation, you can find that and much, much more NFL draft content right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Other day two things to catch you up on: the most recent pick, number 53 overall to the Indianapolis Colts, linebacker C.J. Allen out of Georgia. And we've also got our first Arizona Wildcat off of the board. Defensive back Traden Stukes is heading to Sin City, joining Fernando Mendoza in Las Vegas. As the Phoenix Suns prepare for Game 3 of their first-round playoff series, head coach Jordan Ott told reporters post-practice that guards Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen were able to fully participate and that they're hopeful they can both play tomorrow afternoon. He additionally ruled out big man Mark Williams. Williams has been out since last Friday due to a foot injury. And then in NBA draft news, Arizona freshman Koa Pete and Braden Burries both officially declared for the draft today. The two freshman running mates, a big part of the Wildcats this past season, now continuing their basketball careers at the next level. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Hey, it's Luke. When we come back on Monday, are the Suns going to be facing elimination, or will we have a series with Oklahoma City? We're reacting to Game 3 of Suns Thunder Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And we have been weaving in some Suns information today, though we've obviously been really heavy on the draft as we welcome you back into the Burns and Gambo show here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The news we have is that Mark Williams has been ruled out. He will not play tomorrow, Game 3, 12:30 from downtown Phoenix as the Suns look to win a game in this series. But there is some optimism, at least it sounds like from your reporting, that Jordan Goodwin and Grayson Allen could be
both
go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think both could go tomorrow from what I've heard. I don't know that Mark plays at all in this series, but Goodwin and Grayson have made good progress. Grayson's been available the last 3 games, emergency case, break glass type of thing. They didn't want to play him. They didn't play him. Goodwin's made some progress with the calf, so I think there's a decent chance that those guys go in that game tomorrow.
Okay, we'll talk more about that coming up in a little bit here towards the end of our show as we're working our way towards not only the Cardinals pick, but Arizona Sports at Night, who will likely be on the air when that pick comes down. It's unless things just start flying, it's going to very likely be Arizona Sports at Night who's going to have that pick. So just keep it right here. They're going to be on YouTube as well. So you can watch Arizona Sports at Night with Kellen and Mitch when they bring you that pick with the first pick in the 3rd round to see what the Arizona Cardinals do. We've talked a little bit about what we'd like to see them do, and I feel like we have a little bit of a consensus here. Neither one of us would be bothered at all if they took another offensive lineman with the first pick in the 3rd round.
No.
Not at all.
No, I am a little, boy, it is crazy that we're at pick number 24 coming up here in the 2nd round. Pick number 24. Only one offensive lineman taken, that's Chase Besantis, the kid that Arizona took with the 2nd pick. And the Cardinals took him at pick number 34. We're at pick number 56 now. And there were no other offensive linemen taken. I'm fascinated by that. One offensive lineman so far in the entire 2nd round. So I don't think there's any teams need offensive linemen. You start to wonder now if the well is just dry on offensive line.
So you're going. I'm going off a lot of lists here, and I'm just kind of looking to see what's out there. And so now I'm on ESPN.com. And I'm looking at best available players.
Okay.
So this is just one.
And you can do it by position.
And you can do it by position. This is just one person's list here. I'm assuming it's Mel Kiper Jr., but I don't know for sure. He's got Emmanuel Pregnon as the 7th best player available right now, okay? There, other than Gennings Dunker out of Iowa, the tackle, there are no other offensive linemen in the next 24 best players available. Number 25 is Jake Slaughter, the center out of Florida. But other than him, the only 2 players in the best 25 players available right now that are offensive linemen are Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon, the guard, and Gennings Dunker, the tackle out of Iowa. And that's it. That's it.
Wow.
So to your point, now again, I could go to Daniel Jeremiah's list, and it might be a different list. He might have other guys. He might have a different opinion about these guys. There's one list, one guy, whatever. But it does kind of speak to your idea that they just might be gone.
They're gone.
The ones who are worthy of a pick in the first 3 rounds of this draft just might be gone.
So you could sit there and say, I want offensive linemen. I want, great, who? Like, there aren't any. I mean, teams need offensive linemen. Every team out there still would like to have an offense. They're all passing on them. So the reality is that it may be done. Like the offensive linemen in this draft, the decent ones are good. You got Besantis, and you were in a great spot to take them. Take the risk of moving down. Imagine if they did move down. I'm glad they didn't. But imagine if they did move down. You wouldn't have been able to get an offensive lineman.
No, I would assume they would have moved down and take like an edge or something like that, right? Which is what they might do with the next pick is take an edge player. I assume if they moved down, it wouldn't have been for an offensive lineman. It would have been for an entirely different position. Now I'm looking at Daniel Jeremiah's list. He's got Pregnon on his list. He's got Caleb Tiernan, a tackle out of Northwestern, on his list. He's got Dunker on his list.
Yeah.
And then after that, you got to go a little further for guys like Sam Hecht. He's number 72 overall. That's a third-round grade. Logan Jones out of Iowa. That's a third-round grade. So, yeah, pickings are slim. Pickings are very, very slim. Has somebody told Lauren what's happened here? Does she know what's happened here? Okay. The Patriots moved up to take her Illinois pass rusher.
Guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you sad? You have to root for the Patriots now?
I'm not rooting for the Patriots. Okay. I'm not stooping to that level.
Right.
So, if it's not
Is Mike Vrabel even there today, or is he in counseling?
He's at counseling.
He's at
I
counseling?
thought it was tomorrow he was taking off for counseling. Was it the whole draft he was going to take off for counseling?
I think it's day 3.
Day three. So he's there now, and he's taking day 3.
And Diana Rossini deleted her Twitter account.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not a real fun place for her to be.
No.
I'm sure her Twitter account is not
never coming back.
It is not a happy spot. No, I'm sure it's not. So if it's not offensive line, okay? If it's not offensive line.
Yeah.
Another corner?
Safety. Yeah.
Another safety.
Secondary guy.
Another edge. A defensive tackle. I mean,
sure.
That might I would think one of those 4 probably. I hope it's not a quarterback. You hope it's not a quarterback. I wouldn't rule out a quarterback.
Nobody's taking these quarterbacks, Burnsy. It's saying, there are teams like, again, the teams that needed a quarterback, if you go look at this second round, they've all passed. All these teams have passed on quarterbacks. So the Jets passed on the quarterback. The Raiders got their guy. Cleveland passed on a quarterback.
But is that a surprise, though?
I mean, Kansas City could probably use a future guy for.
If I said to you, Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier, or Drew Aller, would you say that any of those are second-round pick worthy quarterbacks? I mean, are you really surprised?
No, I think the quarterback the class this year is garbage.
So
I'm glad somebody mocked Carson Beck, a prominent guy, to the Cardinals with the second round.
I saw those second-round mocks this morning. I'm like, come on, people, please. They're not taking Garrett Nussmeier at number 34.
Or Carson Beck.
It's just, it's amazing what people think you will do when they think you don't have a quarterback. And you know what? The Cardinals don't have a quarterback. It's not like we think they don't have one. They don't have one.
When would you take a flyer on one? 4th round?
4th round, I'd be fine with it.
4th, not 3rd.
Not 3rd. Nope.
Okay, I'm with you.
Not with the first pick of the 3rd round. If you told me I had the bottom 3rd of the 3rd round, okay, that might as well be a 4th round pick. I don't. But
4th round, you're sitting there.
The first pick of the 3rd round? No.
Why not?
I'm still getting a decent player there.
Right.
I think. I'm still getting a decent player there. Maybe not a decent offensive lineman. 4th round.
At this point right now, and I'm just looking at there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 picks left. I don't know if any of these quarterbacks are going here.
Yeah, no.
Jacksonville, Chicago, San Francisco, Houston, Chicago. Chicago's got 2 picks. The Rams, no. The Broncos, no. The Chargers, no. Seattle, no. I don't think any of these quarterbacks are going in the second round.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if any of them do, but I don't think any of them are worthy to go in the second round.
How do you guys feel about first round 2027 for when the Cardinals take their next quarterback?
Yes, that's what I want. I want that.
Sounds fine
very
with me.
badly.
Although, you know what?
I'm going to be listening to you guys. I'm going to be listening to your coverage of that draft, and I'm hoping they get it.
Where are you?
Maybe I'll come watch you guys. Where's the show?
He'll be in
year?
Lake Como. We know this.
When we come back. Okay, I'm glad you reminded me. I saw a Kurt Warner tweet about that.
About the 2027 class.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll talk about it.
I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Jeremiah Love, I give them credit for taking the shiny object because the shiny object here has got a lot of substance behind it. If you are literally giving your fan base something new and exciting, something that, if it works out, could be a game changer for this team, then what's wrong with that? What's wrong with giving people what they want on draft night? What is the point of the NFL draft if you can't give your fan base hope? So the idea that, they just did it just to stimulate well, of course, that's a reason. Why wouldn't it be?
Why can't you check all those boxes? You can get the best available player. You can excite the fan base. And I think they did that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150 because look closely, you see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic, boasting the strongest field on the Epson Tour, with past LPGA Tour winners and major champions, along with NCAA All-Americans and Elite Amateur champions expected to compete. Don't miss the action. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. NBA action on tonight. 3 games in the playoffs to check out this evening. Suns not among them. They'll play tomorrow at home at 12:30. Right now the game's going on. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. The Sixers are beating the Celtics 67-66. Just by a point, but they're beating them. That series is tied up 1 game apiece. The Lakers, with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter, beating the Rockets 47-40. No Kevin Durant. He is not playing tonight.
Wow. What's the score?
47-40. Lakers are winning. They lead the series 2 games to none. They're up 7. A lot of time to go. 8 minutes in the second quarter.
I'm going to be fascinated by what happens if they get swept out of the playoffs.
You think they're going to get swept?
If the Lakers win this game, they're up 3-0.
But swept?
Okay, so what? They lose in 4 or 5.
Okay.
No Austin Reeves, no Luka. You made the Kevin Durant trade. Now, you didn't give up a lot to get him, but still,
it's not a good
those fans were expecting a championship when they got Durant.
Yeah, it's not a good look. And then later tonight, 7:30 tip time, the Spurs and the Trailblazers. No Wemby for that game for San Antonio. Series is tied 1 game apiece. So you won't play. No Diamondbacks baseball on tonight. 2-game series against the Padres in Mexico City.
Yeah.
Elevation 7,300 feet, 2,000 feet higher than Coors Field. Them balls are gonna fly.
Is it really?
It's Flagstaff. Mexico City is at the elevation of Flagstaff.
Oh, wow.
2,000 feet higher than Coors
That's
Field.
interesting. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Oh,
No,
yeah.
no.
Like Zach Gallen and Ryan Nelson. Whew. Be on your A game stuff because the balls are gonna fly. Like no walks.
I wonder what the outfield fences are.
I'm assuming they're deeper.
Okay.
But at that elevation, and it's so dry there. Oh man, the ball's just
interesting. Okay, good nugget.
Ball is just gonna
take the over.
Mitch with your degenerate gambling tip of the day.
An offensive lineman went. Logan Jones out of Iowa.
Logan Jones out of Iowa.
Yeah, so a center went at number. So finally, a second offensive lineman went. 23 picks after the Cardinals made a pick.
And that was to the Bears. Oh.
Because Drew Dahlman retired at 27.
Okay,
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, your guy retired.
And Lauren's sad because Gabe Yakas, her edge rusher out of Illinois, went to the New England Patriots, who traded up for him, by the way. So there's 7 more picks in the second round. And then the Cardinals will be on the clocks for the first round. So
probably
we
about
obviously
6:30, 6:20 to 6:30, probably 6:30.
So for our YouTube audience watching there, for our radio audience on 98.7 FM, just keep it right here because in the bullpen, warmed up, ready to go, mixing all sorts of sports metaphors are Kellen Olson, Mitch Vareldis, and they will have the third round.
Yeah, hopefully they're not like Paul Sewald coming into a tie game.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, let's.
I got some dimensions for you, by the way.
Oh yeah, you got some
in Mexico. Okay.
Yes. So to the corners of what is this field called?
470 feet.
Hold on. Estadio Alfredo Harpelú is the name of the stadium in Mexico City. 332 down the lines, plural. 410 dead center.
410 dead center. Not
crazy.
Not crazy.
We're missing some home runs.
I was going to save this for next week, but since you brought it up.
Oh, the Kurt Warner thing?
Kurt Warner. Quote, couldn't be more tired of hearing people continually say next year's quarterback class is going to be awesome. I heard it last year and I thought, I haven't seen anyone who's great. And as it turns out, the top 2 weren't even being talked about and most others aren't even slated as starters. This coming year, based off what I have watched, there are talented guys but don't think any have proven to be great quarterbacks yet.
Yeah.
So this whole wait and get your franchise guy makes so little sense to me. If there's a guy you think could be a good starting quarterback, you grab them whenever and however. Too many teams keep waiting for that guy and struggle to truly find them, close quote.
You hope. It's just hope. You hope that it's a great class. You hope these guys come out and play well.
Hope is not a strategy, my friend. Hope is not a strategy. It's not a strategy.
Yeah, but I'd rather have that than take a guy that I'm not that fond of this year. This year was not a good draft class.
I know. But
we've had two quarterbacks taken so far.
To Kurt's point, and we have talked about this a lot. We always say this about, wait until next year. Wait until next year. Wait until next year. And sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes next year isn't that great. This year was supposed to be a wait until next year quarterback draft.
It's the Cardinals. It's always wait until next year.
That's true. Anyway, I just wanted to share what Kurt had to say about that because I trust, and I know you do too, a lot of what Kurt Warner has to say when it comes to quarterbacking in the National Football League. He is pretty darn brilliant when it comes to that stuff. So The draft, as I mentioned, they're just about ready to wrap up the second round. They're not quite there.
So Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the Toledo safety, just went to the Browns.
Okay.
So pick number 27, the Texans is up now.
Arizona Sports Tonight with Kellen and Mitch is next on 98.7 or watch on YouTube. We'll see you Monday straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground-level, easy-access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 26 Ford F-150 starting as low as $42,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 26542. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 dog fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
AMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Short pause. Hold your breath for the dynamic duo.
98.7 in your whip and the Arizona Sports app on your phone. Arizona Sports at Night with Kellen and Mitch.
Hello there! See, I can yell now. Good evening, and welcome to Arizona Sports at Night. Kellen Olson, Mitch Vareldas here with you, not from an Oklahoma City hotel room. I'm back in studio with Mitch. We have got a jam-packed show today, Mitch. We want to thank everyone for sticking around with us because, yes, we are locked in on the NFL draft. The Cardinals are 5 picks away from making the first pick in the 3rd round, and we will have that announcement live, a breakdown of the player.
5.
Is there a trade? Is there a quarterback? There's a lot of intrigue here still left, and rightfully so, buddy.
We made it. We got through the subterfuge season, Cal, and as it turns out, that big billowing pile of smoke at the beginning of the week was justified because holy moly, the Cardinals got another running back. Would you believe it? And now we're wondering, are they going to take a new signal caller maybe coming up here in the next 5 picks? Man, when the draft is actually happening, I don't know how you feel, it's fun. Now that it's like all the noise is out of the way, we're just having a draft. Players are going off the board, families are happy, players are crying. It's great. I love this time of year.
Flew back from Oklahoma City yesterday afternoon and then went straight to the draft show pretty much from my house, and it flew by. It just flew by.
Right.
It's so much fun. And we have more fun to go right now. Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas, just going at pick number 60 to the Tennessee Titans. The Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock at 61. On the quarterback topic, if anyone's interested, which I think a whole lot of people are, no quarterbacks have gone yet. And I think that's what we're going to continue to monitor throughout the show here is if the Cardinals don't take a quarterback, which team is going to, because there's probably going to be a pretty deep drop on quarterbacks. Not expecting a whole lot of teams looking at that position at this point in the draft. Maybe in a few rounds, but certainly not right now.
Yeah, maybe. We'll keep tabs on, like the common names that keep getting brought up are obviously the Cardinals, one of them, the Jets, the other one, but the teams where it's like maybe these guys could do it would have been the Rams, but they took Ty Simpson yesterday. Maybe the Steelers in Pittsburgh. We're seeing what the Rams.
Your guy
right
you
now.
shouted out here,
Oh,
just going to the Rams. Max Clare, the tight end out of Ohio State, who you were gushing about in that studio over there, in that room, the producer's room, just about an hour ago, because we were talking about other skill positions that were potentially going to be available here. We'll keep you updated pick by pick, just because I know there are a couple Cardinals fans listening that want a specific player, so we'll let you know if your guy hangs around on the board and if the Cardinals are going to have the opportunity to pick him again, where pick 61 was just made, so now we're going to be 3 picks away from when the Cardinals pick. Meanwhile, there was another pick that happened yesterday of far more significance, if we're being honest.
With the 3rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
Spicy.
We like to start shock with bigger news stories like this, Mitch, so I'll just put it simply. How do you feel about the selection of Jeremiah Love at number 3 overall by the Arizona Cardinals?
I think there's 2 camps to approach this, right? One is just the fact that they took Jeremiah Love and were putting the Jeremiah Love pick itself, the person Jeremiah Love itself, into its own vacuum, and we're going to sit here and we're going to say all these amazing and nice things about Jeremiah Love because he really is a talented player, easily the best running back in this class, potentially the best overall player in this draft class. And I know you were big on the take the best player available. You've been riding that train for really most of this week. And they took the best player available, Kellen, because quite frankly, the guy that I wanted them to take was gone at pick number 2. So you have 2 options at that point. You trade out or you stay there and you take the guy that you want. And I think the most impressive thing, if now I'm looking at it 30,000 feet, is the Cardinals were not shy about just going and taking an otherworldly talent because they have a surplus at that position. They just decided, screw it. We're going to take him. We're going to make Jeremiah Love an Arizona Cardinal, and we'll figure out the rest of it later, which is a bold strategy for a team that won 3 games last year, but screw it. I like it. Why not?
I think like 3 months ago, I got the rare double booing of this take when I was BPA and I said, look, everyone, even if it's Jeremiah Love, Jesse booed me when I did it on Wolf and Luke. Lauren booed me when I did it on Burns and Gambo. And then all of a sudden, like I never expected it to happen when I was like having that kind of like best player available take. And again, I wasn't committing to Jeremiah Love. And what I'm going to say here, Mitch, is where this starts is we can talk about offensive line and like Chase Besantis, who they took in the second round. We'll get to all of that here shortly in the show. But they just need to be sure that this was the best player available, because this was not, and I thought Luke nailed it last night on the draft show when I was with him, there was not a overall like 100% or even 90% consensus that the second best player available was Arvell Reese or David Bailey or Jeremiah Love. There were some Sonny Styles truthers out there as well. So out of those 4 players, I think one of them is going to be probably pretty incredible. 2 of them are going to be, good or fine. And then one of them is not going to be so good. And it's like out of those 4 guys that were rated pretty similarly on every single board in varying order, did you get the right guy? Because in order for this to work, I don't think Jeremiah Love can just be pretty good. In order for this to be a success, he needs to be a top 10 running back in the NFL right now, because we know the age of running backs. We know the wear and tear that can happen here. Now, the good news is they've got a deep room. So I think they're going to be able to save him and preserve him and not just give him a million touches right away, which is something that we see happen with these younger running backs in a situation like him. But to go beyond the analysis and just put the fan hat back on like you were doing, this is awesome.
Yeah.
He's an incredibly dynamic and fun football player to watch. I've seen some takes, whether it was Mo Kiper Jr. or other draft experts, saying this kind of now defines what the Cardinals offense is. Not really to me. What it defines is they now have the best tight end in football, in my opinion, in Trey McBride. And now they have what should be one of the 10 best running backs in football. And we'll see how high Jeremiah Love can get on that list. Now, if Marvin Harrison Jr. starts to piece it together, this skill group is absolutely mouth-watering for the next quarterback that's going to come in, Diego Pavia.
Let me throw some numbers at you, and I want to gauge how you would feel if these were Jeremiah Love's season-end numbers. I want to get your thoughts, okay? 1,300 rushing yards, 11 rushing touchdowns, 721 yards through the air with 4 receiving touchdowns. So 2,028 total scrimmage yards. Additionally, the season ends and he wins the Rookie of the Year. Would you be satisfied with those numbers?
Oh, yeah, and especially with how he's going to get used, right? Because we're going to see him in the slot. We're going to see him out wide. You're going to put this kid everywhere.
That's Saquon Barkley's rookie season with the New York Giants, which I think is comparable to this situation because of a couple of reasons. Number one, Giants were in a terrible position going into that draft, but they still wanted to take Barkley, who was the best player available. Number two, there were a lot of questions about whether or not the team would be whole enough for Barkley to succeed in that situation. At the same time, that was a year before they ended up getting Daniel Jones. They still had Eli Manning as their QB, but there were still some questions about whether or not the offense would succeed with that particular line. Questions about, like, why don't you take a player that fills a position of need and not somebody who's just the greatest guy? If he gets anywhere close to those numbers, it'll be a success in year one. The question is, because we know this story with Barkley and his tenure with the Giants, is there sustainability available over his first 5 seasons potentially in Cardinal red? That's what I care about the most.
What I didn't want, and I don't think this kind of thinking exists, maybe it does from Bidwell if he was the guy who made this pick, but we can't go into the belief that he was the guy, because Monty Ossenfort wasn't here when they passed up on Adrian Peterson. We've been bringing up that example a lot on our airwaves, but I don't really think it applied, and it can't really apply to this type of decision at all. A new player going off the board to the Buffalo Bills, who traded with your Denver Broncos. So you're going to have to wait to see the Broncos make their first pick of the draft down to 66. So we're going to get the Cardinals at 65, and then we're going to get the Broncos at 66.
Interesting.
Davison Igbinosun. Yeah. The corner out of Ohio State, which is interesting because Jermond McCoy is still on the board, who a lot of people had a first-round grade on, and that's where you worry about injuries and such. My concern here with Love actually has less to do with the offensive line here, Mitch, and has to do with the fact that you are looking at one of the 3 to 5 worst quarterback rooms in football this season. And then next year, unless the kid is unbelievable right away, you're probably looking at a bottom 10 room again that year. Defenses, even if Love is, let's say Love is Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs, and I'm super excited, and Mitch and I are wearing our matching Jeremiah Love jerseys every week when we watch the Cardinals, all that kind of stuff. The amount of guys that are going to be in the box, I watched this a lot when I was watching Bijan Robinson, because Atlanta did not have an established pass game. Even with Kirk Cousins, when Bijan was with him, Kirk was very simple-minded with his decisions and was very containable with what he could and couldn't do. And that led to Bijan running slow because he had nowhere to go and he kept waiting for holes to develop. And that's the type of thing where they're going to put so many guys in the box that I worry about getting proper use out of this. But that's the other part of this that we just don't know, Mitch, is how long can he be elite for? Because if he's elite for 7 years, the first 2 years don't matter. But if he's elite for 4 years, or if he's David Johnson elite for just a year or two, and you only got it at this point when the team wasn't ready to utilize him properly as an elite talent, that's where I get worried.
So here's the Bijan Robinson rookie year numbers then for a slight comparison. I don't think Kirk was on that team yet. I think it was 24 that Kirk first joined Atlanta. But 976 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns, 487 receiving yards on 58 receptions, 4 touchdowns. And he finished 5th in Rookie of the Year voting with about 1,400 scrimmage yards overall. He played in all 17 games, only started 16 of them. That was timeshare with Tyler Algier. Haha, funny link there. If it's that, I think people are going to be reacting negatively in a very, very loud manner as well. Because it's like, really? You guys took this running back in the first round and we've got so many other needs that you got to figure out? It's just, it's a lot to deal with. But either way, I think end of day would just be love, excitement. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot still to be done for this Arizona Cardinals team, including what's coming up in just a matter of minutes. Pick number 65 is going to happen when we come back from this commercial break. We'll find out and react next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
The Arizona Cardinals select
The Cardinals made a big Cardinal decision with a 3rd overall pick.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
To add that skill set to what I already believe is a pretty good skill set with our receiver room, with our tight end room, to add to that running back room, it's cool.
We preview round 2 of the NFL Draft, and you get your chance to chime in on the Jeremiah Love pick at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we recap the NFL Draft and the status of the Phoenix Suns. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Arizona Sports Tonight. Kellen Olson, Mitch Verrell. Just want to thank everyone from Burns and Gambo sticking around, whether that's on YouTube over there. Hello, I see you. I'm looking right at you. Or just the listeners on the radio station, the app, wherever you're coming from. Just tune in and see what the Arizona Cardinals do at number 65. Right now, they are technically on the clock. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks at number 64, so we'll be with you here for the next dozen minutes or so, and somewhere in that window we will see what happens at pick number 65. Mitch will play the breaking sounder if we get a trade. If we don't hear the breaking sounder, that means we're going to the podium and we're going to hear about the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. When it comes to the players available right now and the needs, what groups mesh together for you right now the best, Mitch, in terms of what they need and some players being rated around this range that are still available?
They still need an offensive lineman, particularly a right tackle. Jonah Williams still a free agent, and off the top of my head, I can't say I feel super confident about the rest of the guys that are available in that cluster. So I would say a right tackle if they can get it. It seemed like this class was very heavy on the offensive lineman, and if I recall correctly, weren't a ton of offensive linemen that flew off of the board in the second round, which is now complete. The Cardinals are back on the clock. So Besantis went in the second round to the Cardinals, and he was the only.
Emmanuel Pregnon's still on the board, and we thought he was
Jake
the
Slaughter
type of.
went as well, and then Logan Jones. So a couple of centers and a guard. So interior linemen went in the second round, but the third round, who knows? Who knows? I would lean there. I know there's a lot of people just curious. Are they going to take a quarterback? Are they going to take a quarterback? Is it Carson Beck? You in particular are curious about the Diego Pavia experience coming to
Not here.
Arizona.
In like 4 rounds, to be clear. Not here.
We'll see. Seahawks just took Bud Clark, safety out of TCU. Cardinals, we're now waiting. I'm frantically reloading my X account to see if I could just get a tipped pick. So if we have any sort of
on
that, but
the clock, you go ahead and do that, buddy. I'll roll through some names here. So Caleb Tiernan is the offensive tackle out of Northwestern. ESPN not as high on him. They have him ranked in the 80s, but Dane Brugler on the Beast mock draft or the rankings that he does, the exercise he does of ranking pretty much every player that's ever played college football before for the upcoming draft. Caleb Tiernan, the offensive tackle on Northwestern, he has 65th. And then ESPN's best available, Jennings Dunker, the offensive tackle out of Iowa. They have ranked 51st as well. So there are 2 tackles in this range. I think edge is the biggest sort of need left outside of right tackle.
Yeah.
But this is where some people have a drop. There's Jayshawn Barham out of Michigan, who is rated somewhere around here for some other names. But this is really where the drop-off started to happen there. There were some intriguing off-ball linebackers that were hanging around, but Jacob Rodriguez went in the 40s, and there was Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas, I believe, that just went earlier as well.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what they're doing on the stage. It looks like they're starting.
I was doing the
third
same
round.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, we're just kind of playing this one by ear, folks. Thanks for hanging with us, of course, but when that pick officially gets delivered, we will let you know what the Arizona
What do you
Cardinals
think
did.
about? I'll answer my own question here. Excuse me, while you're trying to skim through here and see if we can jump ahead on some couple. What do you think about taking a wide out?
It would be
the Greg Dortch role, essentially. Finding someone for the Greg Dortch role.
No way. Okay, sorry. I will save my reaction for later.
To what?
You know what? Screw it. Let's do it.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Kel, they did it. According to Jordan Schultz, the pick is in. The Cardinals are going to take Miami quarterback Carson Beck.
Wow.
With the, 65th overall selection in the draft. 64th, excuse me. So there you go. They did the thing. They took a quarterback at the start of the third round.
This was a selection that was getting mocked in the second, and that's where a lot of us were like, let's chill out, mock drafters, calm down, like taking Carson Beck in the second. But this is
but
not.
The third is just fine.
This is right around where he was mocked and where he was mentioned. Now, the primary difference here, like we talk so much about Ty Simpson and the weaknesses within his game. You're talking about a guy with Carson Beck that has experience, to say the least, and I'm kind of joking when I say that. Of course, the time that he spent at Georgia, played in 14 games and then 13 games in his last 2 years at Georgia, threw for nearly 4,000 yards in his quote-unquote junior season in 2023. Then spent one more year at Georgia, threw for 3,485 yards, 28 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, was a bit of a step down from his 2023 season. Then he transfers to Miami, where he has a great year, gets right back sort of on track with the quarterback that we expected. How much of this to you, Mitch, is best player available versus need? Because we asked Monty about that last night, and he said they're still in best player available mode. So if we're to take Monty for his word there, he believes that Carson Beck is the best player on the board here.
I disagree with him, though. Like, if they're still in the mode of taking the best player available, I think you could argue Besantis was certainly the best player available at 34. Is Carson Beck really the best player available at 65 overall? It just seems like there's Jermod McCoy is the obvious standout here, a cornerback who's falling. The Cardinals don't necessarily need a corner. There's a bunch of other guys that have just continued to fall down the draft board right now, like Zachariah Branch for some other reasons, a lot of the wide receivers. Emmanuel Pregnon is still available on the board right now if you're looking for other interior offensive line help. But I wonder if they're looking more at this as, we don't think any of these guys that are available that are falling are good enough. Why don't we take the guy that we think is good enough now? Because it feels like that's what Beck is. Now, the positive with Beck in comparison to Ty Simpson, far more experienced at the collegiate level than Ty was. If you think about
35 starts,
you mentioned it. Georgia and Miami got a lot of playing time, especially the run that Miami had to the national championship this year. And now the experts are just going to go nutso when it comes to the Cardinals because they took Love in the first round. They've got some offensive line help. And now they've taken a quarterback who seemingly is going to compete for starting day one, maybe, potentially. I mean, does he start day one?
Beck?
Yeah.
Oh, no shot. No, we're getting Jacoby Brissett, brother. That is happening for sure. But he's going to be in contention. ESPN ranking him 113 on their big board.
Tell you what, let's go to the podium right now here, James Conner.
55th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Carson Beck, quarterback, Miami. Welcome, bro.
Carson Beck, quarterback, Miami.
The 6'5", 233-pounder nearly tied the perfect bow on his college career with a national championship appearance as a Hurricane. Even with the loss in the champ game, Beck has plenty to write home about, including his ACC leading 72.4% completion percentage and 157 passer rating. He has a quick release and works through his progressions, but struggles under pressure. He may not be a first-round talent, but plenty of quarterback-needy teams could take a chance on the signal caller in the later rounds. NFL comp, Carolina Panthers quarterback Kenny Pickett.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
6'4", 220, and like we've emphasized, a lot of experience at the collegiate level. Like, it's a good model of a QB to have. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, I guess is what I'm saying. Because if he does end up being the guy for them, I'm not ready to make that declaration now.
And by guy, do you mean like the starter? Or like their franchise quarterback?
Like next year when Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett are free agents and the only guy that you have left on your roster is Beck, like what kind of a team are they going to be going into that year kind of thing?
Well, that's sort of the impossibility that the Cardinals now create by using a pick this valuable, because we're talking about a day 2 pick that they used on a quarterback here.
Yeah.
The impossibility that they have created for themselves is you have to figure out within a year if this is your guy or not, and you're completely dedicated to him. Because if you're not, there are a dozen quarterbacks I can name off the top of my head that are going to be in consideration for going in the first round of the NFL draft next year. Am I saying a dozen are going to go in 2027 in the first round? No. But there's going to be at least 3 or 4, and there's probably going to be a whole lot more just based on where quarterbacks have gone. You've got so many quarterbacks next year that are going from good to great programs to elite programs. Josh Hoover's the first guy that comes to mind for me. You and I loved watching him at TCU. He goes to Indiana. I think that's going to work out pretty well for him. Darian Mensah was lighting it up for Duke in the ACC and helped lead that team out of irrelevancy last year. He goes to Miami to replace Carson Beck. Sam Levitt is, of course, the other name that comes to mind. There's a lot of those. And then, Dante Moore. Yeah, Arch Manning, yeah. Trinidad Chambliss. There are a lot of quarterbacks next year. So what does Carson Beck have to do this season, this upcoming season? What does he have to do to establish himself as the guy and prevent the Cardinals from taking that quarterback? Can he even do that? Is that possible?
That's exactly what I was going to bring up next, is like, will he even be given that opportunity to do so? Because number one, as we've pointed out before, they were semi-aggressive to get Gardner Minshew on day one of free agency. You've got Jacoby Brissett holding himself out of voluntary warm practice to get a little more guaranteed money for this upcoming season, presumed to be the starter day one. And now you've just taken not necessarily your heir apparent, but somebody who is going to be fighting for an opportunity to throw the pigskin around. And look, I think there's going to be a lot of attention on Arizona in general, because I do think there's going to be a narrative that's pushed implying that Beck should be the starter for this group. And I guess too, if you take a zoom out, Kellen, you've got a young quarterback, you've got a young running back, you've got 2 young wide receivers, and you got a tight end who's going to be entering his second contract this upcoming season. We know that the offensive line still needs a little bit of work. The defense, which we thought was going to be a strength of this unit last year, we thought it would be something a little more than what it was last year, but injuries were a big problem. You can make an argument that this is the beginning of the true Monty Ossenfort foundation. Like a foundation where he's not just given the quarterback from day one, got to choose his head coach. Now he's on his second one. So maybe this is like truly what his vision of a football team is starting now.
And that's where I start to get nervous, because what I said about the Jeremiah Love pick is I really don't like it if they trade up for Ty Simpson. And this just seems like a really aggressive, like, we understand what we have done to our fan base a bit over the last couple of years and lost a lot of trust. So we're going to bring you something to be tremendously excited about. I understand taking a guy on day 2 as opposed to day 1 is a little bit lighter, but it's still the same idea. Again, to be clear, this is a divisive quarterback prospect in Carson Beck. He is not rated as a top 5 quarterback in this class by Dane Brugler. He's rated outside the top 100 by ESPN. But then Tom Pelissero wrote this story, and I'm going to wonder where his quote came from here in a second. I'm about to say, what do teams really think about the quarterbacks in the 2026 NFL draft? His quote on Beck: Beck is a really, really talented passer, probably the best combination of size, arm strength, and accuracy out of anybody in the class. There is no except Fernando Mendoza in that sentence. That is what that scout, GM, whoever said. I'm guessing they work for the Arizona Cardinals, because this seems like a pretty unique take that he's going to be graded in the 60s. Like, if you just go around these big boards and look, the rankings of Aller, Nussmeier, like, they're kind of all over the place. So for Beck to go here, the other problem I have with this selection, Mitch, who else was going to take him? I don't think there are many quarterback-needy teams around right now that are going to take a quarterback in the next round, per se, where you probably could have gotten Beck a round or 2 later.
You could have said the very same thing about the Rams last night, though, right? Who else was going to take Ty Simpson at 13? You know, and maybe they just couldn't find a trade back partner.
But I'm willing to lose out on him or Carson Beck. I'm willing to wait for proper value, and if I miss out on him, that's fine. But that's an excellent point, Mitch, because this now makes you think, how much do the Cardinals really love Carson Beck to, quote-unquote, reach on him based on some of the boards that we're at least looking at? And again, I'm sure there are other mocks from other experts that had him around this range. But the point is, from some of like the hardcore information we have in front of us from the tape watchers, the tape grinders, this is a divisive dude. Yes. And he's going to be turning 25 in November. So there is potential left to untap, I'm sure, but he is more or less a finished product as a prospect, whereas the appeal with Simpson was there's a lot left to untap here. You're not untapping too much with Carson Beck. And we'll have plenty more on this throughout the show, and are probably just going to stick here for a while, I imagine.
So that is the latest, just in case you're just hopping in, just joining us here on Arizona Sports. The Arizona Cardinals have kicked off round 3, the 65th overall pick. They took Miami quarterback Carson Beck. That is, if I'm not mistaken, slated to be their final pick on day 2. Yes, that is slated to be their final pick today, barring any trade up back in. But again, Carson Beck, the pick leading off the 3rd round, will be reacting to that and a whole lot more when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals and their draft next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
People say, he's not going to be effective. They don't have an offensive line. They don't have anybody to block for him. Their offensive line was bad last year, but I'm going to use the case of Amari DiMercato. He had 44 carries last year. Behind that offensive line that everybody's maligning, Amari DiMercato, an undrafted player, averaged 7.1 yards per pop.
Wow.
So I'm not saying those are the numbers that Jeremiah Love is going to put up, but he's capable of it.
You know, if Amari DiMercato would have averaged 7.2 yards per pop, we might not having any of this conversation.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Luke. When we come back on Monday, are the Suns going to be facing elimination, or will we have a series with Oklahoma City? We're reacting to Game 3 of Suns Thunder Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
To add to the quarterback news for the Arizona Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett is expected to be the starting quarterback. He has not been showing up at off-season conditioning. My understanding is due to make $5 million this year. Brissett wants a contract extension for more guarantees in the future and is not expected to show up until he gets that, which means there is going to be plenty of reps for Carson Beck, assuming this is an extended absence for the Arizona Cardinals.
Interesting stuff there from NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Hello, welcome back to Arizona Sports Tonight here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. If you're just joining us, the Cardinals have indeed selected a quarterback with a 65th overall selection. Carson Beck, the quarterback out of Miami, becomes the 3rd signal caller drafted. This was kind of the range where from round 2 to 5, we just weren't really sure when, like, that's going to be another interesting part of this we're going to watch and let you guys know on for the rest of the show. Like, is this the run on quarterbacks? Does this start? Do the Cardinals get ahead of it? Or are we going to see no quarterbacks taken and they could have just waited the whole time? There's a lot to unpack here. Next segment, we're going to get into sort of the choice here that the Cardinals are clearly making to draft offense, what else was on the board, all that kind of stuff. But for now, that element from Rappaport is interesting. The Jacoby Brissett story, of course, him wanting to be paid like a starter now that he is going to be.
How do you think he feels about this?
A starter. that's what I find so interesting is that from Rappaport's perspective, it's like, is this a leverage play to kind of do with Jacoby Brissett in some way? That shouldn't factor into the decision at all.
It really shouldn't.
Of course. But this is not a guy, any rookie quarterback drafted this late, to be clear, is not coming in to be the guy right away. But even on day 2, we're not saying that about this type of quarterback. But with that said, you took a very experienced quarterback. I believe if we look through the list of like the next 4 to 5 guys that were projected to go here, the most experienced, certainly in big games, without a shadow of a doubt. Like maybe Drew Aller can enter the conversation a little bit. Maybe Garrett Nussmeier can enter it a little bit. But the deep postseason runs that he went on with Georgia, with Miami as well, if we're talking about experience levels, that is the guy that they took without a shadow of a doubt. And let's be honest, this is now the guy that is not competing for anything this year. He is competing for the 2027 starting quarterback job for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, is he going to be competing for that against another quarterback, or is he going to be able to do enough in his rookie season to show the Arizona Cardinals, no, I am the guy, I am your guy, and what I've mentioned to you a ton is I do not want the Cardinals to Tyler Shuck this. I do not want Carson Beck to be mildly competent and win a few football games he shouldn't, and for all of us to Jacoby Brissett this and go, is this our guy? No, it's probably not the guy. Take the highly touted, highly rated prospect instead of the guy who isn't even ranked in the top 100 by ESPN or The Athletic at 65. Let's not do that.
Okay.
Too late, though, sorry.
Well, yeah, it's too late because it actually happened. But at the same time, if we're comparing it to the Shuck situation, both of these quarterbacks taken on day 2, right? So they don't have a 5th-year option attached to them, which means that there's less pressure on the organizations to hold on to them should it not necessarily, for lack of a better expression, lead to anything. Like if you're the Saints and you're looking at this draft and you're trying to say to yourself, all right, do we like any of the quarterbacks in this class? No? Okay. Well, we've got 2 young quarterbacks in Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck. Shuck seemingly ran a competent offense with Kellen Moore. Seems to be a good vibe there. Let's try and give it another year and we'll see what happens. And if we're great, then good. We've seemingly found a guy. If we're not good, we again play the kick the can down the road thing where it seems as though the quarterback class is going to be much more fruitful in 2027 than what they had to offer this year. The Cardinals can do the exact same thing. There is no pressure on them whatsoever from the organization's perspective. There is no pressure on them whatsoever to succeed with Carson Beck if he gets any opportunities to start this year. Absolutely none, because then you just start over again and try again next year. Or worst case, you keep sucking until you find the right guy. Literally, there's not as much pressure on them for Carson Beck to work out. There's pressure on them for different reasons, but less on the Beck front, at least in my opinion.
Now, the Cardinals are in the process of remodeling somewhat, a partial remodeling of their offensive line. They took Chase Besantis, the guard out of Texas A&M, to begin the second round with the second pick in the second round. Right tackle, it's a shrug. We don't know. And I think about that with Teo Mackey's latest tweet, which was Carson Beck under pressure last season, and as Teo knows, in his 6th year of college football. So like AARP, 401k, Carson Beck's got all the retirement benefits already lined up from his college days. Like the Cardinals are going to come in and offer their package. It's going to be like, brother, I already got all this set up. I'm good to go.
Yeah, just hook up with my financial advisor and she'll figure it out.
Under pressure last year, Carson Beck, 6th year of college, 28 of 58 from passing. I almost said from the field there. I almost went basketball. 6.4 yards per attempt, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 16 sacks.
High volume of sacks in his final 2 seasons as a starter, for what it's worth. 18 at Georgia and then 18 at Miami.
It's not like they had an awesome offensive tackle that went top 10 in the draft.
Certainly not. They did not have anything like that on their offensive line whatsoever.
This is just harder to understand the more time I have to think about it. To be honest, when we were prepping for our show, we did do the in case a quarterback gets selected, here's how we're going to nuke the show sheet and kind of go through, which is what we're doing right now. But did I ever expect the Cardinals? Well, they're the Cardinals, so they're capable of certain things like they've shown. I just never expected them to do this because we'll talk about this next segment a little more, but they still have clear, identifiable needs. Can you get your starting right tackle at 65? No, but you can get a guy that could potentially be that. This is okay. Try and compose myself. You and I yelled, and I yelled a lot. You yelled a little bit too. Remember when we were going through the middle of the season and we were talking about organizations like Tampa Bay and the Rams and a few others, and we were going through their rosters being like, oh, look, a third-round rookie doing this. Oh, look, a second-round rookie doing this. From our perspective as Cardinals fans, it's been impossible to expect anything of anyone selected later than day one because they've just been unable to consistently develop these guys. And it makes you believe that, speaking of impossibilities, that is impossible to do. And yet you watch teams like Tampa and Los Angeles were two examples of teams that remodeled their secondary in a year. Just snap, boom. We're going to draft 2 to 3 guys. 2 of them are going to be pretty good. And we're going to see how they develop as they go on. You could have gotten someone like that at edge, at off-ball linebacker. I don't really have a bunch of certainty about the secondary. We got a lot of names, but certainty, I don't really have it. There were a lot of needs still left on this team. They still need a third receiver to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson in the slot. The Greg Dortch experiment is over. It has failed. A lot to get through here, and they used it on Carson Beck. I'm just really struggling to invest in this right now.
Okay, I'll play the advocate here. Maybe not so much the devil's advocate, but I'll play some sort of advocate here. We just talked about it. There's a bevy of receivers available, and they're not necessarily flying off the board right now. So if you're Arizona, maybe you're looking at the board, you're looking at who is on the top of your list of guys that you like, and you're seeing all these wide receivers still available. Like Zachariah Branch is listed as the top receiver available. There's Chris Brazzell, the second out of Tennessee. Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame is still there. Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr.'s running mate at Indiana, still out there. Chris Bell with Louisville. Jacoby Lane at USC. There's plenty of guys out there that you could find a third wide receiver. There's not a lot of quarterbacks out there that you could argue could be a starter in the NFL. And maybe that's the Cardinals' argument, is that we're looking at these options, and we think that the most NFL-ready guy that's worthy of taking at 65 overall happens to be this 6'5" quarterback who played in college for 5 years.
A big key question here, I think, again, this is part of the Jeremiah Love thinking where if you guys think this is your guy, go ahead. Why am I giving you carte blanche for what I've seen the last couple of years? I don't know. I'm just having faith in the people who get paid a lot of money to be smart about their football decisions. Right. It hasn't really done me much service as a Cardinals fan for the last 2 decades. Do you think that another quarterback will go between now and 104 when the Cardinals pick? Because if a quarterback does not go, now this is the difficulty of this hypothetical is maybe there's a team that would have taken Carson Beck in the 3rd round, and now that he's off the board, they don't want Nussmeier, they don't want Aller, they don't want the kid out of North Dakota State, they don't want any of these sorts of names. But do you think a quarterback goes until 104? Because judging based on the lack of teams that need a quarterback and also that need a quarterback to this degree, that are in this wishy-washy range of grabbing a quarterback, I would say, do you think so? You can tell where I'm leaning.
Yeah, you're leaning in the no direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aller, who lost most of the season due to a broken, or I think it was an ankle injury of some sort. I can't recall if it was broken or not. Nussmeier had a very down year for LSU. That's why they
the 2024 tape goes crazy, I heard. Yeah. Now, his most recent football season, not so much.
Yeah, Taylon Green out of Arkansas. Cole Payton is the man's name you're looking for out of North Dakota State. Luke Altmaier, if you're going really far down, out of Illinois. It's starting to get a little less sexy.
To be clear, Taylon Green, the 3rd best available quarterback rated by ESPN. He's ranked 152nd on their board. So Aller, Nussmeier, and Beck were really the 3 that we were watching here. Maybe a team reaches for one of these guys. Maybe someone loves Cole Payton on North Dakota State. Maybe there's a Baron Morton head out there, the Texas Tech kid. But I think that we are not going to see a quarterback taken anytime soon, and that will only make me more frustrated with this decision. You know what I'm looking forward to is the outside chance that I'm not the outside chance. That sounds cocky. I don't mean to come across that way at all. I've watched Carson Beck play 4 full college football games out loud. I feel like we can say that out loud sometimes, and everyone can be safe and admit, look, I'm talking about a guy that I'm just going off of the opinions of others here, mostly with the limited amount that I have watched as well. But I love the chance of me having all these Carson Beck sound bites to put in the Carson Beck highlight Rookie of the Year tape. I can't wait. Play all of this back when he wins Rookie of the Year, please. Please do it.
I'm trying to buy some time. We're building up to something coming up during the break, but I want to drop this on you. Pete Thamel. You familiar with Pete Thamel of ESPN?
He does good work.
Per sources, Arizona was Beck's #1 visit in the process. He vibed with offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett on his 30 visit, was enamored with the weapons there, and there's obviously an opportunity.
Please restart. I'm sorry. I blacked out when you said he vibed with Nathaniel Hackett. Restart.
You weren't the only one. Per sources, Arizona was Beck's #1 visit in the process. He vibed with OC Nathaniel Hackett on his 30 visit, was enamored with the weapons there, and there's obviously an opportunity to win the starting job.
I get where he's coming from because Thamel's the college insider, but I don't care what Beck had rated. I care what the Cardinals had rated.
Well, if anything, it makes you feel good that he wants to be there.
That's
right?
true. That's true. That's a really good point.
Like, it would be bad if they just took him and it's like, hey, we're excited, and then Beck does what Sean McVay did last night, something like that. All right, let's take a timeout. When we come back, do you want to talk about Chase Besantis? Do you want to talk about the Suns and the latest injuries there? What do you want to do?
I don't know. Carson, when you're looking around, just get some home security, please.
We'll figure out what we'll talk about next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Right now, what we're watching, it says more about the Thunder than it does the Suns.
I agree with that. But I don't want to just gloss over that last thing. Jalen Williams is out at least a week. Does that mean the Suns are going to come back and win this series? No, probably not. That is a significant piece they're going to be missing. Now, next is apropos because they just run in 3 more guys. But they don't have another They do have another Jalen Williams, but they don't have...
I was going to...
They literally do.
Luke.
But they don't have that Jalen Williams.
Yes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Bud Light, official beer of the Arizona Cardinals and proud sponsor of the NFL, is gearing up for the 2026 NFL Draft. From watch parties to backyard hangouts, Bud Light is there for every pick, every party, and every moment. So make it a Bud Light and rise up Red Sea. Bud Light, the perfect draft pick. 21 and over, drink responsibly.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only...
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and on Monday's Burns and Gambo show, we'll have a Cardinals new rookie class to react to, plus Game 3 of the Suns and the Thunder. All of that and a whole lot more starting Monday at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We have plenty to get into on today's show, Mitch. You are thrilled that we are not talking NBA playoffs anymore at the tail end of the show.
Thank goodness.
Just for me to get off my take that Jaden McDaniels might have pulled off the coolest thing this season, which was call out a team publicly and then run them. It was absolutely incredible. Okay, I got my take off there.
I know where the microphone button is, Cal.
We were going to talk NFL draft superlatives. We're going to have to save them for next week. We'll save them. Don't worry, Mitch. We'll get to the superlatives. But then the Cardinals took a quarterback. If you're just joining us, if you're just turning on the radio in your car, you're just turning on the Arizona Sports app, you're turning on the YouTube stream.
We're everywhere, baby. We're on the Arizona Sports social channels, YouTube, 98.7 FM, the app, everywhere. We are everywhere.
It is not, unfortunately, it seems like Carson Beck's life as like a tabloid headline is dead. So like for my Diego Pavia sort of spin here, maybe not quite getting that. Yes, that's right. Carson Beck, number 65 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. He becomes the third quarterback selected. And I think a theme here that is undeniably developed, Mitch, is after last year was, here's your new defense. Here's your new offense?
Yep, we're doing that thing as we've started to notice. They took a running back in round 1. They took an offensive guard to lead off day 2 in round 2. And now they've got a new quarterback as well. And it's not like, I think last year we were, now correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just doing revisionist history with what I'm about to say. It was weird in hindsight, but I think we were all okay with them just kind of going defense, defense, defense in the draft. And we felt rather comfortable with the offense. We all thought that Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to leap in year 2. We all thought that the running back room was going to be a staple of an offense that won, 8 games the year prior. Kyler Murray, another year in that system. We thought it was going to do better than what it did. Well, now it seems like they're overcorrecting the other way, except our perception is they're coming off of a 3-win season. They replaced the head coach and the entire coaching staff. And there's a lot of questions still left to be answered, not just on the offensive side, but the defensive side of the ball, too.
Yeah.
This is where we are, people. This is where we are.
They could have done a lot of things with that selection instead of taking a quarterback. The selection that I'm excited about and that makes me feel even better about taking Jeremiah Love is Chase Besantis, the, we presume, right guard out of Texas A&M.
Yep.
Sayumalo going to come in and play left guard, we imagine. And then on the right side is where Besantis will presumably plant himself. Now, he's played left guard mostly in college, but Besantis spoke earlier today over Zoom on if he could play on the right side. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I could put my right or left hand in. Like I said, I played right tackle. And then, I've been playing left guard for 2 years, but I could do anything.
Hey, man, how do you play football?
Nah, just on the football field. I think I'm a good guy outside the football field.
Sorry, that was him teeing up. He said he was mean and nasty as a person, and then here was his response to, like, why are you mean and nasty as a person on the football field?
Nah, just on the football field. I think I'm a good guy outside the football field.
Now, what elated you and I is we love Nate Tice's work across all the platforms that he finds himself on with his NFL draft and NFL work as well. His father, of course, Mike Tice, longtime NFL coach, was one time the head coach of the Vikings, longtime offensive line coach, and Nate has some experience playing there as well. So these two guys come together every year, father-son, and they break down offensive line tape together.
It's great content.
It's fantastic. You and I look forward to it every year. We talked about it last year. We're here to talk about it again this year. So I immediately went into the podcast. I was like, do they like Besantis? Do they like Besantis? Here's Mike Tice.
I love this player. He's my top inside player. I have him and Looney stacked right on top of each other and ahead of that last tackle we talked about. I think these two players are going to help some team win and be able to do a lot of things. This guy has a lot of good things, man. And I didn't know he was from Jersey, but his style of play merits that he's from Jersey.
Mike Tice referencing Venga Ioane, who went 14. And again, this guy had coached offensive line play for 20 years in the NFL, says he sees Besantis and Ioane as equals. More from Mike Tice on Besantis.
He's always looking to block somebody, so he's been taught very well. So he's always looking to hit somebody during the play. He never stands around watching like some others we talked about earlier. He's aggressive. He fires his feet in the run game. He plays on his feet. He's strong. He's got great finish, good COD. He looks for work. He plays with his hands. He can sit down. He sticks and I don't know where to stop. I mean, I love this player.
It's easy to be infatuated with Carson Beck, and we're going to talk about him plenty for the next hour. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
and
don't worry.
We know Jeremiah Love is going to work out to some extent. This pick working out, and if Mike Tice's excitement proves to be correct, and this is a good guard for them right away at right guard, it would alleviate so much concern because then it's just right tackle left. You assume Froholt's going to get back to business at center. The left side is taken care of.
Yep.
Now you're just completely stable for not only your quarterback, but your running back that you just drafted number 3 overall. This is a pivotal player for them, and it elated me to hear Mike Tice being
Now,
filled with glee about him.
I'm hopeful a top of the second-round pick works out for Monty because the second-rounders in recent years have not necessarily been so great. I think B.J. Ojolari was somebody that there was a lot of excitement about. He hasn't been able to stay healthy on the field. If I recall correctly, they didn't have a second-rounder in 24 because they had a late first where they took Darius Robinson. That hasn't worked out so well. And in general, we're just waiting for some of those guys to hit. Will Johnson, I'm still high on, but we have to wait and see in that regard. We'll see how it goes. All right, coming up next, hour number 2 of Arizona Sports at Night. Did the Cardinals draft their new franchise QB? That's next.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Spanato's Reverse Happy Hour is here, and it runs every night in April from 8 to close. Buy any large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on us. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, our fresh baked cookies are $2 off a half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. Made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Plus, join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spanato's during the week. Earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpanatosPizzeria.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,995 and choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 256803. Demo unit. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a full recap of everything that went down in Suns Thunder Game 3, and we'll get you ready for Game 4 starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona Sports at Night here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Carson Beck is now a member of the Arizona Cardinals. He was selected 65th overall in the draft by Arizona, and now he is not the only quarterback that has been selected in the third round. The Pittsburgh Steelers just selected Penn State quarterback Drew Aller. So you and I, more so me, I was wondering, is there going to be a run on quarterbacks now, or did the Cardinals just reach on a quarterback when they had no necessity, no reason to do so? Maybe the Steelers liked Aller more than Beck. Maybe Cardinals like Beck more than Aller. Whatever the case may be, another quarterback going off of the board here. You can go to our Arizona Sports at Night Twitter page at AZ Sports Night to see our live reactions, because Mitch, understandably so, with a hot mic, seeing the tweet come up, goes, "Oh!"
I frankly, I didn't know how else I was supposed to react. I feel
no.
bad.
There's no way to not react to seeing that come up on your feed when you're live on the air. So normally we would like play the pick for you in that situation, but you hit the breaking news sounder like a champ, and we got to work, buddy. We got to work indeed. So now we discuss.
Carson Beck is an Arizona Cardinal. Is he the heir apparent to Kyler Murray, was the way that you posited the way how we're going to discuss this here?
Well, where I wanted to start the conversation was just with that thought of, for everyone that wanted Kyler Murray out of town, and look, I wasn't the person pushing him out of town, but I thought that both sides were ready to see a split. That's how I felt about it. That's how you felt about it. That's how a lot of people felt about it. But the people who wanted him pushed out of town, didn't want him anywhere near their franchise anymore. This was the warning I offered you. You are now in quarterback purgatory for the foreseeable future, and we'll see if it ends next year. So that's how I answer our question of, is Carson Beck the franchise quarterback?
Sounds like
no! Now, could he prove to be in his rookie season? Sure, but this is not the type of selection where you say, this is the guy going forward. Instead, what has happened with your football team since you cut a quarterback is you added Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck.
Yay. Right? For what it's worth, also hello to the people in the YouTube audience. Gray Mantle, devoted listener of Arizona
Thanks for sticking around, guys.
Hanging out on YouTube.
Appreciate it.
What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. He points out that the last time the Arizona Cardinals had a quarterback named Carson, it went pretty well. Do we feel the same way?
Say it one more time.
The last time the Cardinals had a quarterback named Carson, it went pretty well.
Yeah, they were like the same age when they joined the Cardinals, too. That works out.
You know what's weird? I think we talked about this in the retrospect of Kyler Murray eventually being released and then going to the Minnesota Vikings. He's like a top 3, top 4 quarterback in Arizona Cardinals history, right? Whereas the 3 guys ahead of him would be Jake Plummer, who was somebody that they drafted, although I'm not sure people will give it to Jake necessarily ahead of Kyler. There's some argument there. But the top 2, at least in my opinion, would be Kurt Warner is up there at the top, number 1. He led them all the way to the Super Bowl. And then Carson Palmer, who came in and revitalized a team that was supposed to get something out of the post-Kurt Warner quarterback era in Kevin Cobb and John Skelton, and that obviously didn't work out. And Bruce Arians like, let's go get that guy who's not happy to be in Oakland anymore. And it worked out. For once, I would just like to see the Cardinals succeed to a level of sustained success with somebody that they took, right? We haven't necessarily seen that. Like, when I mean sustained
not
success,
necessarily. We have not seen that in the history of our football franchise.
You and I, in our lifetimes, have not seen that. Maybe,
and it goes back 3 years before I was born. I'm 35, and I still haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen sustained 5-year plus success for a quarterback, and I think you could go look through nearly every franchise besides the Browns has had that.
This isn't necessarily the ringing endorsement of Carson Beck is going to be that guy. However,
it's exciting.
I do think there are some scenarios where this does work out, and like, I think about Dak Prescott, who, for what it's worth, his year, he could have gone significantly higher in his class had he not had a off-the-field issue revolving around Mississippi State as draft season was approaching. But he was I think he was late day 2 or early day 3 guy who ended up replacing Tony Romo due to injury and just held on to that sucker forever and has made the Cowboys a perennial, not just conversation, but a team that has always threatened for a playoff spot or an NFC East crown. Can you get like that version out of Carson Beck for this Arizona Cardinals team? I think a lot of it's going to be dependent on the guy that's now coaching this team, and Matt LaFleur. Like, if this is the guy that you want, if this is the guy that's really happy to be here, who's supposedly already gelling with your handpicked offensive coordinator, make it work. Make it work out for you guys.
The stat that we talked about when Kyler got cut was a quarterback in their 20s. The most games won in a season by a quarterback in their 20s for the Arizona Cardinals is 10 when Jake Plummer did it. Now, Kyler had the 11-win year. He missed one of those games as well. So he applies into that listing as well, or he had 9 and then 10, whatever it was exactly.
Yeah.
But Plummer, the year that he won, actually 11, I believe, because that includes the Cowboys win as well in the playoffs that he led to. That's the only time when we've seen a quarterback of this age really succeed for this team. But to your point, that is the tantalizing part of this, is anytime they take a quarterback anywhere, even going back to the Clayton Tune days, it's like, can you find your quarterback of not only the future, but the significant future? Because whenever you take a quarterback in the first 2 days of the NFL draft, that is what you are expecting to some degree. You are expecting this quarterback to be involved in your organization for the next 6 to 8 years minimum, and you're hoping for even longer than that, and that is what a lot of teams can get out of this range. But the Cardinals have not been able to do it, obviously, to say the least. I think the thing that concerns me the most about this selection is everything that you read about Beck and some of the negatives that are associated. We read the stats earlier in the show that Teo Mackey had, which, like, under pressure, it was a disaster for him. And we assume with this offensive line, even if Chase Besantis at right guard is a quality right guard right away, you've got a problem at tackle. It was not a good year for Yelda Froholt at center. We don't know on Seumalo. He has been good to great for 3 straight years. He's at that age where you start to get a little bit worried.
Mm-hmm.
If Beck is the guy in week 8, week 9, week 6, week 4, week 1, whatever, he's the guy, that is where the problems persist for him. And it just seems very, I hate to put it this way, but like Dane Brugler's like primary synopsis of Carson Beck, who again, he had rated as the 6th best quarterback. So Dane's not a fan. He said, Beck is a cerebral pocket passer who can lead drives when the offense stays in rhythm, but he isn't a proven second reaction quarterback when things don't go according to plan. He projects as an NFL backup and potential spot starter. So, to your point on the marriage with LaFleur, if LaFleur comes in and he's some version of McVay and they've just got an offense that hums no matter who is in there, you can win football games with Carson Beck. He can stay on script and you can win a whole lot of football games with him. But if you're the Arizona Cardinals, then it's not going to go too well. It's not going to go too well. So it's either LaFleur defying what we've seen for so many years and a lack of structure within this offense the last handful of years, or it changes things going forward.
If you're one who just likes basic statistics, then Carson Beck certainly satisfies that need. 3,800 passing yards, 30 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, an 81.8 QBR. This past season at Miami, he led them all the way to the national championship. Quite frankly, Kel, I don't know how you feel, had a statement moment in that, what would it be? The semifinal game here in the Valley of the Fiesta Bowl. I thought that
was great.
That turnaround rushing touchdown that he had, I think it was as the fourth quarter was winding down or in overtime, that was truly like a statement moment from him. Somebody who's got a lot of experience in big games, right? doesn't necessarily translate to the NFL level all the time, but I do think being able to play in that type of an environment at that type of level, at that type of, what's the word? Just playing with some sort of gravitas too, and like not being afraid of the bright lights, getting that swagger. Yeah.
Little moxie.
It could turn into something. I'm trying to be the semi-optimist here because no, I'm not super high on the pick, but I at least want to give this version of the organization the benefit of the doubt, despite all of the demons that are hiding in the closet.
Again, going through Dane Brugler's excellent work on the Athletics, some strengths and weaknesses that I want to point out for you. One strength here that really stands out, and again, we're going to see if LaFleur leans more McVay or Shanahan. Either way, we're going to see play action quite a bit. Play action dropbacks are Beck's safe space. He threw 73. He had a 73% completion percentage, 30 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in those scenarios. I'm guessing across college. Noted that he looks comfortable reading out the entire field. Turnover-worthy plays dropped from 20 in 2024 to just 11 in 2025. So you're getting better, good, in your 6th year. Frame is a tad narrow, but height and weight look that of an NFL quarterback. Accurate placement on slants and mesh concepts. Shows touch on fades and seams. Has a feel for where the rush is coming from without taking his eyes off reads. Some weaknesses. Average athlete, not much of a threat with his legs. Some of his throws lack juice. Struggles to drive the ball if setup and delivery aren't perfect. Inconsistent feel for deep ball. Too willing to make throws against his body or lead receivers into big hits. He cut down on the turnover-worthy plays, but it was still 24 interceptions for him in the last 2 years. And then something odd that Dane notes is NFL scouts said he showed better maturity at Miami, but not a vocal player or on sideline or in huddle. This is where it'll be really fun to listen to our shows on Monday, Tuesday. You guys are going to have guests on from like Miami or Georgia. I want to hear what went wrong at Georgia. That's one of the first thoughts I have with learning more about this quarterback and where exactly it went, because there was a falling out there at Georgia, that one of the preeminent college football programs in the country.
Well, I'm trying to remember how it ended. So they were playing in, I think it was either the Sugar Bowl or the national championship game, and I think Beck was still hurt, so they went to Gunnar Stockton. That's his name. That's who I was trying to remember. And then Stockton seemingly held firm. I think Georgia won that, or they lost that game to Alabama, but obviously Stockton did enough to warrant a ousting from Beck. Beck goes to Miami, goes all the way to the national championship. And I'm sure a lot of people remember, too, Beck's final throw of the season was an interception, but I remember this point being brought up on a different show of how, do you want him to just kind of like dink and duck his way down the field when they're trying to win the football game? At least he's like trying to air it out at a moment's notice. So like, yes, it turned into an interception, slightly underthrown, but he's still trying to win you the game. And he has the ability to win you football games. Like, we've seen it this year. It's not going to be an issue for him. I think that the metrics are just fishy. There's a reason he went in the 3rd round. It's a massive talking point here because the Cardinals have had a need at quarterback ever since Kyler Murray was released. It just feels weird that this is going to be the answer.
Let's do some flipping around here if you're game. We want you guys to hear from Monty Austin-Ford and Mike LaFleur. Our own Tyler Drake just uploaded the audio for us. We were going to do it at 7:30, so instead, here at 7:15, we'll roll you through the first handful of minutes of the press conference Monty Austin-Ford and Mike LaFleur just had to hear from the head coach and from the GM on their new quarterback. That'll be next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oofda. Oofda. K1 will have a new home in the Twin Cities.
I cannot wait to get in the building, compete, and just represent the Vikings.
Who will Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur choose to start at QB? More Cardinal decisions to come. So don't go too far from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, Let's go places. 4.99% financing with 1887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with 1519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with 1841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, your lodge away from home, where you can catch all the action going on in the sports world right now in a high-energy, fun, and friendly atmosphere with the scenic views that make Twin Peaks famous. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, including burgers, stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, and happy hour deals. What more could you possibly ask for? Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did we make of the rest of the Arizona Cardinals draft picks? We'll be reacting to rounds 2 through 7 Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, everyone, here's the deal. First of all, Carson Beck is a new member of the Arizona Cardinals. That's right, pick number 65 in the third round, 65th overall selection. The first pick of the third round. Carson Beck, quarterback out of Miami, is a member of the Arizona Cardinals. If you're not familiar with Mitch Vareldis or myself, Kellen Olson, we are the record holders around Arizona sports and KTR right now because of our job titles, how many we have. One of them for Mitch is being the co-producer of Burns and Gambo, and normally what would be happening right now is the person sitting in his chair would be cutting the sound so we could play it for you from Monty Austin for Michael. There's no one else in that chair. It's just Mitch. While he's operating our social feeds, while he's getting all the video right, while he's making sure there's a lot going on. So this is our way of saying we are going to let you hear from Monty Austin Fort and Mike LaFleur right now. And then at a certain point, we're going to click eject on the press conference. But without further ado, here are Monty Austin Fort and Mike LaFleur on new Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck.
What really sold you with Carson Beck?
Yeah, I think, we spent a lot of time with Carson. We met with him at the Combine, brought him in on a 30 visit. There was no shortage of tape to evaluate on Carson. Carson's played a lot of ball, and so, banked a lot of reps. I think really Carson played in a lot of big game environments, played in a lot of intense environments in the SEC, those stadiums, those loud, screaming, wild, rabid fans of the SEC, and then, the highest stage that he could play on in the national championship this year, all those playoff games. I think a lot of things sold us on Carson, and we were excited to add him to our room.
What did he show you in that Fiesta Bowl game that you said you were at? Obviously, when you're there in person, I'm sure you could see it a little bit differently. So, what did he prove to you?
Yeah, really. I mean, there's no bigger opportunities than in a national semifinal, you know. And so to be able to answer the bell, lead his team, bring them down there, it was a tight game, you know. And so Carson's been productive this whole step of his way, a whole step of his career at different spots, and you know that game was no different.
How does him transferring from Miami or from Georgia to Miami? How can that help with his transition to here?
Yeah, I think it's a great transition because he's about to do another one. So he's going to have to, you know, he picked up from the Georgia program, goes to a new locker room, has to, you know, learn a new offense, learn a new system, learn new verbiage, learn a new building, and then most importantly, learn new teammates. And so he's about to do the same thing here in a couple of weeks when he gets here. And so it's, you know, he's got a good practice run of it.
Do you see a scenario where Carson could compete for a starting position, or is, you know?
Yeah, I think like we just announced his name about a half hour ago. So, you know, we just want to get him in the building here and show him where the cafeteria is and the locker room is and get him fitted for his gear. And then we'll go from there. We're excited to be great competition in that room, and we'll see how it shakes out.
What's been made about his struggles when pressured statistically? What made you kind of willing to overlook that in terms of his prospect profile?
I mean, you know, listen, hey, we look at everything with the player. You know, a lot has been made. I don't know. We look at the tape and we evaluate him and his performance, and the guy's performed. The guy's won a lot of games, and we were excited to add him.
What was it specifically about kind of his skill set? And I know you mentioned the experience, but about his skill set that kind of sold you on him.
He's big, he's tough, he's strong, he stands strong in the pocket, not afraid to take a hit in the pocket. He's got a good arm strength. He can drive the ball down the field, good accuracy, good production. You know, those are all things that we like.
What's it out to you, Mike? What's it out to you with Beck, Mike?
I think a lot of the things that Monty was just saying, you know, he's a big, solid dude, right? I mean, he's 6'4", he's 235 pounds. I mean, he looks the part, right? And that doesn't, you know, mean that's the end-all, be-all by any means. Natural thrower, like he was just saying, he's tough. I think one of the coolest things about him, especially spending some time with him, you know, he's been through those big games, but he's been through some adversity too, you know, and that's well documented. You know, it's out there, and I think he's gotten better from it. You know, I wasn't there, you know, through that journey through the last few years, but just being able to get to know him and really spend some time, I really enjoyed my time with him. I know Monty did as well. I know our building did. So there's a lot of cool things that we're excited about, you know, working with him.
With Chase, how does he fit into what you guys want to do offensively?
Yeah. You want to go?
Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, no. Chase is what you want in a guard. He can move. He can cover people up. But ultimately, he strains to finish, you know, and that's what you really like about him. He's willing to work. Justin Fry has known him for a long time. He actually recruited him. Obviously didn't pick Justin but at the time, but now he has no choice. So, but no, they've had a relationship for a long time. Justin, like I said, I mean, he's known the guy, the person, where he came from. So you think about just the attributes I was talking about. You think about the finish and then the guy. Good, you know, good mix.
I kind of feel bad for Chase Besantis, by the way.
Yeah, buried. Totally buried.
This was supposed to be an awesome, like, oh, they got their offensive lineman, somebody to help out in the trench.
That's why I made sure at 6:45, it's like, let's give a little bit of love to this because it actually means a lot to the franchise going forward. What'd you think hearing Monty talk about their process with evaluating Beck?
Can I just say, shout out David Brandt for asking the very fun question that everybody was curious about as to whether or not he could start in games, and Monty very much not wanting to answer that question in the moment.
And then Teo addressing like his biggest weakness as a quarterback, and then Monty sliding around.
I think at this point it's just, do you feel comfortable with them feeling comfortable about him? Because yes, there's red flags. I don't know if they're necessarily the types of red flags that would warrant you not drafting him in general. Like, I want to be fair. Like, I think Carson Beck is a worthy draft pick. I'm not sure I agree with where he is picked in that sense, but I'm willing to be benefit of the doubt guy. But part of that is trust in this organization to be able to overlook those red flags, or more so, be able to counteract those red flags that exist within Carson Beck's game, who is, reminder, a 5-year college player with a lot of games under his belt and still carrying some of those red flags. But as you pointed out, has been improving them over the last couple of years. I just wonder, do I trust the organization enough to be able to remedy that which ails Carson Beck's ability to be a starting QB?
And we're naturally going to look at the rest of this third round and see some need positions, quote unquote, going off the board and wonder if the Cardinals could have taken that guy. For example, Kieran Crawford, the edge out of Auburn, goes 2 picks later. And then 3 picks later, Markel Bell, the tackle out of Miami. So Maui Noa on one side, Bell on the other. 2 picks after that at number 70, Romello Height, the edge out of Texas Tech, who was opposite David Bailey. He goes to the 49ers. Antonio Williams, the wide receiver out of Clemson. Takario Davis, the former Arizona Wildcat at UW, goes to the Bengals at number 72. And then some more receivers. Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame. Caleb Douglas out of Texas. Zachariah Branch out of Georgia. Jacoby Lane out of USC. And then Chris Brazel II just went to Carolina at pick number 83 as well. So I think we're going to go through this and naturally have that thought of watching edge not be productive outside of Josh Sweat again, and then seeing Romello Height have 6 sacks as a rookie in the 49ers system and just be like, we could have had that guy instead of the quarterback who just started 5 games and didn't do anything of substance in those last 5 games of the season.
But were we really expecting this team to be able to compete immediately this year?
It's not about competing. It's about building blocks for the future.
But isn't a quarterback an important building block? Like, I'm not trying to counter what you're getting at here. I do think that
it's the most important building block there is, but I would rather, like, you're taking such a long shot here on this. Like, an edge has a much more likely chance of being a long-term piece of your future picked in the 3rd round as opposed to a quarterback.
They did pay for one last offseason, and I think Josh Sweat worked out really well. Not in the sense of, oh my gosh, he blew everybody away, but I think they worked out really well. Double-digit sacks. We haven't seen that.
Would you rather have a flyer on a quarterback or a right tackle at this pick? I think that's maybe the more pressing question here.
I don't know. The history of the offensive linemen that they have taken on the day 2, day 3, like I think Isaiah Adams hasn't necessarily worked out as you would have hoped, and that's a top 100 guy, right? We're thinking about Carson Beck the same way, don't get me wrong, but I think this is more of a worthy flyer than waiting around for somebody to hopefully fill just as important of a need. Because, yes, they need quarterback, but they don't need quarterback right now. They have Jacoby Brissett.
You're not drafting to win games this season.
Exactly. Whereas if you were to draft an offensive lineman this late, someone that you want to slot at right tackle, you expect a lot out of him right away, and that's a lot of pressure on a guy who you're just waiting around to be a future Arizona Cardinal.
But you could also draft them developmentally. Like, I'm terrified now to see what the Eagles do with Markel Bell. I know nothing about him besides the fact that he's 6'9", 346, and I think about what the Eagles have done with massive offensive linemen recently, and I get nervous with the projects that they've had go successfully. Like, I feel like he's ranked 186, by the way, so this was an incredible reach by the Eagles,
Oh, yeah.
Who just totally found their guy, but again, and I think the difference is with what you're talking about, and like looking at developmental pieces going forward, the chances that you are going to take an edge or a wideout or a tackle or an off-ball linebacker or a safety or whatever other need that you wanted to put here at wide receiver, the odds of you taking this guy and then taking one of those in the 1st round next year is slim to none. There is a very good chance that the Cardinals wind up taking a quarterback in the 1st round next year. Like, let's be honest, there's a 90 to 95% chance of that happening because the only reason they wouldn't are 2 outcomes. One, this quarterback class sucks again.
Yeah.
I'm going to knock on all kinds of like plastic and wood and other objects around because we don't need that to happen again. Certainly, we saw what it did to us this year already as it is.
No.
2, Carson Beck is just that guy, pal. And maybe I want to bump that up to like 98% after saying that sentence out loud. Again, it would be really fun if I was wrong, but I don't think so. Do we have a Cardinals insider to hear from now?
Yeah, that'll be coming up in the next segment. Mr. Tyler Drake should be on standby shortly. Also worth noting that we heard from Monty Ossenfort, so it seems like they're done for the day because the draft,
it's a good note.
Round 3 is still going on. But when we come back, we're going to check in with Tyler Drake, who's at Cardinals headquarters right now, next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Out of all the three major professional sports teams we have in this valley, he's the guy that anybody could least afford to lose. Out of any of the teams.
100%.
Can't lose him. He's the guy you can't lose.
I don't even know if it's that close.
Yeah, Cardinal, Trey McBride, Devin Booker.
Nope.
It's Corbin Carroll. You can't lose him.
Nope. 100%. Right? I mean, is there anybody who's even
can't
close
lose him
to that? Devin Booker's probably number 2 on that list, but I think there's a big gap.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and on Monday's Burns and Gambo show, we'll have a Cardinals new rookie class to react to, plus Game 3 of the Suns and the Thunder. All of that and a whole lot more starting Monday at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hello, it's Arizona Sports Tonight, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kellen Olson, Mitch Vareldas here with you. The Arizona Cardinals have a new quarterback. His name is Carson Beck. They took him with the 65th overall selection in this year's draft. And just getting done, talking to Monty Austin-Ford, talking to Michael LaFleur, talking to Carson Beck. He's not going to talk to us after that. Talk about a drop-off.
He's so kind to us, though, to be able to talk to us right now.
Tyler Drake jamming through everything. Going to get a bunch of stories up. They're going to have a new episode of Cardinals Corner at some point, I'm sure. He's going to spend a few minutes here talking through what the hell just happened. Hi, Tyler Drake. Hello.
Well, what's going on, guys? I don't know if you can see, but we got the practice facility right behind me. It's a little bit of a different setting than I'm used to, but hey, we're gonna make it work. But yeah, what a turn of events. Like I wasn't totally surprised a quarterback went in the third round. I was surprised by the name more than anything because when I was piecing together who I thought would be a really good fit for this team, I was going with Drew Aller, who actually went a little bit later. But, they take that shot and maybe you can find it there. Maybe you can take that swing and it pays off. But it's definitely something I think a lot of people just sitting in the media room were very taken back by.
Sounds like Monty wasn't willing to go anywhere in terms of, hey, he's got some of these red flags. Is he potentially going to start games to lead off the season? In general, what was your overall read from what the decision makers had to say from Beck, or in regards to Beck?
Yeah, I think one of the big things is they really valued his experience. I think that was one of the biggest things. And I think that was one of the bigger knocks on Ty Simpson. If I'm being honest with you guys, like when you see the difference in experience, that really says something. And you look at Carson Beck. I mean, Mike LaFleur even said it during the press conference, like he looks the part. And at 6'4", 6'5", he definitely does. Now it's just about, and the one thing that Mike LaFleur really liked, and I thought this really stood out, was the fact that he said he went through a lot of adversity. He played a lot of big games, but he's also gone through some adversity, and that should help him out the next level. But yeah, you get into now, is he a potential starter week one? I don't think so at this point. I still think it's Jacoby Brissett, even with the reported ask for the raise, which asked Monty Austin-Ford about that yesterday, and they said that they've had good dialogue. They're in a good spot, but nothing concrete there. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting how this all shakes out, and can't forget about Gardner Minshew as well. So really interesting. I'm wondering if they could have waited a little bit longer and still came away with Beck or even Aller just a little bit later on, but it sounds like they were enamored with what Carson Beck brought to the table for the top 30 visit, and really just wanted to roll the dice there.
Tyler, just based on the experience that you've had covering this league and following this league for so long, what does Beck have to do then, assuming he's not the week one starter? What does he have to do through the season, through preseason training camp, to impress coaches enough to earn consideration once we get to week 7 or week 8 or week 9, when we bail on Brissett and we see the kid and see what he's got?
Yeah, I think it starts with just knowing the offense, understanding the little things, being clean with pre-snap. I think it starts there. I think Mike LaFleur really wants things detailed and nailed down, and that as he should. I mean, last year that wasn't the case, and we saw the reaction from it. So I really do think it starts there. You've got to nail down the little things. You've got to be able to, when they call on you in the meeting room, you get up there and you give the best answer possible. I mean, it sounds so minute, but I think it really does come down to that. And like you said, yeah, halfway through the season, you want to give them a shot, you go that way and you call it good. But I really do think you have to start with the little things, and it starts with pre-snap. And I think a lot of his experience could help him in that regard. But when you look at it, I just can't see him being the starter coming week one. I like you said, I think a little bit earlier, maybe midway through the season, but just not week one.
Well, who better to mentor him than somebody who's been mentoring a lot of guys quarterback-wise? You consider what Jacoby Brissett did just a couple of years ago, being the face before Drake May in New England, right? He was in Indianapolis with the likes of Andrew Luck behind him, learning behind him, obviously from New England system in the early days of Tom Brady. It feels like Brissett's at least going to be a little bit of a model towards him. I don't know if he's going to be a fan of it necessarily, but this quarterback room feels a little more complete now than it did going into the draft, I would say.
Yeah. And you know what? Honestly, I do think regardless of what happens with Jacoby, I mean, barring a crazy trade or something like that, like I think he's going to embrace it. I think he likes having that mentor role. I think he likes being that leader in the locker room. I mean, just seeing it last year, I know it's kind of different because it's Kyler Murray and everything, but like he was very much a good, just kind of anchor for that locker room and for that quarterback's room. So I think it would be, like you mentioned, Drake May, he learned a lot from Jacoby Brissett. So if they can get this raise thing out of the way, call it good, guarantee some money, add on another year, get to the next, just get to week one, get going. I think that can really do wonders, and really getting Carson Beck that, just that extra come up that he could use to try to get in there and compete.
Tyler, the stakes here are different but the same. And what I mean by that is it's the quarterback position, and it's going to matter a lot what his future is over the next couple of years. This is not the number 3 overall pick, though. Like, in my opinion, Jeremiah Love has to be the best Cardinals running back in franchise history for that to be worth it. That has a little bit to do with their resume lately and the fact that they've only had 2 guys rush for 1,000 yards more than once in a season before, and he should be able to do that. And if he is, he's going to be that guy. So to that thought, for Jeremiah Love to be successful and this to be the right pick, he has to be a top 10 running back right away, and we got to get multiple years of top 5 play from him. For this pick to be successful, for the Carson Beck pick to be successful, what does it have to be? Because it doesn't feel like it has to be like franchise guy, right? Like, what does it have to be?
Yeah, I think it just, you have to be able to take tangible steps forward. You have to be able to get in there and read defenses, NFL defenses. You've got to be able to take that next step because, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, like, yes, they took him in the 3rd round, 65 overall, but that doesn't take them out of the sweepstakes in 2027 to go after another quarterback. Like, Carson Beck's going to have to prove that he can be the guy to take that next step and be that guy. But I'm not ruling out whatsoever that they're going to go look to 2027 and what is expected to be a loaded quarterbacks class. I say expected because that's what we thought for this class. But looking at that, that's really where I start is, yeah, you can be good, man, but that doesn't mean that you can't get replaced next year if they don't really like what you're doing and you're not really taking the progress, you're not taking the steps required to be where you're at. So I'm still looking at 27 for a quarterback to come into this town and really just compete. That's really the end of the day. That's what you got to do.
Tyler Drake, our lead Cardinals writer, joining us from the Arizona Cardinals training facility after the Cardinals brass just spoke to Carson Beck and Chase Bizontis today. And that's where I want to go next, Ty, because I feel bad for Chase now, essentially just getting buried on this day. But I'm curious your thoughts. Now that we know they've drafted an offensive lineman and it was Bizontis, does that now justify them taking Jeremiah Love at 3? Or are you still kind of nervous about how the path has been laid out for the Cardinals thus far?
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I loved the addition of Chase. It did help alleviate some of the, kind of issues that I saw with going number 3 with Jeremiah Love. Nothing against Love, more about what the franchise is right now and how much he's getting paid. Really, that's the only red flags with him. And it's not really to do with him, but getting a guy like Chase Bizontis who can really, everything about the guy. He should be an athletic freak. Sounds like he's going to be a guard, but he has the abilities to be a tackle if they need him to. Like that had me jumping around because that was one of those picks where you had to go offensive line. And there was a part of me that thought, hey, maybe they go quarterback. I'm so glad they went O-line because, yes, it alleviates some of those pressure points from taking Love and knowing, hey, the right side of the line has still got issues. So I was all for that. I love the addition. I really can't say much more about it. He said he's tough, nasty, mean, and smart, and that's all you want out of a guard.
Tyler, last question, and then we'll let you go. I'm testing you off the top of your head here as you're joining us right outside the Cardinals facility without a laptop in front of you. But when we did get underway with the draft, and you probably weren't thinking about a quarterback there necessarily, what were some of the either positions or the players that you were looking at? Because something Mitch and I were talking about is what we're going to be doing next year and the year after is looking at this 3rd round if Carson Beck isn't the franchise guy and is ultimately just whatever he's going to be the next couple of years, and looking at they could have had an impactful edge or they couldn't have had an impactful guy. Well, what were some names and some positions that you want to see addressed in round 4 then?
Yeah, for me, I think you got to start with defensive line and pass rusher. Those are 2 spots that I think you've got to go address now. I would have liked to see that in the 3rd round. Names, I can't give you any off the top of my head because I haven't really seen what the draft orders finished up as, so I don't want to give any names that are already off the board, but that's kind of where I start is pass rush and D-line. Keep building out the trenches. Keep doing what really can get this team to be more consistent on the ground and through the air. That's really where I'm leaning, from the offensive side, but you go defensive, you get some guys to really help Josh Sweat and get everybody moving forward. But I'm still not opposed to them going out and adding another offensive tackle either. I think that would be excellent. Get some more depth there. Give Elijah Wilkinson some competition for that starting right tackle job and keep it moving. But yeah, I really do think if you can keep building out the trenches, you got to go defensive pass rusher though next though. Those are where I'm leaning out heading into 4 and 5.
Some devastating news for you, Tyler, that you missed. Big Citrus off the board. Dominic Orange no longer available. So we would have loved to see the Big Citrus here in the Valley. We're going to have to wait at least a little longer for that at least. I'm sorry, pal.
We'll make it. We'll make it through.
Tyler, as always, we appreciate you doing this on short notice, and thank you for the work that you do, and then best of luck with day 3 of the draft tomorrow. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
No problem, guys. Have a good one.
All right, that's Tyler Drake joining us from the Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. When we come back, I don't know. And the reason that I don't know is because Kellen said, hey, Mitch, I've got an idea for our final segment, and I'm going to spring it on you. And now he's walking away. So rude. That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
You hear the horn, and the Thunder will just trigger it in for the final second of regulation here in Oklahoma City. Cason Wallace does the honor, gets it to SGA. He will put it on the deck, and that'll do it. 120-107. The Thunder beat the Suns in Game 2.
Suns down 0-2 in the best of 7 with OKC. We react to Game 2 on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour is here, and it runs every night in April from 8 to close. Buy any large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on us. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, our fresh baked cookies are $2 off a half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. Made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Plus, join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. Earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning as we recap the NFL Draft and the status of the Phoenix Suns. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, this is Arizona Sports at Night. Mitch, I'm just happy for us as a show, us as a duo, because we've been doing like this live sports react thing for a while now. It's one of the benefits of doing a night show is that you got games going on and all that kind of stuff, but the Arizona Cardinals, like picking a quarterback that could be their guy in the future, trumps just about everything we've done with the show so far. So it's been a lot of fun to kind of have everything kind of on the fly for the last 2 hours and do this with you, buddy.
So just to give people an idea, so we wrote out an entire show sheet planned, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you're watching on video right now, I am showing you what the plan was. Here's what happened to the plan when Carson Beck got drafted. There, nice visual. I think there's
That's really good radio work by you too, because I don't have to describe what you just did. It's very clear what happened. He crumbled it up. Like Gambo shaking the pills, it does the visual and the audio. It does really well.
I do need the times on here, and luckily I did not crumple up those times, so everything is good. We're in a good spot. What did you want to ask me, by the way?
Well, speaking of that, I just want to update everyone. We're on pick 93 right now, so the NFL draft still going in the 3rd round. Those are the compensatory picks getting underway. Jeremy in the office is like, LeBron just hit a 3 to go to overtime, and I was like, what did you just say to me? I didn't even have the concept in my brain. Me being the avid basketball freak I am, that basketball's going on right now because we've been so enveloped by this Carson Beck news.
It's not on television. It's on Prime, right? Like, there's no easy avenue for us to watch.
Gonna do my best Mitch Vareldis here. Celtics beat the Sixers 108-100. They lead the series 2-1, 25-7 for Jaylen Brown. And now the Lakers up 2 with 2 minutes to go in overtime. LeBron with 29, 12, and 6.
Wow.
Alperen Şengün without Kevin Durant, 31 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists. If we get a final there for that before we go off the air, I'll let you guys know. I told you during a break, I was like, 7:45, I'll tell you what it is. And it was just one of those things where one of Mitch's favorite things about doing radio is getting stuff sprung on him. He likes to plan out a show with me, likes to get creative like I like to do. But his favorite thing is when he doesn't know what we're going to talk about, what I'm going to ask him, where it's going to go.
Natural reaction, baby.
So I have discovered why I hate this Carson Beck pick. I have discovered the flaw in this selection. And here is what it is, and we can talk about it here, of course, and then go back and forth and see how much. Because I'm going to say it out loud for the first time. It's been bouncing around in my head. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Let's say there's a bunch of good quarterbacks in the first round of the NFL draft next year, or there's a few, and you have a draft pick in a position where you can take one of those quarterbacks, and you take one of those quarterbacks. What happens, Mitch, when you take a first round, you spend a first round pick on a quarterback in the NFL draft? You bring in a Jacoby Brissett, or you're bringing a Gardner Minshew to be his backup, to be his veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Are we just keeping Carson Beck around for another year then? What are we doing? This is my way of saying the odds are higher that Carson Beck is cut in a year than he is actually starting for the Arizona Cardinals. Because why would you carry 3 quarterbacks on your roster in this scenario? Now, the answer here is you still want to see what you got in Carson Beck now. I don't care what I have in Carson Beck now. If I have Dante Moore or Arch Manning or Darian Mensah or Brandon Sorsby or Sam Levitt or whoever it may be. Now, this is where I wanted to bounce this off you, because you being the avid NFL fan you are, I'm sure have a couple of past examples that I'm losing in my head here. But I think from a value perspective, you're now locking yourself into one, you're going to have 3 quarterbacks this year. And then next year, unless you want to cut this guy after a year, or you want to have a rookie quarterback and a second-year quarterback be your guy next year. Now, the situation I'm not outlining here is that Beck is your guy in 2027, but the overwhelming odds, let's face it, are that he isn't, and that you draft this quarterback anyway. So that's where I'm really struggling with his value. Explain to me where I've been led astray in this logic that is making me hate this pick more by the second.
Well, let me just say this. Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew are free agents next year. They're not guaranteed to be back.
It doesn't have to be them, though.
I know.
Mitch.
There's only one quarterback who is guaranteed to be back next year, in my opinion. And that's the guy that they just took, right? You get him for at least 4 years. Yes, I understand what you're saying, that he is as likely to be moved on from or cut next year if they decide to go with a different quarterback. But my argument would be this organization, who we have been begging and pleading for them to just spend their entire salary cap on a year-to-year basis, why in the world would they decide that going out and spending even more money for another quarterback is the option if they already have a young quarterback on the roster? Like, not the draft stuff. I just mean adding more to that pool. Why would they go that route unless they were desperate to just bring back one of those veterans for another year?
If they draft Dante Moore first overall in the NFL draft in 2027, they will have
then
Carson
he will
Beck.
start, and Beck will be there too.
So Beck will be his backup, or he'll be there too? Because if he'll be there too, we need another quarterback to back up and bring the tutelage that most NFL teams do. Now, they could
just grab a Jeff Driscoll type. Somebody who you know
a
is not
third
gonna be
stringer that
starting.
is the veteran of the room still. Okay.
Like the Chase Daniel type. The only recent example I can think of 2 young quarterbacks being on the same team at the same time, and quite frankly, it is not the same thing as the example you laid out, but the 49ers, who took Trey Lance in 2021, heir apparent to Jimmy Garoppolo. They tried to give him some run in the 23 season, I believe it was, the 22 season, and then he gets hurt. They go back to Jimmy G. He gets hurt, and boy, wouldn't you know how lucky they were to fall into their franchise quarterback in Brock Purdy, who they took Mr. Irrelevant 2023. That's the only recent example I could think of, but the difference here than the example that you're laying out is we're going from a 3rd-round pick to a 1st-round pick next year. We're not going from a top 3 quarterback to Mr. Irrelevant out of dire necessity. You know what I mean? But it
Yeah.
is the only recent example I can think of right now.
Yeah, I just, again, it would be so much easier for me. And this is where I think everyone varies as a fan. And what's so much fun to do this show with you and just talk about sports in this kind of way is that's how my brain is hardwired with like value and maximizing like the value that this pick has, as opposed to if they would have taken Beck in like the 5th round to what you're talking about, then I'm kind of more behind this thought. I am just more behind this thought. I really am. But that 3rd round pick, again, you and I, if we had more time, like I'm going to go back for next week's show and I'm going to go through how many Pro Bowlers have been taken in the 3rd round in the last 5 years. I'm guessing it's double digits, and I'm guessing it's even higher number than 10. So you could have gotten an impact player in the 3rd round, and instead you take this guy who could be your, in some cases, your 3rd string quarterback next year. Again, I just don't think that they're going to go with, to your point, the Jeff Driscoll's. Like Josh McCown had this job forever, remember, where he was like the 3rd string veteran backup, basically. I think they're going to look for a Jacoby Brissett type to be the backup like Kyler had in his previous years as well, or in his early years as well. They're going to look for that type of guy for this quarterback. So the only way that this like works out from a value perspective is if you just found the needle in the haystack.
But this organization has already done this, as I'm reminding myself right now. They drafted Josh Rosen 10th and decided, oh, that didn't work out. Let's take Kyler Murray 1. Now, the scenario has to work out where the Cardinals are in a position to take one of these uber-talented Arch Manning, Dante Moore, whoever it ends up being at the top of the draft boards next year. They have to have been so bad that it necessitates that decision, right? And I don't think Carson Beck, at least on the surface level and at least being drafted at the top of the 3rd round, is putting any pressure on the organization to be like, yeah, he's the guy. If anything, the pressure is on Carson Beck to prove that he can be an NFL caliber QB, and then the Cardinals would just serendipitously luck into their potential next guy, right? The pressure's on Beck, not necessarily the organization in this scenario, because quite frankly, they could suck next year and be good enough, well, bad enough to draft that next wunderkind, right? Like, that's the situation that I've still got in the back of my head, even with them taking Beck tonight.
Man, the extra pressure that first week we have our show and Carson Beck is starting a game, the pressure that is going to be on him for every start, because maybe he's not playing for his job like I'm suggesting, but he's playing for the job. If he doesn't go out there and light the world on fire, they're going to draft another quarterback. And look, again, we've talked about this before a ton. Maybe it turns into this year, and none of the quarterbacks, like the dozen or so, there's a lot in 2027, none of them work out. And some Fernando Mendoza falls from the clouds. Kalen Hauser at Illinois is this new guy, or Josh Hoover is this new guy, and there's a number 1 quarterback, and then that's it. There's just no one else available. Then sure, that this plays out a whole lot differently. But the overwhelming expectation is there will be at least 3 quarterbacks available. The Jets will take one, he will suck, and then the Cardinals will be able to take actually the best quarterback in this draft. And then we'll kind of go from there. Mission accomplished to the Cardinals brass if they were looking to get more interest and intrigue around their football team. Good job, guys. You did it.
Nailed it. Truly.
Congratulations. Are the Rockets about to get swept? They're down 6 with 30 seconds left.
I just pulled it up. I'm seeing 28.6 OT, now down 3.
KD out, to be clear. But his team could get swept back-to-back years. Or 2 out of 3 years, excuse me.
Oh, gee. Who was that last team that he was on that got swept out of
this one? It was Phoenix Suns. Tune in tomorrow, 11:30. Here come the Suns. Mitch and I'll be checking in from the arena. Mitch will be checking in from here over there.
Thank you, everybody.
Let us see.